There'll be an extra fee for that.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Uh-huh. Yep, you're right.
I'll think about it.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Exactly.
Right.
But none of them believed me.
I'll think about it.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Rebooting.
Uh-oh. What was that? Don't mind me, you guys.
I'll think about it.
It just seemed like,
There'll be an extra fee
you guys
for
couldn't
that.
see anything for some reason.
Exactly.
But I kind of think that was Twitch. Like you couldn't see the game. Very weird. Yeah. Forgive me as I get my a million windows all set up,
I'll
because
think about it.
I think maybe in Arnold's
There'll be an
last
extra fee
stream
for
something
that.
happened. They were just all a little
Exactly.
a little
But none of
wonky.
them believed me.
And I like to see the stream health just to make sure that we're all good, so. But I cannot see anything.
I'll
There'll be
think
an
about it.
extra fee.
Alright, that should be fine. I'm gonna check things on my phone as well, if I can find it.
Believed me.
I'll think about it.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Yeah, pay no attention. The
Exactly.
Calxiyn behind the curtain, as they say. Alright. That's good enough for me.
Think about it.
I don't know about you guys. That's good enough for me if it's good enough for you. Okay. Let's just make sure that my tweet's sent out, and then we'll be fine. But yeah, it's been a very interesting week this week, but I'm glad. Oh my god, holy volume, man. Hold on. I think Arnold might have changed my sound settings. I may need to turn this down a little bit. I'm like, yeah, okay, no. Well, actually, no, that looks about right. That looks about right. The song's just, I guess we're just going, you know? Okay.
There'll be an extra fee.
Oh boy. Oh, what was that? That was weird. Oh, it's just Arlecchino's. Okay. Let me tell the Genshin chat that I'm live, and then we'll leave it there.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
What does that mean?
There'll be an extra fee. for
That's
that.
a weird thing to say. Like, I just kind of
think
What do
about
you mean by that? Does she have some sort of, like, code Gias? Now I want to do Arlecchino's thing instead. Like, bestie? What are you telling me right now? What does that mean?
Rebooting.
What do you mean by this?
Exactly.
A little suspicious if you ask me.
There'll be an
Alright.
extra fee for that.
Okay, I'm gonna give people a chance to join in, so I'll put this on screen just so the VOD watchers know that they can, you know, skip over it if they want to. But here's basically,
think about
this is the plan for today. We're gonna do Neuvillette Story Quest. I maybe both of them, I don't know. I don't know how many he has, And I think I lost the schedule. What was Ash?
None of them believed me.
You're right.
Well, hi, Robin. I was asking about my audio. Are you saying what Arlecchino said? Arlecchino was like, don't stare into my eyes. You might not like what you see. And I'm like, that's a weird ass thing to say. But yeah, how you doing? I hope that you're okay.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
There'll be an extra.
And thank you for resubbing. Neuvillette has one story quest, and you should also read his character lore. Yes. So yeah, that's basically like the plan for today. Is Neuvillette's one story quest, and then also his friendship level, you know, whatever, right? Obviously, I don't think my friendship level with him, I don't even have him, actually, so never mind. So forget about that. I don't even have him in the very first place.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
You know?
There'll be
So-
an
Something you wish to
Yeah,
report?
Meryl, that is a weird
No.
thing to say to so like
You
I
have
don't
my
know. Like
undivided attention.
that sounded a little suspicious. That's why I was like, does she have like Code Geass like mind control powers? But like wouldn't we know that? Like wouldn't she use that in the case with Farina and stuff?
We can do it.
Exactly.
think
But
about
none of them
I could give you my account. I was just gonna look it up. Like I was just gonna look up a YouTube video, but
There'll be
if
an
all
extra
else fails, I guess we'll see what happens, but yeah. I'm gonna give people a chance to come in because I haven't streamed in a while, but we will get started pretty shortly because I don't want to be live. I would like to wrap up by 6 o'clock is kind of the idea. I will have to go get lunch eventually, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Think about
Yeah, it's been a week, guys. A bad one. Lots of reasons why. I posted an announcement in my Discord server if anybody's curious about that, but the other thing that happened was we had water coming in through the ceiling, and I thought at first, like, oh fuck, it's the snow, right? Because last year, if you guys have been around for a while, you'll know that last year when the snow started melting, it started flooding my office, like the floor, but this was coming from the ceiling. So anyway, it wasn't the snow. We figured out what it was. It was something in the kitchen, but it was just my mom like ripped the ceiling apart to see where it was coming from. And so like it's been a very stressful week. This morning I was super congested. I did a little side quest. And I don't know if you guys remember,
There'll be an extra fee
if
for
you
that.
were around during Ruby season and whatnot, or when I used to do Ruby videos more often, but that Kaito Dan, another Ruby tuber, he had like an editing emergency, and I was like, super Cal, and I did that thing where I ripped open my pajamas, and underneath was my superhero outfit, and I edited his video for him, so I did a little side quest this morning, so he can attest, I was like so nasally and congested. I've been like that every morning this week. I don't feel sick, like, maybe a little bit actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't feel like super under the weather. I don't know, it's just like, it's in my heart, man, like it's in my chest. I went to bed a couple nights ago and I was like, I feel like that, like there could be a blood clot in my lungs and I could die, but I guess, you know, there's nothing we can really do about that, so I was just like, oh, well, anyway. That's kind of, that's the energy that I'm bringing into this stream today of like, oh, well, guess I'll die, but I'm alive, so, you know, it's good. It's good to be alive and living, and getting back into Genshin and stuff. I also know that, like, the new stuff happened this week, right? Like, Arnold's doing Varka's story quest, so this isn't really the best time to be doing old content, but I don't really care that much. I don't care. I want to do whatever I want, and I mean, obviously, I can't do all that stuff anyway. Right. Oh, where am I going? I'm trying to find his story quest. Have you seen the new timeline thing on the quest tab to see the order of the quest? That's interesting. I think I have seen that, not like with my own eyes, if that makes sense, like of my own account, but I've seen other people talk about that. I think Robin posted it in our Genshin channel, but yeah, so usually Arnold or Robin, they usually just tell me what to do and I go do it, so. The timeline thing will probably be helpful, but, you know, I trust their timeline well enough. But yeah, does the audio sound okay, guys? Like I said, it's been a long time since I've streamed anything, just because Arnold and I were sharing custody of the computer, so. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, what's one point I'll have to get
Paimon has
lunch.
so many questions about his true identity. Let's go talk to him and find out.
Okay, so this is Paimon being nosy. Great, we love that. Okay. Robin, what is this team comp? I'm just curious. Like, what were you If you're still here, I know that you're probably at work. I'm just curious about like what you were doing.
Let's go.
Because I don't remember having sucrose in my situation over here.
Something's come up?
Oh no, sorry, Kaching. I love you. You're great, but I
In the
meant
name
to
of
put
the Princess Inn.
I meant to put Fischl in here. Do I want the Traveler? This isn't really. I like to have the Traveler in my parties just because like that's the canonical
There's
thing,
still a
you
long
know.
road ahead.
So I guess we'll just do this for now. Usually I have D-Luke, so we might have to put D-Luke in instead of Arlecchino. I'm just kind of curious about what was going on here. Yeah, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't look at Arlecchino too closely, because maybe she has she has spoiler in the same tone of like, Riku, he's got bugs in him. I'm like, Arlecchino, she's got bugs in her. Like, maybe I shouldn't look too closely, or I might like figure out what's, you know, going
Staring
on.
into my eyes
and
is
her whole
ill-advised.
deal or whatever. Oh, oopsie, sorry. Whoops. What else was I gonna say? I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, I've just, in real life, I have not been having a good time this week. I am feeling better though, and I'm glad to be streaming today. The other thing is, guys, this is so bad. This is the last thing I'll say, and then we'll get started. It's so bad. So, I don't know if you guys are big into VTubers, but I've been watching the District V, like, big GTA roleplay that has, like, Niji Sanji and Hololive and a bunch of, like, I think there's, like, 200 VTubers in it or something. And I've been watching them, so I'm gonna preface for the chat. If I seem like I'm talking in a way that I wouldn't normally talk, just let me know, and I'll try to recalibrate to Calxiyn. But, you know, especially with Arnold God, I have been listening to more, like, fake people, you know, people on the internet than like people in real life, and so I've started slipping into some of the accents that they've been doing for the characters, and so, you know, if I start going into like British Cockney accent, please put a stop to it. Please stop me. But I think I should be okay. But I've been watching so much of it. It's so funny. I particularly if you guys, you know, are interested in that sort of thing. Gavis Bettle's role-playing and the story he's crafting is fucking hilarious. Like, I don't think I've ever laughed so hard in my life. So that's been, like, the good part of this week. But anyway, I think that without further ado, I don't think I have anything else to add. Also, just so you guys know, YouTube chat was buggy a couple days ago, which I also know because I've been watching the VTubers. I don't know if it's still like that, but if for some reason you think that like you're sending messages and I'm not seeing them or you're not seeing them, like they're just disappearing, basically the fix for that was talking in another language. So, you know, just go copy some Japanese, I guess, and add it to the end of your messages if you're having a hard time. I'm like 80% sure that YouTube support said that they fixed it, so that shouldn't really be a problem. Twitch chat, you guys should be fine. I am multi-streaming if anybody's watching the VOD, but we are just going to get into Neuvillette and, you know, I have a couple other things that I want to do in Fontaine before moving on, but it's kind of about capping off, you know, the stuff with Neuvillette and Fontaine, and then, you know, moving on to Natlin. So hopefully, I do want to stream more often. I guess this is the actual last thing that I'll say, because 3 days a week I don't think is gonna necessarily cut it in terms of getting caught up, but I do have to prioritize my Calxiyn Cares Too Much stuff first, so I'll figure it out. But we do have, like, we have a timeline, so I'm assuming it's gonna be, like, 6 streams. I'm not gonna say 6 weeks, but I think it's gonna be, like, 6 streams until we get to Natlin, based on what we were supposed to do. I did want to do stuff with Albedo. That might have to wait. Like, it might have to wait until after Natlin. We'll find out. But it's all about Neuvillette today. I'm very excited because I think his lore is going to be really interesting.
Did I hear that right? Monsieur Neuvillette, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
Oh, also my hair's falling out, if anybody wanted to know. That's the other bad thing that's been happening this week.
Right.
I think I got everything now. I think I covered it.
No, but why? technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guards.
What's the continuity of this, though? Like, how long has it been? You know what I mean? Like,
Ugh,
okay.
Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of
Okay.
this. He wants to
Why?
investigate
Well,
the
I mean,
case
that's
on his own.
he can do that.
This
I
is
mean, that's
completely
okay.
unprecedented.
Oh, okay.
How
I guess
can we
it's
have
not.
the Udex acting like a private detective?
I mean, like, you know, maybe he wants to try out something different. He wants to know how the detectives execute their justice. I don't know.
Thank you for your concern, but I currently have no such plans.
Okay. Maybe everybody's busy.
Oh,
Maybe he just doesn't want to
Apologies,
bother
I
people.
took your question in earnest, but it now occurs to me that it was most likely in jest.
Whoosh. I love my little, like, autistic
what is it
Neuvillette.
exactly?
That's
It
how I
sure
feel
sounds
about
serious
him.
if it's
I
something you've
really
gotta
like him. I'm
investigate
sad that I don't
personally.
have him.
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
Oh, okay, that's fucked up. What
And
the fuck?
then?
What do you mean? Why
That
are we
is all
threatening
the
people?
information I have acquired at this stage.
Okay.
I have no idea why you're so hung up over this.
She's like, mezzalines get threats all the time. What?
I
What do you
checked the
mean?
schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today.
Okay.
So, if you insist,
I'm like, this is so weird.
I have no
like, why is she?
objections.
Like, I don't know why you're so hung up over mezzalines getting threatening messages. Yeah, I'd be a
Thank
little
you
hung
for
up too.
understanding.
Like, what do you mean by that? Okay.
then I shall return to my post for now.
Like,
Should
is there
anyone
like
visit while you are away,
discrimination? Like,
I
is
will
there
be
like
sure to make a record of
racism
it.
with the
sincerely hope that
mezzalines?
you
Like,
will
what's the
return soon.
problem? Oh no, I didn't really think about that. I mean, because you know, obviously Fontaine had bigger
Judging from
problems.
Sadine's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally. What's so special about
Which
this
I'm
case?
like, maybe the cataclysm just distracted everyone from being racist. In their hearts, this is what they always wanted to do. I don't like that. This quest only changes a little bit depending on whether you do it before or after finishing the Archon quest. I see.
Cannot tell
That's
you
good
just
to know.
yet, but it reminded me of certain past events.
Interesting.
There could
okay.
be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I must eliminate all risks in advance.
Here to explain?
Come on, stop being so
Sorry, guys.
secretive. We still have no idea what's going on.
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts.
Okay, is it gonna be like in the past the mezzalines got threatened? Like, I don't understand
Long story
what he
short,
could mean by
A
this.
little more than 400 years ago, I became the Udex
Good,
of Fontaine
good for
and
you, I
initiated a
think.
series of
I
institutional
hope.
reforms.
In a good way?
There were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were exceptionally
Oh,
trustworthy
okay.
and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and
Sure.
Vautrin, leader of the Special Security
Vautrin,
and Surveillance
okay.
Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from you.
It's kind of interesting that, like, these people are
Indeed.
long gone.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them.
Because obviously, like, they would die of natural causes anyway, but it's... And the other Archons have lived a long time, but it's always interesting when they bring up people, but it's not necessarily, like, the people from Conria who have immortality. You know what I'm saying, you guys?
The reforms damaged the interests of some.
Okay.
The more conservative faction
Uh-oh.
took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest.
Oh, no! That's not
Ultimately,
good. Okay.
They wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol taking her own
Oh,
life.
shit!
And
Wait a minute! I
Vautrin being
feel like...
exiled.
Have I heard about
From
this
then
before?
on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines.
I feel like there's something in my brain that makes me think that I've heard about this somehow, but I don't know how I would have heard about that. Oh, you know why? Oh, Arnold's Genshin quiz. Right, because during the quiz it was like, why did Carol kill herself? Racism, political, whatever. Yeah, right, Robin, right. Yeah, I was like, I feel like there's like a little like connective tissue in my brain, you know, between these things, but I don't know why. Okay, so I suppose we already knew that, but I don't think that that had like big spoilers. I'm just surprised that that's like connected to this. Did something happen in the past to make him the way he is now? I mean, I think a lot has happened in Neuvillette's past. I mean, what I'm interested in, I guess I should have talked about this before I started the quest. Very professional streamer, you guys. My thing that I'm wondering is, if they're going to explore the idea that, like, Neuvillette's the last of his kind and he's really lonely, you know? Can you tell now why it was a bad idea for you to be there? Yeah, but I had to be tech support, so, you know, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think that most of it will be that big of a deal, right? Usually I forget things anyway. Maybe just enough time hasn't passed for me to forget. Don't worry, Robin, I'll will myself to forget more. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, like, Neuvillette's the last of his kind, and I want them to explore how he feels about that,
All
you know?
Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society.
Like, are they gonna parallel the Mezzalines to the dragons, or is it gonna be like, the Mezzalines are kind of all I have compared to the dragons, because my people are gone? Like, I want something like that, you know? Like, I would like them
I
to
granted
dig
their
into
wishes
something
when
like
some
that.
of them, including Carol,
Okay.
asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and
okay.
whatever they do can be traced back to me.
Why would they think that? Why would they? Wait a second. Do people know that Neuvillette is 400 years old? Like, what do you mean that you share a special, like, does everyone know that he's a, That's, like, what do you mean? Like, what do they think that Neuvillette, here's my question now. What exactly do they think that Neuvillette is? Do you know what I mean? Because wait a minute, so he's been alive for 400 years, so much so that he has, like, folklore about him. They know he's old, but, like, people don't just be old, though, Robin. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they must think he's some thing, like,
Some of
you
them,
know, an
especially
entity,
those
I don't
who hold
know.
a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me.
Okay, so what's happening again?
I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a
You
whirlpool of
can
conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects
You
the
can,
innocent.
you know, have bad opinions of people who are racist. I
That
think
has already
Neuvillette, I
happened
think
once.
you're allowed to have
want
that,
to
but
make sure
I
it does not
understand
happen
maybe what you're
again.
trying to say. It's normal? I suppose
Even so,
that's true.
Why do you have to be the one investigating? There's the guards, the Maréchaussée Phantom, and the Special Security and
Well, you
Surveillance
never know
Patrol.
who's been bought off.
Aren't
I
they
love how
more
we're
than
doing
enough
this
to
and I've
figure
been
out
like
what's
so
going on?
GTA-brained. I'm gonna mention it again.
Based on prior experience,
Right,
there
I'm
is a high
watching like the
chance that
police
those who hold
POV and
hostility
then
towards
Bettel
me
and
do
he's
not belong to the
you
same
know, the
department.
lawyer, right? And so I'm just like, I'm investigation brained at this moment. Guys, I want to join so bad. Just let me in. They have no lawyers.
The
I want to
political
be a
system of
lawyer.
Fontaine is relatively complex
Anyway.
and involves the interests of
Maybe
multiple
someday.
different factions. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Okay, so this kind of reminds me of like what happened in Inazuma, right?
Outsider.
So like, do they know that too?
Chief Justice of Fontaine? Why would you be an outsider?
Okay, Paimon.
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities
Oh,
and
yes,
how
so
I
he is gonna
perceive
be like
myself.
lonely. Aw, guys, I
You
got
know very well
goosebumps.
about my true identity.
Yeah,
and I've
okay,
even met
so
others of my kind in other
curiosity,
nations.
chat. I'm sure Robin will have the answer to this. So, if you didn't do... Well, hold on a second. How much of Fontaine did you need to do to unlock this story quest? Like, is it possible to have done this story quest and not know for sure? Because what would he have said here? Like, would he have said, hey, you may not know this, but I'm actually the Hydro Dragon? Like, would he have just told you? Or is it always like it doesn't matter because you would have known anyway? Okay, so after Act 4, we already knew, okay. So it depends, what would change is if you finished Act 5 then, is what you guys meant? Damn. But that's kind of hilarious though in terms of a timeline thing, because if you did Act 4, the player can't play this until they know. Oh, okay, cool. But like, to not finish Act 5, that's kind of a hilarious fucking thing. You know what I mean? Because it's like, oh, the flood is imminent, but let's go help Neuvillette with his investigation. Like, it definitely makes more sense to play this after everything has happened, because I can't imagine... You know what I mean? Like, I just can't imagine being like, okay, like, you know, the whole city's about to flood, but also... This quest came out before Act 5, but that's nuts! That's nuts for, like, the stakes of the situation, to me.
Even though I was born with a
right?
human form, there is a fundamental difference
Ooh,
between dragons
lore.
and humans.
Oh, guys, where's my stick? I don't have my stick. My stick's not here. Hold on. This is an emergency. I need it back. Sorry. My pointer stick's not here. I got it. You know what I think happened, guys? Okay? I had a lot of props in here for the Disney leading man video. I'll give you guys spoilers since it's like me and my 12 disciples in the chat. There aren't too many of you guys. It's not that big of a spoiler, but I did like a bit of like, if your leading man has Disney leading man syndromes, the symptoms may include like that sort of thing. And so I had a stethoscope and like a doctor's like hat, like a sterile hat like that you wear over your hair and all of that stuff. And I had, what else did I have? I had a needle, like a giant toy needle. And so I had a bunch of props in here for the leading man video. I think Arnold took them out of here and put them away. I think that he also took my pointer, because I also had a magic wand, and I had like another thing. There was just a lot going on. I don't want to edit that. I haven't even finished recording. I could only record half. It took me like 4 hours to get through half of the script, because I was doing bits, but I love a good bit, you know? I just can't stop myself. Okay. Yeah, so let's hear it, Neuvillette. Right. There's a whole story that takes place while you were canonically still in prison. That's kind of nuts. Unless it is in the prison.
Taking
like,
on the
that's
role
okay,
of Chief
but...
Justice does not make me a part of this community.
Oh, okay.
In fact, the status I
we're
was
just
granted
saying the
has
quiet
prevented
part
me
out
from
loud. Like,
forming
you know,
deeper
I
bonds
thought
with
that
others.
this was gonna be a bit more metaphorical. He's just telling us his drama.
I've lived in
I mean, that's
Fontaine
fine.
for a long
Okay.
time, but I do not belong here.
Oh.
That is why I call myself an outsider.
Didn't
A
know
fish out
if
of
you
water.
will be, didn't know if you will be streaming. Oh yes, I'm back. Arnold has given me back my custody of my computer, so I will be back.
Yeah, we have
Yeah, I was in the prison. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
Anyway.
What do
So
they
how about
do?
we come with you on your investigation?
What do they do, like, afterward, like, to justify that you're going back
Let's
there
team
if you
up
didn't
and
do
round
it
up all the
at
bad
that
guys
time?
lurking in the dark.
Yeah, lurking in the dark.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around,
I guess
I'm sure
we're a
it will go a lot
like, I
smoother.
guess we're a professional now. Like that's kind of crazy. But
My
okay.
mind's starting to get a little embarrassed. Just leave it to us.
This is hilarious to me that it's like, oh yeah, I guess we've solved quite a bit of crime.
Let
right?
us go. We should visit Kiara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
Guys, my hair is not even. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. This side of my head is not the same length as this side. It's driving me fucking nuts, but I don't think I can fix it. Like I said, my hair's falling out. I need a haircut,
So
but it's kind of
Neuvillette
bothering
feels
me.
like he doesn't truly belong
I
here
tried
in
to put bobby
Fontaine,
pins
but
in it to lift
is
it
that
up,
really
but...
true?
Well, probably, because all his people are gone, which is really fucked up, and I don't know if we're ever going to talk about
feels like
that.
He has a kind of skewed
I mean, that's
perspective
true
on a lot
too,
of
though,
things.
right?
Anyway, let's
Like,
catch up with him
how
first.
much of the isolation is self-inflicted, and then how much of it is just based off of his position, right? Like, I feel like that, it's probably a little bit half and half, you know? He's isolating himself, I think.
Thinking. You called yourself a fish
But
out
that's
of
the other
water,
thing.
right?
Oh, he's here?
But
Where is
since
he?
you're the Hydro Dragon. What a dragon out of
Okay,
water
we're just
suits you
talking to
better.
ourselves.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Where is
I will
he?
consider using the more accurate term in private
Am
occasions.
I blind? He's just
Please allow
talking.
me
The
to
voices
rephrase.
in my head are
As a
talking to
dragon
me.
out of water.
Okay. I like how he does not get,
sounds kinda
like,
weird.
any
Let's stick
jokes
with
at
the
all. I'm
previous
like, that's so
version
Calxiyn coded. Yeah, he's not here. He's just not here. Hi, Fireman. How's it going? What was I saying? Oh, right. Like, well, here's the other fucked up thing. And this is kind of like the free run situation, right? Check his desk. I don't know if something's there or not. Okay, I'll take a little looky poo. But... you know, he's gonna outlive all these people. So it's kind of hard to be like, you should make... Oh, no, we can just sit down. Okay. it's kind of hard to you know, say, oh, Neuvillette, you should go out there and make some friends or whatever, right, with these people that are gonna die. And so it's kind of just difficult, right? And like, yeah, everyone's gonna die someday, but it is kind of a tough pill to swallow, I think, when you're a being that's gonna live forever and then all you have is human. Like, there's not even another Archon, right? Like, Farina is, you know, like, not even like, Farina's gonna die. Like, she's not immortal anymore, so it's not good. It's not good, man. Like, it's not good. He doesn't really have anybody to talk to. Apparently he has beef with Zhongli, who is probably the only person that would be able to understand him. Guys, here's the other thing that I've been thinking about lately, and also just suddenly right now at the same time, is with characters that, like, I love a character where both of them have like a core, you know, super objective or a core need that only, like, one other person can fulfill, you know what I mean? And so we talk about that with, like, Neo and Fox and, you know, all of that stuff, all of my rare pair shipping. But also, you know, I've mentioned it a couple times in the Disney videos as a concept, like, Beast and Belle both need someone who understands them, right? Kind of the same with Ariel and Eric, right? They want Eric to settle down and be the prince. They want Ariel to settle down and be, you know, mermaid princess and all of that stuff. But ultimately, they both want something different out of life. And they're the only person that kind of respects what the other person wants. Do you know what I mean? Right? Eric's the only one that's not really bothered by Ariel's, curiosity about the human world, but just stuff in general. Like, there's a scene where I think she has like a pair of boots, a loaf of bread, like just the randomest stuff in her hands, and he's just like, fuck yeah, right? So I've talked about that in, you know, Calxiyn Cares Too Much videos before. But, so I kind of think about that a lot just because it's a concept that interests me a lot for character writing, and that pyramid where the super objective's at the top, and then everything the character does is kind of in pursuit of finding that main objective or, like, preventing a nightmare objective. And I say all this just because I feel like what they're going to do is that Farina and Neuvillette will ultimately understand each other because they both don't know how to be human, right? And they're gonna go do something like that. But I said all this because it's a shame that he has beef with Zhongli for some reason, because I feel like the only other person that would kind of understand what Neuvillette's going through is Zhongli. But Zhongli, I don't know why they have beef with each other. I don't know where the beef is. I has returned from going to the mall, so this is perfect to listen to while I play Animal Crossing. I just got back into Animal Crossing, actually. But then I kind of abandoned it. I have to get back in again. My island's still in, like, that state where even Isabelle's not there yet, which is kind of interesting because I realized that they must have a version of Tom Nook announcing everything, right? Because if you started to play during Halloween, for example, he still needs to account for that, even if you're, like, you can be a new player at any time of the year. So I was thinking about that, and I tried to look it up, like, all Tom Nook announcements, but I couldn't find anything about that. I think that'd be an interesting project for someone to do, but obviously that's kind of a time sink, but I'm sure you could just pull it out of the game's data or something. I don't know, though, if it's kind of, what's it called when the cutscenes aren't pre-rendered, you know? Like, a Genshin does that, Kingdom Hearts does that, where, like, you can, like, interfere in the cutscenes. That, I guess, would be the only problem if the cutscenes are, there's not a pre-rendered Tom Nook cutscene. It's not like, I have old CD-ROM games where everything is just an MP4 file. Like, every character reaction is just, like, especially, so I think Beauty and the Beast Magical Ballroom is like this. It has this mini game where you have to put these books next to each other. It's kind of like a puzzle thing of, like, oh, this book needs to be next to this book that has this type of cover, but then this type of thing on the sleeve. And so it's a puzzle of figuring out what goes, you know, beside what within those criteria. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, every single reaction of, like, putting the book in successfully or not, and, like, them going, how about this one, or whatever, or, no, that doesn't seem like that's the place for that to go. It's all MP4 files. Like, the entire game is just a video in a trench coat, like those really old YouTube videos where you would click on the annotations and then it would take you to a timestamp, like a choose your own adventure. It's just all MP4, it's just a video, like it's a big video, it's hardly a game. Anyway, Kiara is being threatened, so let's lock in and let's fucking focus. Because I was like, I only want to stream for 4 until 6 o'clock
The weather's
today.
amazing today.
For 4 hours is what I was hoping. Are those ladies gossiping about her? Like, what is going on? I don't know. Maybe these people should have died in the flood. Sorry. I don't know, man.
Monsieur
Like,
Neuvillette!
oh,
And you are?
dear. I'm already sick of this place.
Oh, I remember. You're the Traveler and Paimon.
Like, I'm ready to
heard about
fight
you.
these people.
Aw,
Okay.
She's adorable. Hey there, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sadine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter. Oh, right. I
love
remember now.
Neuvillette. Story Quest is my favorite. Oh, I'm glad. I was really excited to do
The
this.
letter fell
fight,
through the
even though I
crack in
wasn't
my
feeling
door as
too
I
well.
was heading out this morning.
I got
it said
my
something
ass
about
up.
catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek.
Ah!
But
Fontaine
Sadine told me
motif!
it was a
It's
threatening
happening!
letter, and that I could be in danger.
Oh!
But
She didn't
that's
even
not gonna
realize?
happen with everyone
Hold
looking
on.
at.
They're like socially inept, right? A little bit. I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek. Oh no. How is Calxiyn? I've been going through it, Fireman, but you know what? It's gonna be okay. We have 198 days left before I leave for my new job. We're gonna make it. I hope. Okay. So yeah, she didn't even realize that
Have
she
you
was in
run into
danger
any
at first.
suspicious-looking
Did I
people
say I'm sick of
recently?
Fontaine? No, I'm sick of these people. I'm sick of these, like, racist, like, rude people. Like, the high society Fontainians being trash is what I'm saying.
Suspicious-looking people? What counts as suspicious?
Someone who follows you from behind, someone who always strikes up a conversation. That kind of sounds like child, but anyway. Tartaglia.
Ah!
Which is something else I feel like, you know, it's kind of weird that I like Tartaglia's character so much, but I haven't done his story
Did
quest.
you think of something? Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like that.
Motif, let's go.
Do you still have the letter with you? I want you to show me what it says.
Oh, let's see. Found it.
I wonder if you can actually translate that. I know that people did that with Varka's, a note
Now
that was
then.
given to Varka in his trailer.
Get lost.
Oh my
If you
God!
don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and
What
catch
the
you in
fuck?
person.
What do you mean
Don't
catch
say
her?
I didn't
Like she's a
warn you.
fucking Pokemon. What the fuck?
A simple threat.
Hello?
Neither the
Who's
handwriting
taking
nor the
pictures of
content
us? Is
itself
it?
reveals
No,
anything
I think
about
that's
the
a red
writer's
herring. It's gonna be
intentions.
Charlotte is investigating, maybe.
We can't rule out that possibility.
What is going on? Genshin NPCs are so whack sometimes. Yeah, I mean,
Since you can't think of anyone suspicious,
I'm
I will be
saying.
heading back to the Palais Marmonia to review some official documents.
Okay.
Kiara, you should come with us. It's safer if you stay close
Isn't
by.
she a guard though? Like, doesn't she have a gun?
Sure.
Like, give Kiara the bayonet and she'll be fine.
I
Like, do
still
they
have
not
a case
fight?
to work on. I promised Alof that I'd check on her place
Warning
later.
lever? That's not good. What? Warning lever?
But you are being watched right now. Going off on your own could be dangerous.
And that's where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara and make sure she's safe.
Okay. Yeah, like, is she not a cat? What do the guards even have? Like, do they have handcuffs? Do they have weapons? They kind of, like, if somebody was actually doing, okay, if there was a bank robbery and the suspects were getting away, like, what could they do? Like, what would they do? Is this just sort of a, what do you call it? Like a tourist sort of thing? Like it's a ceremonial or whatever, like a cultural thing? Like they don't actually have any power, it's just kind of a leftover from when they did? Because I'm like, wait a second, you guys are guards, but do you got batons? They do punch, I guess, but like, I don't know. I don't think punching's enough in a world like Teyvat. I don't think that's gonna cut it, Robin.
Forget about it.
Oh, okay, Paimon,
Thank you,
thanks.
Traveler. Big sis Paimon.
Big sis Paimon.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't worry, your big sis Paimon is
Oh, look
super
at Paimon. That's cute.
All right. Let us go our separate ways for now.
Okay, maybe those
Please take
old
care of
ladies
Kiara.
weren't talking about her. Maybe they're
We'll take her
talking
to a
about
lost
something
place
else.
Right away. So, Kiara, how old are you?
Oh, I wanted to see what's going on over here. Oh, okay. I can't do that. All right. Anyway, I think this is like an escort mission.
Let me think. 1, 2,
Whee!
10. I can't remember.
Whee!
But I remember coming to the Court of Fontaine with Carol and
Whoa,
Neuvillette.
with all of
That must have
them?
been a long
Huh?
time ago.
What? Are all of the Mezzanine
Yeah.
that are here now?
Neuvillette
Like,
mentioned
huh?
it just
Hold on a second.
That was more than 400 years ago.
Yeah, like, did they all
we've been
arrive at the
sisters
same
too.
time?
My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel
Oh,
about
that's
them.
nice.
Paimon feels a lot more grown
I
up
can't
than
help
me,
but wonder
so
if this is like
you're a
some,
big sis.
I don't know, weird Finding Nemo type situation. Like where they all came out of eggs or
hey,
something,
Trevor,
like, you
did you
know?
hear
And so Neuvillette just brought all like 400 eggs up to the surface and they all hatched. Like, I don't know, man. All the Mezzalines are that old, but I'm saying, like, do new Mezzalines still come in, Robin? Or is it just like all of the
Strange.
Mezzalines that are here are
Paimon
the
felt
only
like someone was following
Mezzalines
us.
that are, you know?
Olaf!
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two...
Okay, that sounded weird.
They're the Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
I thought so. What brings you here?
We're protecting
Did you run into any
Kiara.
trouble?
It's not really trouble anymore with us
Yeah, I'm
around.
like, do they make new Mezzaline? Do new Mezzaline come to the big city? I guess not.
May I begin inspecting the store as planned?
Oh, why? What happened?
Of course. Go ahead.
No hazards detected. You've cleared the
Okay.
inspection. Seems like the criminal from that case last month
Oh.
never set foot in here at all.
Okay, so there was a criminal?
That was quick. What were you inspecting? I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melusines have
There's a
special
great world
eyes that
quest
can see
about
things
this.
people
Yeah,
can't.
I'll probably have to play it in between the streams.
Things like bloodstains.
Oh,
No matter how hard
that's
you try to clean them
weird.
up, we
Okay.
Melusines can see the residual stains
Like,
for some time.
Sure, why
Pretty cool,
not?
huh?
I guess.
All
Why?
right, all right.
What
Now that you're
evolutionary
done
purpose
inspecting,
would this
can
have?
we have a chat?
Oh, okay.
Hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for children next month and wanted to hire
That
you
seems
as my
kind
model.
of disrespectful.
Is that okay with you?
She's not a child. She's just a short person.
Of course.
Oh,
Is there
okay.
anything I need to do?
Please wait a moment while I take your measurements. The sample should be a perfect fit.
What's that up in the corner?
Seems like
What was
they get
that?
along really well.
Was that like people on my friends list that are playing or something?
Huh? What are you looking at?
I don't know. There's somebody
Is there
over
really
there.
someone watching
Maybe.
Shh. Let's sneak over and take a look.
Sneak over. Let's just go beat their ass. What do you mean? We don't need to sneak. Just go get them. Oh, it's Charlotte. Okay, well, that's what I thought. But Charlotte's probably not
Strange.
stalking people.
Why isn't
Charlotte's
she
probably
back
trying to
yet?
find out, like, the real stalker.
Gotcha.
Stalker. Oh my god, stalker. Ha, the birds are
Charlotte,
flying
what
away.
are you doing here? Oh, wait, don't tell Paimon you're the one who sent Kiara that threatening letter.
No! Oh,
But you
guys.
seem like the
Oh,
type to-
jeez.
Threat letter? What threat letter?
What are you doing here? Maybe it's the boss of this establishment?
This is starting
I don't
to feel
know.
like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned.
Neuvillettes not here
I
anymore,
wanted to follow
though.
Monsieur Neuvillette and request an interview with him.
Oh man.
You want to
Poor
interview
Charlotte.
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know. Interviewing him is
Is that
every
her
journalist's
vision
dream.
on her neck?
But it's not an easy task to accomplish.
Oh,
the
no, it's a camera
Palais
lens.
rarely accepts appointment
Okay.
requests from us, and we
That's so
never have the
weird.
chance to
I
interrupt
love
when the court's
Genshin
in session.
Sometimes their designs are so funny.
Imagine how surprised I was seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. The perfect opportunity to whip up an exclusive, don't you think?
Yeah, except for the fact that he's gone and now you're just following us.
Of course, I'll make sure
So-
to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
It's better if we kept this
Yeah,
secret.
we're doing a secret investigation that can't be made public knowledge.
I see. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll put this matter aside for now. Oh, what a shame. Chances like this don't come
Charlotte.
by very often,
I
you
don't
know.
think, like, you didn't get to interview him or anything. Like, just Neuvillette was out on the street today is not really, like, I understand what she's saying, but, like, you know, like, she wants to interview him. And so, like, this has nothing to, it's better if we kept this a secret. What, that you saw him out there on the street? Like,
In
anyway,
exchange,
you know what I
could
mean,
you
you
tell me what
guys?
the threat letter is about? I swear I
Like,
won't tell.
keep the fact that you saw him running around outside a secret. Like, I don't think that has any significance for the story. I think that she'd get an actual story from him later if she could have
Alright
caught up
then.
to him. Yeah, maybe Charlotte knows something. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be her.
What?
And that was just like a
Someone's
red herring.
targeting a cute little Melazine.
Shh, not so loud.
It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara.
Oh, okay.
Last month, in fact. It was well received by our readers, so I was planning to continue the series.
Maybe then she
Now
has like a
someone's coming
super
after
fan.
her.
Like, what if it's a stalker, right? Like someone's secretly in love with her? Because what did they say? They said, get out of the fandom thing or I'm gonna catch you. They didn't say kill you, right? It could have been like, you know, some sort of creepy, oh, I'm just so infatuated with you, you have to leave or I won't be able to anyway,
I'll
you
ask
know.
my colleagues about it. Who knows? We
That
might
it
find
could be something like
But don't
that.
worry.
I don't love
I
that.
know what I'm
like,
doing.
But you know.
The secret's safe with me.
Ugh.
But I gotta warn you, even if I keep
That's
my
my
lips
first
sealed,
thought. Like,
others
catch
will
is
know
a
eventually.
weird word. If it was a threat, they would have said, I'm gonna kill you, right?
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Neuvillette's each and every move.
Why?
Some may have already realized
So
that something was
funny.
up. Besides, the case involves Melazines, so...
I mean, I get it. Like, Neuvillette's a very, you know, popular person, right? But it's just kind of fun. Like, it's just kind of funny that, like, Neuvillette has in-game fangirls
Anyway,
is kind of what
I'll
it
get going
sounds
now.
like.
Watch yourselves, all right?
But you know, I do kind of like that though, because this is something that I always complain about in regards to Ruby. Like this idea that huntsmen and huntresses
that
are
was a
supposed
nice
to be
chat.
famous, and then you get to
What
these
did
other
that check on
kingdoms
Kiara?
and nobody really gives a fuck. Like Pyrrha was a famous like celebrity. She was on cereal boxes. But with, you know, Weiss and stuff, it's not, you don't ever see someone be like, oh, Weiss, can I get your autograph? You know, anything like that. Oh, Cloren? Is that who that is?
What
I
do you
don't
think?
remember.
The
I think
design
it
looks
is.
pretty good, huh?
Well, we don't see anything, and she didn't
think it's
change her
great.
clothes. So I don't have
It's
anything
very
to think.
pretty indeed.
I wish Genshin didn't do this. It's kind of annoying.
What are you doing here?
Like what's going
You
on?
just showed up out of nowhere.
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia, I heard that Neuvillette was investigating
Yeah, like
a case
Blake
with you.
and the Belladonnas. I actually did that in my fanfic. Like I was like, I think Neo was like, oh, you didn't realize, like, oh, it's Blake Belladonna, like the Belladonnas or something. Like Blake, yeah, Neo has something about that where she's like, yeah, it's kind of surprising nobody ever talks about that. Neuvillette is hot. Why wouldn't he have fans? I mean, I don't know. All I can think of is, like, this would be the same as, like, people thirsting after Judge Judy, but, like, maybe there's a
Technically
market
speaking,
for that,
he
I
and
don't
are
know.
under an employer-employee
That's none of my
relationship.
business. That sounds like a
It
Hunter
didn't feel
question.
right
That's
to have
something
my
that Hunter
employer
would know
personally
about,
take
you
on
know?
such trivial cases. I happen to have some time at the moment
Yeah,
and
it is
came to take a look.
Chloren?
I sometimes have my clothes
I
custom
don't know
made
if
at
you
this
say that
boutique
D.
in
I don't
any
think you
case,
do.
so we always have a lot to talk about.
Ah, Neuvillette sure is lucky to have someone like you.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with Neuvillette.
Okay, sure. I mean,
Okay,
I don't
then
feel like
we'll leave
anything
Kiara in your hands.
happened. Like, I feel like nothing
Come on,
happened
let's
here.
go find
But
Neuvillette.
okay, sure, let's go. Oh, dear. Yeah, that, you know, guys, I know they get better, okay? Please don't tell me about how they get better in response to my criticism right now. But that's something that's really annoying about these story quests. Like, they're like, what do you think of this outfit? Nothing is there, you know? During, what was it? Not Vache, oh fuck. What One with the guy and his kid in Dainsleaf, and that he was, you know, hallucinating or whatever, and he was yelling about his son, but there was, like, he was, like, going in, like, normal NPC, like, sort of, like, stiff motion, and he was having, like, the most emotional moment of his life. Like, it's just, it is a little bit annoying. Like, yeah, I can use my imagination, I guess, but, like, if you're gonna do this, at least give me a little something, you know, to look at. Yeah, did a whole lot of nothing. That's how I feel. Now I imagine Zhongli is trolling Neuvillette by sending him threatening messages. Oh dear. See, I was like, guys, why do they have beef with each other? Other than, like, the only thing I can think of is that they both smell each other, like that they're both dragons, but other than that, I don't really know.
Is everything all right?
Well, nothing happened. Like, there's nothing happening. I don't know what to tell you,
We ran
sir.
into Claran. She offered to help us protect Kiara.
That is good to hear. I trust her abilities. It looks like Kiara is in good hands.
Talk.
We thought so too. Well, did you find any leads?
I've been looking over the case records, specifically inspection reports submitted by Kiara and major cases I've judged over the past decade.
Boo, automod. I will fix it.
I've come up with 2 plans.
Oh, I can't.
On one
Never
hand, I
mind.
could start with Kiara and track
Zhongli
down
sends
the
him a
group
boomer
behind all
selfie
this
after
step by
I
step.
live, bitch. I'm sure
On
someone's
the other,
drawn that.
I could also analyze the conflicting interests of these major cases and confirm my suspicions if there is indeed a mysterious group that bears a grudge against me.
They both sound like pretty solid plans, but can you really finish browsing through all these documents? That's a lot of reading, even for Paimon.
Even for Paimon?
Don't worry. I'm a fast reader when it comes to official
Paimon
documents.
does read. She's
After
been
all,
seen
I have
reading
several
detective
hundred
books
years of
and
reviewing
such.
under my belt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hope you read through them. We have nothing else to do.
We really don't.
Thank you. I will continue looking through the ones piled up on the desk, but feel free to browse through anything else in this room.
Ooh, nice! Alright, let's fucking go, gamers! I was just about to say, please, mate, I hope that this is interesting. Hello? Oh. I guess that wasn't literal, because there's nothing, I'm trying to look and there's nothing up here. Okay, that's too bad. Aw, man, I thought he really meant anything. Like, I really thought that when he said anything, he meant anything, but okay. But this is still interesting. So I guess let's go left to right about the bribery case. Bribery scandal within the guards. Okay, investigating, arrested, confessed. Okay, that's not that great. Still important, I guess. Defeated in a duel. Okay, we knew that. Defense. Defendant did not raise any objections. Yeah, because he died during the duel, so I guess that's that about that. Rivesley! Ah! What? The defendant! Wait, what did Rivesley do? Huh? Wait, hello? What the heck? You did crime? Whoa! What? Oh man, I mean, it's not bad, but it kind of kills my theory that he was born inside the jail, so like, boo for that, but like, let's cheer for like, whatever the fuck. What do you mean? I guess he's a reformed criminal then. During the trial, he remained silent for a long time. What the fuck does that mean? Okay. Maybe he was just like a little boy, like he was just a little kid. Go do his story quest? Don't worry, guys. We'll get there someday. Eventually, I hope. Okay, the Phantom. Mezzalines smell blood or something. Oh no, mezzalines can enhance the popularity. Okay, that's fine. Ah, okay, so they're just like, they've been silent on the matter. About the smuggling case. Okay. Please refer to the appendix. Oh, okay. Oh my god, what did I just say?
Have you made any progress?
Anyway. I would assume it's not anything about smell, more formalized charges of treason? Are you talking about... Are you talking about, fuck. Are you talking about Zhong Li and Neuvillette? What do you mean, formalized charges of treason?
We skipped through some of them, but there wasn't
There's
anything
literally
useful.
nothing. There's nothing.
Oh, there's so
Guys.
many documents lying
I hate when the stream is like this. I never know what to talk to you
I
guys
would love
about.
to
I
answer
feel
that
so
question,
bored.
but the truth
I'm
is
like,
I've
what's going
never
on?
made a
There's
precise
nothing
calculation
happening.
myself.
Ah,
If memory
he's
serves
a
me
judge,
right,
not a
there
werewolf.
should be at least
Well,
100,000
in Kingdom Hearts they
cases.
smell people. I don't know.
The documents you see are just a small fraction of what's
That's
really there.
how many? Can someone do the math? Okay. Oh man, I wish I had the light, or sorry, yeah, the light from Death Note or the L from Death Note audio. I wish I had it right now. If someone's been alive for 400 years, and, well, I guess it could be cases before he was justice, but let's just pretend. If someone's been alive for 400 years, and they've had it, like, a case every single day, or multiple cases, forget about that. Just do the 100,000 cases divided by how many days you would be alive if you lived for 400 years. That's what I want to know. Like, how many cases a day?
Whoa, that's a lot.
I mean, I'm assuming they had
Looks like
justice
the work of the
before.
Chief
Maybe.
Justice
I don't
isn't
know.
easy
Maybe
at
they
all.
didn't, though. Maybe they let everybody figure out their own shit. I don't know.
That
Maybe
might
they
be
did,
how it
like,
seems
just
from
let
another
everyone do
perspective,
whatever.
but trials and official duties are, to me, simply routine. There are many documents here. Take a break if you are tired.
I want the good shit, Neuvillette.
You read Paimon's mind.
All right, I want the stuff that you're
All
not
right.
showing. I want
Let
the
us take a break
Fatui.
then.
I want to know. I want the Fatui lore, or something. Like, I want to know what Arlecchino's been doing. I don't know what's. Why is he clearing his throat? He wants us to leave? If we're taking a break?
Even though resting is a part of taking a break, shouldn't we at least talk about something?
No.
All the silence is making Paimon feel really awkward.
Just close your eyes.
Please
Take a little
pardon my
nap.
lack of consideration. People rarely come to the
Poor
Palais
Neuvillette. He's
Mimonia
like,
for
I don't
matters
know how
outside
to
of
talk
work.
to people.
To be quite honest, I am not sure what we should do.
I don't know, grab a snack or
Would
something.
you like to have some drinks, perhaps? You
Like,
must
who
be
said
thirsty
some
after all that
drinks?
work.
Like, we wouldn't really talk that way. That's like a nice little nuance of the line, you know? Like, if I was hosting, I'd be like, would you like something to drink, or would you like to have drinks, right? Like, would you have to like, oh my god, would you like to have drinks, like, with me? But he's saying, would you like to have some drinks? Like, that's just such a funny way to say it.
Ew.
You'll have to go get them yourself, though, I don't think. Oh, okay, no, he's going.
Paimon wonders what Neuvillette likes to drink. Oh, maybe he's a fan
Are we
of
just
really
getting
fancy wine.
shit-faced? What, Paimon?
He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery. You know, like D-Luke.
But yeah, guys, I want the math. I want the math on the cases.
What's
I guess
these glasses?
I guess I
It
could
looks
have a
just like
calculator.
water.
Do I have a calculator on my computer? I will find out. Oh, okay, chat was working on it. 1 case a day. Okay, 1.44 cases a day. That's actually not bad. That's kind of nothing, though. That's kind of like nothing. That's like you did one thing every day. Everyone has a calculator on their phone. Yeah, I know, but I'm on the computer and my phone's somewhere else. I was trying to look and make sure that I had my calculator on my PC. Was still around. I uninstall a lot of stuff. I don't know if that's something that you can uninstall, but I'm like, I don't have any space. My videos are like 500 gigabytes. Google? Guys,
An
I
astute
have all of my
observation.
windows up.
It is
I
indeed
can't
water.
just be Googling. Oh, okay, so he's the Hydro Dragon. You know, maybe he can
So
turn
it's
water
just
into wine. I don't
Plain
know.
old water?
Listen, I drink water too. That's pretty much all I drink.
What did you think it was?
This is hilarious, though, by the way. This is so funny.
Since you're the Chief Justice and all, Paimon thought you'd prefer something more sophisticated.
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an
okay.
overstatement to call it
Like,
sophisticated.
is it like from a special spring or something, maybe? Maybe it's
I
vodka
believe
and
you've
he's
already
lying?
tried Fanta.
Oh,
In fact, there
okay.
are many other drink factories in Fontaine,
Cal doesn't need to
including
run a
those that
calculation.
specialize in
Yeah, that's what
packaging
you guys
pure
are
drinking
for.
water.
Big brain,
Said
right?
water is sourced from all across Teyvat, including Mondstadt's
Oh, that's
Cider
fun.
Lake, Liyue's Chintsa Village, and Inazuma's Konda Village.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Never mind.
Here is one of their latest products, water from Sumeru's Apam Woods.
They're just all water, aren't they? No. Traveler, please. Please. I thought they were saying that it was all like a water source that flows into each other and connects with all the nation. Like, I thought that that's what they were saying at first. Anyway, but that's not what they were saying. They were saying that this company goes and bottles water from a bunch of the fresh water sources, I'm assuming. Okay, here's my thing. Okay, water does taste different. I remember in theater school, right, my teachers used to talk about this all the time, that like some water is more oily than other water, and so it's good to like sing with some water as opposed to other water can be drying, which I know kind of sounds crazy, but like it's true. Like this is a fact. Bottled I think they said they like Dasani. The Dasani water is a bit more oily than like a water at home. They're all just what?
If I
No,
were
they're
to comment
different.
on a mouthfeel,
Oh my
the waters
god,
of Cider
he's
Lake
crazy,
warm the
but
heart.
it's true.
The waters of
That's
Chintsa
kind
Village
of
have a
hilarious.
poignant
I'm like, can
touch.
anyone
While
else
one might
tell,
call the
or is it
waters
just
of
him
Konda
because he's
Village
the Hydro Dragon?
placid.
Like, I feel like he can taste the memory. You know how in Frozen they're like, oh, water has memory? That's what I think this is. He can like taste the memories of the people that lived around.
Distinct differences exist between the waters of each area. You will appreciate their intricacies once you taste them carefully.
Really? The
Oil is a weird way to put it. Yeah, I don't know. Moisturizing? I don't know.
What do you think?
Nothing, probably. I think probably to them it just tastes like water.
Nope.
I can't tell the
Couldn't
difference.
taste any difference at all.
You know, in
Isn't
real
this
life.
just normal
I don't
water?
know if you'd be able to taste this, taste the difference in Genshin.
How regrettable. It seems like you still have a long way to go in refining your tastes.
Guys, they're killing me.
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste.
Hi, David. Thank you for resubbing.
People can't tell the difference.
Oh my god, 20 months. That's a long time. That's like... Oh god. That's almost 3 years is what I'm trying to say.
Because you're the Hydro Dragon?
That could be the case. Tap water usually
are
has
allowed to bring that
fluoride
up,
in it
right?
because
Since
everyone's
no one
teeth
else
used
is
to
around?
rot out of their heads. Just like how they now add iodine to salt. Yes, probably. I mean, I trust you guys. I'm sure that's true. 1 year and 8 months. Oh, okay. I can't do math. Sorry. Almost 2 years is what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
Thank you,
I've asked
David.
this for ages.
Yeah, nice to
You're
see you.
the
I know.
Hydro Dragon.
I mentioned this
Why would you
earlier.
become Chief Justice
Okay,
in
hold
human
on.
society?
We gotta let them cook. This is actually getting interesting now. We gotta let them cook. I was gonna say, I said this earlier, I know today's not like the best day to be streaming because everybody's doing the Varka stuff, but I'm happy to see, you guys in here. When you're in here. My brain is so broken. Guys, this is like the consequence of not talking to like real people for like a whole week. It's been bad. It's been really bad. Now that Arnold's gone, I don't know how to talk anymore. Yeah, I know like the Varka stuff is coming out and like, yeah, like, you know, it's always hard because people are like, oh, well, we want to see people do the new content, not like fucking Neuvillette Story Quest. But Helldivers, somebody, oh gosh, who was talking about that recently? Is it kind of like an Overwatch sort of thing? Like, someone else I was watching on Twitch was saying that they like that game, but I don't know anything about it. Okay, let's lock the fuck in. Let's go. He had no choice. I mean, Egeria asked him to.
You don't have to
So
answer.
there's that, but like, where was he? Was he just like in the woods or something? You know?
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing my
Yeah,
thoughts.
I mean, let him think. Because Egeria, I think, not Egeria, sorry, Focalor asked him. I always get the two fucking confused. So Focalor asked him, but like, was he just, what? Like, he was just a hermit? He was just like living in the middle of nowhere? You know, is this like an Ozpin sort of situation?
I accepted this position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
Me too, bestie.
Questions? Are there really things you can't figure out?
Well,
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns my own existence.
yes, let's go! Lore!
In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life
Well,
should
we
take
know
me.
because we read Before Sun and Moon.
For a long time, my memory was rather incomplete. With regard to the primordial sea, for example, I used to only be able to vaguely recall its connection to me. But I
You
was
know,
unaware
swimming
of
and
what
stuff.
that
What would you
connection
do
was
if you were a
exactly.
dragon? I don't know, hoarding the wealth? I
Perhaps
don't know,
the
guys.
elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all
Yeah,
of
wait
Tibet.
a minute. Why don't you just
Abruptly
go?
visiting could very well
Pep
pose
would
an
love to see
unpredictable
you, I
risk.
think. Is a Pep still alive? I can't remember the ending of the Sumeru.
True. Some of them have very unique
Yeah, but you
personalities,
can just,
too.
I'm sure they'd love to see you. Like, that's kind of sad that for 400 years he's been like, well, I don't want to go bother them. I'm like, what?
I have been
Sir,
holding on to these
please,
unanswered questions for a long time.
just go.
But there is
It's gonna
one
be
thing
okay.
I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean. My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself. By observing their behavior, perhaps I could one day understand the meaning of my existence.
Pep is alive, but she would hate that he was born human. That's true. She'd be pissed. He'd be cooked. That's a very good point. I totally forgot about that. Who else is a dragon? That's the only one I remember. Obviously, Dvalin's a dragon, but he's not like one of those dragons. He's just, I guess, he's just some other... I bet Venti would know. Venti knows everything. He just pretends not to, but he wouldn't be able to say anything,
Have
you know?
you made any progress then?
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. As an outsider, chances to engage in meaningful interactions with others are few and far between.
Neuvillette, I feel like, again, some of this is a little self-inflicted,
That's why I'm quite thankful
sir.
for this chat.
Like,
Such
you know,
opportunities are rare.
I get it. I definitely relate.
Alas,
like,
time
I
is limited.
understand, but
We should move on with our investigation.
you gotta go to the club or something,
Are we
you know?
gonna continue
You have
reading these
Farina.
documents?
It's kind of sucks that
I'm
Farina is
busy
not involved
already.
in this, and like they're not
I
talking
wasn't
about
able to
his
find any
relationship
leads
with
even
Farina
after
at all.
browsing
Is
through
the
most of the
phone ringing?
documents. But while we were on the topic of water a moment ago,
Oh.
another idea came to me.
Water has memory. Let's see who's sending these threatening the ink. If we pull the ink from the page and then look at the ink, and we'll see who sent it and who
Water?
wrote it.
Do you mean...
Oh, the fountain?
That's right.
Oh, never mind.
The Fountain of Lucine is where all of Fontaine's waters converge.
Sure.
It is the vessel
Yeah,
of
I mean, that's
countless
true.
memories and
That's
emotions.
not what I was thinking about the threats.
If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, they should also hold an intense resentment towards me.
Oh, you're wearing Steamboat Willie? No, this is, Disney Cruise Captain Mickey. But yes, I always try to match my clothes to what
Perhaps
we're
we'll be
streaming,
able to find
so.
some new leads by sensing the Hydra
Oh,
element
okay, so
within
he
the
is
fountain.
gonna do the water has memory thing. I was kind of just joking, but sure.
think of that.
Let's go.
Come on, let's go take a look.
Perhaps we should go. There shouldn't be too many people near the
YouTube
Fountain of
chat,
Lucine
are you guys
during the
okay?
evening.
I'm just asking. So I'm gonna say this again, just in case anybody joined within the past hour or so. Actually, this might be a good time to take a break as well. YouTube had some issues the other day, and basically people had to like add other languages to the end of their messages to be seen. So if you guys are having problems, there's nothing really I can do about it. Just, you know, keep that in mind. But yeah, we're about an hour in. I know basically nothing has happened, unfortunately, but I'm just gonna run to the bathroom and also run an ad, just so Twitch chat doesn't get interrupted, but we'll continue shortly. It won't be too long, you know. I'm not gonna go get food yet, I don't think. I'm not that hungry. Okay, I'll be back. Maybe I'll get another little snack. We'll see. All right. All right, guys, I'm back. I also put a bobby pin in my hair in the hopes that I can get it out of my eyes. I don't know if you guys can see. I have like 4 in there. I have like 4 bobby pins. The load-bearing Calxiyn bobby pins, if you will. All right. Let us get back to it. But yeah, like, you know, the story quests are to learn more about the character, right? And ultimately, it's to, you know, that is what it is. Like, it's to get to know the character. It's to learn more about them. you'll want them in your party, you know, by the end. It's kind of like a bit of an advertising thing. But like, so far, I'm not necessarily, I don't know what I thought we were doing, but I'm not necessarily impressed so far. I know it's only been an hour, and in terms of actual quest time, because I talk too much, it's probably been more like a half an hour, like, you know, or 40 minutes, like I'm pretty sure. It did take Arnold, his VOD was 2 hours long, so. As far as I know. But I kinda, you know what I think it is? I think it's like, cause it's not following up on what happened with him and Farina, because it came out before it was done. I rewatched the Pokemon trailer again. I'm actually kind of excited.
Neuvillette.
I have to be, everybody's whispering about him in public. Is that what's happening? Okay, here's my other complaint. Where is he, bro? Like, I hate that it's like, oh, these people are commenting.
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
And like, we're not walking with him. He's not here. So, it just, guys, put a pin in the Pokemon thing, Robin. Remind me in a couple minutes. This is my problem with these story quests, guys. I'm gonna crash out a little bit. Maybe it's just because I've been in a bad mood this week. Again, please do not tell me it gets better later. I don't care if it gets better later. It doesn't change that it's happening right now. I'm like, it's just, and this is a little better than the world quest, right? Because at least these are voice acted, but I feel like I'm reading a visual novel, and that's fine. I do Twisted Wonderland, obviously, but like, at least Twisted Wonderland has like funny animations and stuff with the live 2D. Like, let me crash out a bit here. That I understand it's not that big of a deal, and also they don't know where the characters are gonna spawn in from, so like, how do you put Neuvillette here? But he could have just been by the waypoint, waiting for you, and then you could have walked with it, because it's like, oh, they're seeing him, but he's a figment of our imagination. He's not walking with us, he's not fucking here, which is weird, because in other story quests, they do that. So why, like, what happened? You know what I mean? In other story quests, I swear we have walked alongside characters before. I swear that A walked around with us in her story quest. Didn't that happen earlier? So like, my game's not bugged, right? This isn't a me problem, is it? Like, where the fuck is he? They're talking about him, but he's not even here. Like, why are they doing that? And like, the same thing with like, oh, what do you think of this outfit? And then us not seeing the outfit. Like, it may not seem like that big of a deal, but it's a little bit. It's a little bit of a big deal to me, because I feel like at that point, like, if you're not gonna use the 3D models, it's just like you could have a black screen and say you and Neuvillette walk down the street, you know? Like, there's nothing going on here. You're just asking me to imagine it in my imagination. I don't want to. You're
Looks
supposed
like
to do
we got
it. You're the
lucky today.
game.
There's hardly anyone around.
Okay, thank you.
What should we do next?
When in doubt, play
Traveler,
mobile
can you
players.
still hear the voices
Listen,
from the
okay?
fountain?
I'm not trying to be one of those people. All right, I get it. Not everyone can afford a computer or a console, right? But at the same time, sometimes if you want to play video games, you gotta do it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of, if that's the actual reason, I know you're probably just kidding, Robin, but like, if that's the reason, that's kind of ridiculous. Cut them off. It's time for them to go. I don't care. Or to do a forked development sort of thing. Like, you know, I think Minecraft does that or whatever. The mobile's different than the PC. But like, we can't keep catering to this. It's making the game worse. We cannot keep catering to the people that are playing on the iPhone that they got 7 years ago. It's not gonna happen, I'm sorry. They already stopped PS4 support, but you're telling me that they're still supporting, or yeah, it's PS4, right? They're stopping PS4 support, but why are they still supporting the iPhone? Why? And I know that mobile gaming is like really big in like China and Japan and all of that stuff, but it just, oh boy.
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back and
is
keep
he
a
just
safe
gonna
distance.
Yeet all the water out of the fountain.
Neuvillette, what exactly are you?
But yeah, I'll never forget when that guy was having this big emotional moment about his son, and like the fact that his son was a hilly troll and he was like moving like this. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I don't want to. It makes me sad. And I don't want them to do it because it makes me sad. I literally don't know. Again, this is the Frozen 2 water has memory kind of situation. They put us in the past. It is very visual novel-y. It's a very hybridized kind of game. What you are seeing is the technical cost of making an open world. Same thing as Ruby. Yeah, I guess so. I guess. But okay, first of all, we're not, like, you wouldn't really see the past in monochrome, but, like, it's okay. The thing is, here's my thing, Vetigree. I get that, and I totally get that. I do understand. Here's my thing, though. That's why I'm very anti-3D. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm kind of against the concept. I'm kind of against the concept, which I know sounds kind of ridiculous to say, and like I'm rage baiting. I kind of am, though. I think that 3D animation has made animation as a whole, as a medium, worse. That isn't to suggest that there aren't good things, like 3D animated things or stories or whatever, but just the medium, I think, has, how do I explain this? People are so focused now on, we want this to like look like real water. We want you to see the pores on people's skin. And it's actively making not just gaming, but also Disney and things like that worse. Like the moment that, you know, companies like Pixar started doing 3D and it became like, well, now it's about whose thing looks the best. You know, like who's like, oh, well, you know, we have beautiful water in Moana. No, our water's better, our ice is better, our snow is better, our hair is better, like whatever, right? I think that's when everything started to fucking fall apart. Because now it's about like what looks the best and what's the most technically impressive, right? And I get it. I understand that some things do work better in 3D for a practical reason, right? Like Miraculous Ladybug, for example. Miraculous Ladybug had to go from 2D to 3D because the spots on her outfit, like, it was just too much, right? For Rapunzel, Glenn Keane talks about that they were able to have freckles on Rapunzel for the first time because she had a 3D model. But the 90-year-old animator, right, one of Disney's 9 old men, right, was like, okay, well, that's great, but, like, how does she move? How does she feel? Does she have life in her eyes, you know? Like, it's all well and good of, like, oh, we can have, you know, characters with super curly hair now, which obviously is something I care about, right, you know? And that sort of stuff. Like, oh, we can have characters with freckles and all of those things, but I just feel like it has... Like, I just feel like it has a net worse. It's net worse, if that makes sense. You know? Yeah, and I think that agrees right? Like, the reason why stuff like Twisted Wonderland doesn't bother me is because it stays within its format, and it asks you to use your imagination kind of at the very beginning of the game, and you go along with it. It's kind of like Pokemon, right? Like, this is why I told Robin, oh, put a pin in the Pokemon thing, because I might have something to say about that later. That's how I feel about Pokemon. I feel like that 2D Pokemon just facilitates you being able to, like, it just, you know, does something for your imagination, especially when you're a kid, right? But even as an adult, Arnold and I are doing a Nuzlocke for Leaf Green and Fire Red right now. And so when it's 2D, you see the thing, but then you can imagine the thing in your head, right? I played so many games as a kid that I remembered them in my mind graphically better than they actually were. Like, I used to play Let's Ride on the PlayStation 2, which is a 3D game, but like, just, you know, walk with me here. If you saw it, you would be like, Cal, what the fuck? I literally used to think that was graphically the same as going outside. You know, like, it was that good in my childhood brain, but if you go look at it, you're gonna be like, what is she talking about? So that's how I feel about Pokemon too. And so now, Pokemon, everything is 3D and kind of ugly, and, like, it's hard to use your imagination when you can see the ugliness in front of you, right? And so, it's just, it's a little sad for me. I haven't been able to get into any of the Switch console, like, Switch generation Pokemon games at all. Now, granted, that being said, about the new Pokemon trailer today, I did, like, feel a little hope in my heart. I tweeted about that on Twitter. I tweeted about that on Twitter? I meant I tweeted about that this morning, but I think that this obsession with, like, fidelity almost, like this obsession with graphical fidelity, or like, oh, well, we have to make this look like real life, like, it's killing us. It's killing us, and I want us to stop. Not to say that that's necessarily what Genshin is doing, and I get that Genshin would probably have a lot of problems if it was a 2D somehow, like, that seems like it would cause problems, but I do sometimes wish that they would do, I do sometimes wish that for Genshin they would do 3D combat but 2D cutscenes like some other games do. I don't know. Nothing against the 3D models, but again, like the man that was moving and like his mouth wasn't even synced up, and I know that would probably be expensive, and I get that Genshin, it all costs money, but it just makes me sad. Yeah, and it does look colorful. It looks really nice, I agree. And it looks whimsical, I think, is my thing. Is that the other Pokemon games do not look whimsical in my mind. They look kind of gray and sad and depressing to me. And so I think that that's the difference. So, okay, we're in the past. See, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Because the problem, you know, we talk about, oh, but 3D is cheaper, right? But I'm like, is it though? Because I'm looking at this fountain, right? And this is the same fountain, isn't it? Or is it a different fountain? I don't know. I don't see the marker here. Like, is this a different fountain before they put in the new fountain? So what I'm saying is that if this was 2D, you could just draw a new fountain in the scene, right? And we could see Old Fontaine. But like, instead, somebody had to 3D model what I think is a new fountain because I don't see the plaque here. Or at least part of a new fountain, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, yeah, like we can argue, oh, but it's easier to do stuff like, but is it though? Because you could just draw a new background and then we wouldn't have to just be in monochrome. Oh no, the fountain's not here yet. That's a whole other fucking fountain. So they just, is the fountain gone? Did someone steal the fountain? What is happening? Okay, so this is the past. Great. But see, like, and I know that Neuvillette hasn't aged and stuff, but like, you know, he's wearing the same clothes that he wore 300 years ago. If this was 2D, he would be able to have new clothes. So I'm like, when people say 3D is cheaper, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, maybe it's not. I don't know.
The Court of Fontaine is truly incredible. There's so many things I've never seen or heard before.
Anyway, I think my crash
I understand your
out's done.
excitement, but there's no need to thank me.
Like, yeah,
Although I have
the same
responded to
fucking
your
outfit
wishes,
for
it
200
was not
years,
without
bro.
personal interest.
400 years, bro.
Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
Oh, that's nice.
But a meaningful life also comes with its risks.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village, but I want
He
to see the
showers
outside
with his
world
clothes on?
nonetheless.
Are you joking? That's very characterizing if you ask me. That's true, Vedigree. That's very generous. That is very generous of you. I think that'll, that is kind of interesting, but not for, like, every character. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, they can get away with it this time. I like this Little Mermaid thing going on. When do you think you'll get used to the limitations? When they stop being so obvious. If that makes sense. Probably by Nod Cry, honestly.
I've never really understood the purpose of my existence.
You know.
Or what I'm capable of contributing to this world.
To me, it's very distracting, I guess, is the problem.
For almost
in a way that
20
Twisted
years,
Wonderland, it
we've
is
stayed
not.
in our village without finding any answers.
20 years?
That's why we wanted to leave our village and look for the meaning of our existence elsewhere.
Is it gonna be that, like, Egeria made them before she died? Because if Neuvillette has been around for 400 years, the Conria happened 500 years ago. Maybe Egeria made them for some reason, but they say for almost 20 years, so that doesn't necessarily line up greatly, the most perfectly, but I do wonder if they're like the Aranara equivalent somehow. I don't know. This is weird. Interesting, though. Like, interesting. You won't get those answers here?
I understand your confusion. In fact, I feel the same way.
It's okay, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not tilted. I'm okay. Oh, your mouth's not moving with the dialogue. That's fine.
I too
Robin
came
said
here
to
for an
ignore
answer
it. I'm
to my
trying.
questions about my own existence.
Yeah, World Quest, obviously. I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that tonight
Really?
even. I don't know.
Could you tell us what we should do to fit in as you did?
Oh, see? This is what I like. Like, this
truth
is the
is,
stuff I like.
Many people threw
Whoa,
rocks at us
that's
today and told us to go
rude!
back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head.
Oh.
And I tried really hard not to cry.
Why are they like this? Like, what's going on?
Logically speaking, both time and effort are essential when
okay.
different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead, with countless obstacles to overcome.
He's like, I can't tell you because I don't
Different
know.
identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening
But
the
yeah, I'm
barrier
just like, what
between
was
one
the...
another.
Like, what are the
Removing it will
people
be
of
no easy
Fontaine's
feat.
fucking problem, though? Like, you know
There
what I mean?
aren't many suggestions I can share.
Not that, like,
Because just like
obviously
you, I haven't
discrimination
fully
doesn't
integrated
necessarily
into
have
this
logic
society.
to it, but
Despite my social
they're
status,
in a
I am
world
still
with
an
magical
outsider.
creatures, so I'm just kind of wondering, I'm like, okay, well, but what is it? Is it like, oh, the Mezzaline can now tell if we do crimes and we don't want people to expose us? Like, is it like the crime organization who's mad? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, in the real world, some, like, there, you know, there's not really any logic, you know, but I wonder because I'm like, okay, but there's other magical kind of species in Genshin, and at least so far, we haven't heard of so many issues, at least not that I can remember, you know? Like, this is probably a bad example, but like, whatever the fuck's going on with Puccinella, he's the mayor of Nodcry, you know?
Oh,
Unfamiliarity, I suppose, I guess.
Let's all do our best then. I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
Oh.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any trouble, I suggest that you inform Vautrin, the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
But yeah, what I was thinking, Pedigree, was more along the lines of like, oh, well, the Mezzaline are gonna replace us and then humans won't be able to be guards anymore. Like, I thought it was gonna be like the Mezzaline have stolen our jobs.
Is he the person I met in the Palais Marmonia earlier?
Yes? Do you have any concerns?
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to look at me when I tried talking to him. It felt like he wasn't interested in anything but work.
He is an earnest man.
Uh-oh.
There will be plenty
I
of
don't know.
opportunities to work together in the future, so please try to get along.
But yeah, I feel like that what happened here must have been that they were made by Egeria or even Focalor, maybe. I don't know. But and then Neuvillette had to take responsibility for them. I'm kind of, that's the vibe that I'm getting. I DM'd you a guide for how to start the world quest. I'll probably just watch Arnold do it though, Robin. Like, I'll watch Arnold stream like I did with Aranara.
Hello. Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Okay. Badir Chio?
Oh.
Wouldn't be the first time Focalor created life, that's true.
Hello. I'm Carol. A Melazine. Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here!
Oh my god! She is the guards! What are you talking
Please,
about?
calm down.
Oh my god!
Any harm.
She's in the guard uniform.
Hard to say.
What the fuck does that
Yeah.
mean?
We should probably stay away from these monsters.
Huh?
Haven't you realized?
What?
Strange incidents
Like
have been
what?
increasing ever since they came.
Uh-oh.
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway?
Oh my
I can't
god!
believe Neuvillette
Oh,
allowed
no.
them into the court of Fontaine just like that.
Okay, so I guess this is
Exactly.
the
so-called Chief Justice
reason.
even granted them official positions. Not only that, but they're now responsible for investigating
Oh
cases
god,
as
they're
well.
all
I swear,
conspiratorial!
there's some hidden
They're
agenda
like,
at play
there's
here.
sus things happening, but what were the suspicious things that were happening that they're talking about, though? Because it kind of just sounds like that, you know, they were the scapegoat for that, but I'm like, what's the strange incident?
Go away! Quit acting
Oh,
innocent!
dear.
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say bad stuff about him.
Oh.
We joined the Mare Chaussee Phantom and solved lots and lots of cases. We've never done anything wrong.
Yeah!
Solving cases? With Neuvillette in cahoots with you. You could have fabricated it all,
Why are they
and no
all
one would
like
know.
that? Why are they so conspiratorial? Also, wait a sec. Like, wouldn't Farina be the Archon by now? So, like, what was Farina doing during all this?
So tell me, how can you guarantee that
I
you
don't know,
Melazines aren't
but,
involved in
like-
anything that occurred recently?
But that's what I'm like, okay, well, where was Farina during all this? Was there nothing that she could do
Didn't I
about
tell you
it?
before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Oh, maybe he's not a
Aside
bad
from
guy.
spreading
I thought maybe he
unjustified
was
rumors,
bad.
if you continue insulting members of the Mare Chaussee Phantom,
That,
Special
okay,
Security and
Vautrin,
Surveillance
I don't
Patrol
think
has
that's gonna
every
help.
right to
That
subject you to
kind of
interrogation.
sounds like you're against free speech,
There have
but
indeed
I don't
been
know
an
about
increase
that.
in cases recently, perhaps due to the shifting
I mean,
currents
they
of
might not
conspiracy.
have-
And I understand your concern. However,
But
there's
I'm like,
been no evidence
yeah,
pointing
that'll
towards
teach him.
Melazines
Say that
being
you're gonna
involved.
arrest them for this conversation. I don't know if that's a good idea. That kind of sounds like, what do you, like martial law? I can enact martial law.
Even the captain of the security patrol is on their
Yeah,
side.
see, I don't think that was the right thing to
Neuvillette's
say. I
newly
think-
reformed police force is already corrupt to the core.
Oh, so was there something happening in the police force before? That's interesting, but I wonder with Vautrin, I'm like, sir, you need PR training. Oh,
How
dear.
can two completely different species possibly coexist?
All right, well, oh dear. Oh dear.
You heard that?
Yeah, we're within earshot, sir.
I don't understand.
Oh, no.
Why won't anyone believe us?
Well,
There have been rumors saying that you were born from calamity.
oh no!
And that you inherently bring danger to those around
No! They
you. There are
think it's
countless negative
Conrio
rumors
related.
about you floating around in
Oh
Fontaine.
no!
It's near impossible for you to become a part of this
Oh,
society.
okay, no, he is an ass. Okay.
Best if you give up before it's too late.
That's kind of interesting, though, right? Like, I think that this is the remnants of Egeria, then. I think Egeria died, and they, just like kind of the Aranara, they came out of the big puddle in Sumeru, is kind of what I'm imagining here. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. But, oh dear.
Monsieur Neuvillette said that we needed to put both time and effort in. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm kind of
how
again.
I'll
I'm like,
but I can at
Farina,
least
what were
try
you
making
doing
my
when
best
all this
effort.
was happening?
I still want to try a little harder. Thank you for bailing me
I don't
out
trust
earlier.
this guy. They said like he's not corrupt, but I'm
Okay,
kind of worried.
I won't be taking any more
about,
of your time.
You know.
I painted a lot of flyers last night, so I have to stay and hand them out to everyone.
Give them to me.
But there's no way.
You're not gonna take them away.
Like, there's no way
right?
that this is a curse.
We'll hand them
right?
out together.
Like they wouldn't do.
The faster
They
we get
wouldn't.
this
It wouldn't
done,
be like the
the
hilly
sooner we
trolls.
can head back.
They wouldn't do that, right? You know what I mean, you guys? Like, they wouldn't do it so it's like, oh, they're actually people on the inside, but they're cursed. They wouldn't do that, would they? But I'm like, but what people would they? Because, or what people would they be is, sorry, what I should say. Just because, like, well, the Oceanids are already, like, everyone's already an Oceanid inside of their heart, kinda, so, like, we'd be doing a lot if then also the Mezzalines were really human inside of their heart too. You know, that's just a lot. I don't want to think about that. Yeah, I kind of don't trust this guy.
What's this?
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and
Oh,
Vautrin.
that's nice,
Thank you
I
for your
guess.
continued
I don't,
dedication
yeah, like
in the
I
past
said, I don't
5
trust
years.
him.
You've
Oh,
taken
5
one small
years,
step
that's
forward in
nice.
helping Melusines
Okay.
gain the trust of humans.
But I mean, we know
I
how
think
this
I'll
ends,
pass.
right? What do you mean you'll
don't say that.
pass?
We wouldn't have made it this far without you. It won't be long before Melusines begin living peacefully with
Wait,
the
okay,
humans.
so is she one of the first
the
ones,
thought
I
of
guess?
it makes
Like the
me
other ones are
happy.
probably still in
Don't
the village.
keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the surface. There's still a long way to go before that dream of
Okay,
yours
well
comes
maybe
true.
he's not racist. Maybe he's just
You
sort of
blockhead.
jaded, I guess.
Don't ruin the mood.
Vautrin brings up a good point. The trust humans have placed in you is still very fragile. Any small incident could undermine the hard work you've put in. Please be on your guard for the
Farina's
next few
watching the
days.
opera right now
Yes,
or
sir.
panicking or something. Oh,
Okay,
no.
got it.
Because I guess, guys, this is just my thought process. I just wonder, like, why Farina couldn't just make bullshit up. She's like, no,
Medal
I
of
made the
Peace?
Melusine. Like, don't worry about it.
Peace isn't
you know?
going to give us back
Like, this
what's
is my
rightfully
gift to
ours.
Fontaine as your new Archon. Like, I'm just, oh no. What the fuck does that mean? What are you talking
Are you
about?
sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our powers combined.
What do you mean all your
What if-
powers? What do you mean? What is rightfully, what are you talking
Not
about?
gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personally. There are rules even he must comply with in the political sphere, unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder.
God!
Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of
They're
Fontaine,
talking racism.
Neuvillette
Yeah,
will be
I
left
know.
with no excuse.
I know it's not supposed to make sense, but I'm wondering why Farina didn't try to do something. Not that it would work, Robin. I'm just wondering why she didn't try.
I guess you're right. Ugh. If he just left things the way they were, it never would have come to this. But he's forced our hand. Time to teach him a lesson.
What I would like more clarity on, though, is what's rightfully ours. That kind of makes it sound like that, like, Neuvillette did more than, just change the criminal situation and might have also restructured something in regards to the nobility, maybe, and that's kind of the source of their problem, because that's a little suspicious. Like, it seems like there's actually something, not a physical thing maybe, but, you know, like if they got special exemptions or something because of those corrupt people that were with the police, you know? And so now it's like, oh man, like we can't get away with it anymore. These Melusine have, like special powers that can make them see the blood. We can't pay people off. Like the rich people are supposed to get more leeway than those peasants. Like maybe it's something like that, but I guess we'll
Turn
see.
the murderer in!
Okay, wait a minute. So did they set it up so they think that she murdered somebody and then she killed herself? I thought that maybe they made
Melusines
her.
can't be trusted. That goes for Neuvillette too.
Yeah, that must be it. I was thinking that they killed her and made her death look like a suicide, but the Oceanids were jealous of humans for being human, so it might be subconscious thinking of their previous life. That is kind of interesting, maybe. Or it could, you know what it could be? It could be that the Oceanids are cursed and they were made from Egeria. And so if these things were also made from Egeria but not cursed, that could be like where the animosity is coming from. You know what I mean? Like as a subconscious sort of thing.
Coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back.
Which way are we going? Up? But yeah, if they're both creations, right? If they were both created by, I'm assuming Egeria, right? Or Focalor or whoever, it could be related to that.
The results of the investigation are in, Captain Vautrin.
Go on.
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference indicates that the ones controlling the situation are supporters of the old regime, whose interests have been undermined by the reform.
This is what I've been thinking about. Like, yeah, that's what I've been like, okay, but where, like, what the fuck are they talking about? This is the missing information. That there was kind of, almost like, it seems like there was kind of a revolution, almost.
They tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. After that, they incited panic among the people in order to make Monsieur Neuvillette confess to his mistakes and yield up power.
Does that even mean? Like, that's kind of what I was getting at, that it seemed like there was some sort of, like, the wealthy people are fucking mad about something.
The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time. Miss Carroll chose to sacrifice herself to pacify the situation.
See? Okay.
And she called me a blockhead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vautrin. I'm sorry that I thought you were evil.
A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth?
That is a good question.
She didn't have to prove her innocence like that.
But, I mean, I guess it's sort of similar to the duel that, oh no, what's her name? Navia's dad did, but that doesn't...
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards. Miss Carroll might have thought there was no better plan.
I don't know if I like how they're framing this exactly, but hello, Swag, how's it going?
Something she'd do.
We're observing
Captain
the past
Vautrin,
at this moment.
Should I present these results to Monsieur Neuvillette
How's
right away?
the quest? I don't know how I feel about, like, she thought there was no better plan, so she killed herself. I'm not sure if I understand the logical connection there. Maybe we'll get more information about that. Like, maybe Mezzaline come back or something, and so to her, it's kind of like the Aranara, that it wasn't a big deal. You know, but I kind of wish that it sounds like she killed herself in front of people, which is kind of, I didn't know that that's where they were going with that. I thought it was going to be more that she was depressed and so she went home and then killed herself. Like, you know, I don't know how I feel about the order of events here. You know, because that's a very extreme thing to do.
There's no need.
Like,
Notify the
people
guards
that set
to restrict
themselves on
public
fire,
access to
you
all
know, for
information.
political protest and stuff. Like, that's like a, you know, obviously either
Restrict access to... Wait, are you planning to...
Obviously, either way, if someone's that depressed, it's like, you guys, have you ever seen those things on Twitter where it's like, I can't believe that people that are depressed don't clean their room, and then it's like, people are so depressed that they kill themselves, right? Like, you know, Karen or whatever. Like, I feel like that, this is kind of like that, where, yeah, obviously, if someone's that depressed, kind of doesn't matter where they do it, you know? I just think that that's a little, it's a little bit hard for me to believe that right now, especially with such a innocently minded character, you know, that they wouldn't believe, oh, don't worry, the law will prove us right or something.
There's something I've never told Carol.
Okay.
I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young.
Interesting. Relevance? We'll see.
She's just like
Carol
I
need
in
some
every
context.
possible way.
Yeah, see, like innocent,
kind, always believing the best of people.
Like, they
people
seem,
like her are the most vulnerable to deception and betrayal.
Which could be resolved by the end of this, I don't know, but it's just, they seem very childlike, the Melazine, sometimes, and so I just question, I'm like, children don't know to kill themselves. I know that sounds stupid, but I think that there's more to this situation.
The moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others.
Unless they goaded her on to do it. I could see that if that was the idea of, oh, well, prove it. Like, sacrifice yourself for the sake of Fontaine. Like, if she was goaded on by the crowd, I feel like that makes a bit more sense. And if she didn't know that death had the permanency, you know, permanency to it.
Looks like she was unfazed by that.
That would make sense to me.
In fact, Some of her spirit must have rubbed off on me
I'm
instead.
sorry, Vautrin. I didn't know.
Because I too
I'm sorry,
began
I
working
thought
towards
you were
that
evil.
pie-in-the-sky dream of hers. I should have known. Those cowards don't have the guts to confront Neuvillette. They even avoided causing trouble for me. They were after Carol all along. Can you understand how I feel?
Oh.
Right now, there's only one thought on my mind.
Oh no!
Only through bloodshed can
Oh!
their debt
You
be
go,
repaid.
Vautrin. Okay, I'll support you.
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette wouldn't accept that
That's
as a
okay.
solution.
He doesn't need to know.
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. Give
You
me
know
the
what?
list of
I
suspects.
support Vautrin's wrongs. I don't
Happens
care.
after this has nothing to do with any
I
of
know,
you.
Archie.
I will
Let
take
him.
responsibility for everything.
Oh, so that's what they were talking about. So she killed herself and then he murdered, did a vigilante. I love that. Archie! What? Archie, we're in the middle of an investigation. We're investigating. We're investigating right now. I know, we're investigating. What can I do for you? Do you want Archie! Back! Come here! Come here! Wanna come here? I have some treats somewhere. I have treats. Here, I'll give you some treats. So then everybody can look at you. Kind of. Ah! Archie! Don't lick me. Oh my god. He started licking my leg. My bare leg. I don't like that. I was afraid he was gonna chomp right into me. Alright. Hi Archie. Look at everybody. They all wanna see you. I know they can't really see you. It's not a good angle. It's not the best angle. It's not the best. Not the best. Oh, look at him. Look at his cute little head. Guys, he's so cute. Archie, we gotta get back to the quest. Very serious things are happening. Okay, thank you. See you later. Goodbye. In case he comes back, I will put it further back so you guys can see it better. Okay. Ah! Sorry guys, I had to readjust myself in my seat. Yeah, he started licking me. I thought he was gonna bite me. I was gonna say, guys, my major artery. I'm gonna bleed out. He's gonna get me. Okay. I support this guy's vigilante justice. I don't give a fuck. Alright, he was justified. You guys should have revolutioned the rich in the first place. I don't know what to tell you.
And the criminal is Captain Vautrin of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Oh no, this was the case. Wait, is Farina gonna be here? Sorry that I keep talking about Farina, guys, but I think it's kind of whack that they didn't include her in any of this. I do
he
think...
resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol.
Go! Get
and
him!
settled the score with the group
Get his
that framed
ass!
his friend.
Get their ass, I mean.
Hey, why aren't you saying anything?
I'm thinking... we should try our best to bail him out when the trial commences.
Bail him out? Why?
Shh, keep it down!
Archie,
Haven't you
it's
realized?
okay.
Both Vautrin and Carol are Neuvillette's most trusted subordinates. After everything that happened to Carol, Neuvillette's guaranteed to do everything he can to keep Vautrin around.
Okay.
Besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, Neuvillette's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect
see, they
public
all died.
opinion,
Get 'em!
Neuvillette will
Get
be able to
their
give
ass!
Vautrin a reprieve. The benefits are endless.
Should we
Vautrin
tell
sought
her?
vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. This represents the justice he upholds.
I don't know.
Please think about it. If the same thing had happened to you,
Yeah, you
wouldn't
go,
you feel
sir.
the same way he did?
Kinda. Like, this isn't great.
Yeah,
like,
that's
this
right.
isn't that great of a defense.
This whole
but,
thing
like,
started
okay.
because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against
I mean,
Carol.
yeah.
How
well,
could
wait a
Vautrin
minute.
be declared
Weren't
guilty
one
for
of
seeking
you-
revenge?
Why aren't one of you the racist person early? I know you're doing it, though, for your own motives, but I'm just like, I love just how they just switched on a
Monsieur
dime like
Neuvillette.
this. This is crazy. Wait a
Mr.
minute.
Vautrin is innocent.
No, never mind. That's an inside That's an inside thought, because that's wrong. That's a bad theory, because it's not right. I was gonna say, wait a minute, is this Navia's dad? And then I was like, wait, this was 400 years ago, Cal, you're stupid. L/ratio. Wait a fucking minute! Wait, Neuvillette's not presiding over the fucking case! Where the fuck is he? Oh no, he's right there. Oh, okay, he's not standing in front of the machine. Stupid counter to, guys, I'm losing so much aura right now. I'm losing all my aura.
I acknowledge your arguments.
Oh no.
Vautrin, your revenge could be seen as a form of justice.
Where the fuck is Furina, though? Because she must have been there, right? Because this was 400 years ago. So the Focalor and stuff.
I understand your decision.
Oh dear.
Which is why I cannot help but feel regret and even grief about the judgment
I think
I
he's
must
gonna
now
ask
impose.
to fight, and then Neuvillette's gonna kill him.
Personal justice
probably.
does not equate to justice as
By
defined
accident.
by the
Not
law.
accident, but you know, he's not
To
gonna be able
execute
to
your
beat
plan for revenge, you abused your authority
You
and
go!
conducted informal
Maybe we
executions.
should. Maybe we should abuse
Your
our
actions
authority
have
more
thus
often.
violated the law.
That's okay. Maybe sometimes that's
Therefore,
you know, how it's gotta be.
You will be declared guilty.
Oh no, this is not gonna make Neuvillette popular, because now it seems like the people want him to be innocent.
What? That can't be! Monsieur Neuvillette, please give this a little more thought. He has done so much for Fontaine.
See, they kind of seem genuine though, but I guess that's the idea, right? That they didn't give a fuck about Carol, really. But they're like, oh, this guy was, you know, such an upstanding
Vautrin,
man.
My friend, is there anything else you want to say?
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this?
Oh no!
I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you see? Everyone in this room believes that I'm innocent. Why can't you just let me off?
This is why Neuvillette has no friends! Because he upholds the law!
Is this what justice means to you? Answer me, Neuvillette!
I'm kind of siding with this guy, I'm not gonna lie. I understand why Neuvillette has to do this, because but, you know, sometimes the law
Order.
isn't justice, per se.
Since there have been no further objections,
What if the
Oratrice will now
Oratrice
deliver
says
the
he's
final
wrong?
verdict regarding the
What if the
charges
Oratrice
against
is
Mr.
like,
Vautrin.
fuck you idiot, he is innocent? Like, what if, like, Focalor decides he's innocent?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
Oh, okay, that would have been
Mr. Vautrin will be declared
That's too bad.
guilty.
That would have been really interesting if it was wrong back then, and then it was kind of a parallel to the future, like in Child's Trial and stuff, but it's okay. Where the fuck is Furina, bro? I just want to know. Unless we're Furina, and that's who we're seeing the memories
Goodbye,
from Furina's point of
Monsieur
view, but I
Neuvillette.
don't think that makes sense. Oh no.
This all happened because of Carol's naive ideas.
Oh, see, now they're blaming her again. This is fucking insane.
How
oh
can
my
different
God.
species peacefully
They're
coexist
like, oh,
anyway?
he only got in trouble because of her. Oh my God. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my God, we still have a case in reality. Oh my God, I just realized. Wait a second. Now we have the present.
Apologies, it seems like my memories got the better of me.
Okay.
I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but it seems like it still caused the emotions within the Fountain of Lucine to boil over. Due to my negligence, the overflow of emotions and memories must have affected you as well. Are you all right?
I'm fine, I guess.
The Hydro Dragon
Yeah,
is
but
more
where was
powerful than
Furina
Paimon
during
thought.
the trial? Doesn't she attend every trial? Maybe she didn't exist yet? But does that even make sense with the timeline? No, because if Focalor is in the Oratrice, then Furina has to exist. But wait, no, but then they said something. Didn't they say something about the revolution or what? Like, didn't they say something about that? And then Furina was like, oh yeah, as your new Archon, blah, 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 blah. Like, so she was here, wasn't she? Am I
Anyways,
crazy?
the last
I don't
time
know.
we came here, the Traveler only heard voices from the Fountain of Lucine.
I don't think she was
No
at every
emotions
trial. I'm
boil
pretty sure
over
they
or
said she
anything.
never misses one.
It is as you said. This might be because I am different.
I think that this is all really interesting, though.
It is
right,
not
for
only the
Neuvillette's
fountain.
character.
I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. rivers, lakes, and even the rain.
Sorry. Just because I think even though the mezzanine stuff, like, is there's kind of some question marks around the exact nature of the mezzanine situation, right? Like, all they said was, oh, the calamity, and we think you were born. Basically, it seems like that they think that they're bad luck is kind of where we're at right now. And then also bad for, like, the whatever plans that the rich people had that they wanted to, you know, keep criming around or whatever. Melusine? It's not that big of a deal, is it, Robin? But I think that this is interesting because I feel like that it gives us insight into what Neuvillette thinks will happen to him if he reveals his true identity, right? I think that that's kind of the purpose of this quest. It's not necessarily to get those answers about the, where they came from or anything like that. It's just, this is how the people of Fontaine treated this species that were different, and so that's why I can never really get too close to anyone or reveal my true identity, because it's gonna also happen to me as well. Obviously, we don't really know anything about the general public's opinion about dragons, because there aren't really any around. Obviously, there's Dvalin, but he's not a dragon like that. But you know, we don't really know how people would react to that. But, I mean, obviously we know, though, that humans colonized Teyvat and killed the dragons. So, I'm sure that we've seen a Pep's animosity towards the humans, but I'm sure humans that were closer to the timeline of the primordial one also had resentment towards the dragons, or were afraid of them, you know what I mean? Especially because, like, didn't Nebeling do something? I know we say this every single stream and I can never remember, but didn't he, like, try to, like, rebel or something and then he failed? I don't know exactly. They mentioned it and now I don't know anymore. Like, before Conria. Like, this was, like, a long time ago. So, like, I don't know if that, though, was fighting against the primordial one or a revolution that happened after the primordial one had already taken power. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it was the primordial one won the first fight, and then later on, Nebeling was like, we won't be oppressed anymore, and then there was a second thing. Anyway, I can't quite, my memory is not quite working at this moment.
But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind occupied with irrelevant memories isn't exactly a pleasant experience.
Okay, well, here's the other thing. This kind of makes you wonder if the functionality of the ley lines used to exist in, like, a more natural state, if that makes sense, like, with the dragon and, like, Irminsul, like, they didn't do it, necessarily, like, it wasn't connected to Celestia, like, before it was more connected to, like, this, basically, part of Irminsul would have been, like, Neuvillette's job, I guess, is what I'm basically getting at, like, as a dragon. That's kind of the implication I get from that, maybe. The roots around Teyvat, right? So the water would maybe flow into the tree, and then the tree would be connected to the, Dendro dragon.
Which ones?
But yeah, I totally agree with you, Mr. Leaf. Like, this idea that he also, they're seeing, like, they were called monsters. Like, the Melusine were called monsters, and so, like, what is he, you know, in that scenario?
It's fine.
As a dragon.
I prefer not to speak of those memories.
They think these cute little things are monsters,
that does not mean I am
you know?
deliberately hiding them. It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you saw everything in that form. You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this.
Right.
These two cases are much too similar. I felt like
but
I
like,
needed
what
to
would
do
it
something.
be? Like, the descendants of that guy from 400 years ago? That doesn't really make any sense.
I'm starting to lose track of what you're saying.
Like, it might not be connected at all. Like, it could have just been a random incident, and now, like, Neuvillette has to do the right thing this time. Like, it could be something like that.
Paimon wants to help too.
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I discovered something strange.
Let me yawn, guys. I'm okay.
I did not sense too much hatred towards me within its accumulated emotions.
He's like, how strange is that?
I don't know what caused this to happen, but It seems like there won't be a shortcut to finding the organization that may be pulling the strings here. However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara.
Oh.
If I remember correctly,
Okay.
it seemed to be related to a smuggling case.
Yeah, we saw that the people were named
Didn't we read
and
about
arrested
that in one
or
of the
something.
documents?
You've read about it. In that case, the resentment should have come from that incident.
Okay.
Huh? What are you doing here? I was just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Yeah, because Navia was also mentioned in those things, or at least the Spina de Rosa, right?
I've heard some things, but I'm not purposely asking around or anything. Don't worry. Rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines, and that you're
How did that
investigating the
happen?
case.
Did Charlotte
So
tell
I
her?
told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre
Guys,
lately.
maybe this is the Fatui
Maybe you'll find the
somehow.
suspects among
I
them.
don't know.
Thank you. Where did you hear about all this?
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, there will be countless eyes watching you.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only a matter of time before word of the threatening letter spread all across Fontaine.
Oh my god.
So that's what Charlotte meant.
Indeed. I did not expect that this could be kept hidden for too long, but the rumors
When in
still
doubt,
spread
always
faster
suspect
than
the
I
Fatui.
imagined.
Yeah, like I just wonder, because I mean, they do that. They sow discourse. We've seen that before.
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think. Anyway, any
Navia!
progress with the investigation?
What the heck was that? What does that
The
mean?
suspects who
Oh,
threatened
no, my
Kiara might have to
requests.
do with a certain
have to turn
smuggling
those
case,
off. I didn't know those
but
were
it
on.
is still uncertain if there is in fact another party behind all this. We are planning to return to the Palais Mermonia to revisit some details and identify the senders of that threatening letter.
All right,
Okay, Neuvillette,
and I'll round up the
thank
Spina di
you.
Rosula and follow up on their progress. Wait for my word. Ta-ta!
Well, that's fun.
Do you think there'll be any problems
Yeah, I'm
now
kind
that
of
the
like,
word is
I
out?
don't know if this is connected to what
I
happened
have already
before.
considered that possibility,
might not
and I do
be.
not think that there
It
will
might
be
just
any.
be, it reminds
As a
him
matter
of
of
it,
fact,
and so...
once the word
that's
gets out,
the
no
parallel,
one will
like,
dare to harm Kiara in broad daylight.
like it's gonna be, I have
What
to
is
do
more
things
important
differently
is how
this
the
time.
case is perceived by the public. 400 years ago, they chose
Yeah,
to
see,
side
the
with the
old
old regime and
that's
direct
what
their
we need to
resentment towards
figure
the
out what the
Melusines.
fuck is going on with
I
that.
hope the same won't happen again.
Like,
Let
we
us
have
head back
zero,
to the Palais.
we have exactly zero information about whatever that means. I gotta turn off my world requests.
Strange. What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night?
Someone is dressed in, like...
Did something happen?
Inazuma
Let's take a look
clothes.
around.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melusine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in person.
What? That's it. Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
Okay, here's what I'm wondering though. They said something earlier about like, oh, they want Melusines to da-da-da-da-da-da-da, but then the Phantom hasn't commented. I'm like, has this now just turned into like fetishization?
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't
You know
easily
what
reveal
I
themselves.
mean? Like,
but no amount of hiding will keep us from
like
finding
all
them.
That's
these
exactly what I wanted to say. The guards have already begun to take action. We can't just stand by and
Okay,
watch.
sure, I guess,
Think
but
about
like,
how much we owe them. Now that they're in danger, how can we just sit back and do nothing?
you go, sir, but also I'm kind of worried.
Everyone, please
I'm
stay
a little
alert to your
worried
surroundings
right
from now on. If you see any suspicious persons, report them to the guards
I
immediately.
mean, that's nice, but I'm okay. Look at
Feels
look
like
at them
you've
in
been
the
following
background.
me this whole time. Did something happen?
We were informed that.
Well, okay.
Nope. We just finished our shifts and happened to be strolling by.
Have you had dinner yet? Why don't we check out the new items at the dessert shop
nice.
together?
Okay. So I guess we're
This
seeing...
isn't a good time to be out and about.
Oh, they're hungry. I'm kind of hungry
Come on.
too. Like, it's
Don't
nice that
act
we're
tough.
seeing
I bet you're hungry too.
the contrast between the past and the
All
future,
right.
but...
Let's go buy a cake or something.
But yeah, I don't remember the
You
exact
should never
context.
skip meals.
But there was something.
Especially if you have another shift scheduled for
There was
later.
something that they said about like, oh, the Mezzaline were invited to do a such and such, and so I'm just worried that people see them as like tourist attractions,
I heard
or
even
oh,
Neuvillette's
like they're
keeping an
so
eye on the
cute, you
situation.
know? Like I don't know.
This is the
I'm just
perfect
worried
chance to get promoted.
that
We gotta
there's
make
like
sure we
malicious,
give it all we've
not
got.
malicious even,
Seriously,
but maybe
were
a
you
little
planning
bit.
to shirk your duties if Neuvillette wasn't involved?
Like less
Relax,
than
I was just playing. We've
altruistic
worked together for
intention,
years now.
you know?
If something happened to them, I'd be haunted by regret for the rest of my life.
Oh, well
That's more like
good,
it. We
I
should
guess.
stand guard until the criminal has been caught.
Come and fight me instead, you coward!
Like this guy, he's doing too much right now. I think the guards, I understand,
Have you
because they've
heard?
been working
Even
together.
the special
right?
patrol
They
came to
probably
help.
have a very close relationship. I think that their intentions are fine. It's this guy, it's this reporter, man. He's freaking me out. He's doing too much. I'm scared.
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
Well, that's nice. Like it's like, oh well, the citizens are kind of self-governing. Like I like that
This
idea.
is truly wonderful.
So, wanna go over and say hi?
No, I should stay where I am. My appearance could give rise to unnecessary commotion.
I think that the commotion is already
Let us stick to our
but-
plan and return to the Palais Marmonia. The faster we
guys,
uncover
I
the
don't mean
truth,
yawn.
the better.
But yeah, that guy, he kind of changed the tone of some of the scenes for me. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be like that, maybe it's okay. But I'm just kind of, I'm a little bit worried that it's like, oh, well, they're so dainty and cute, they need our protection. Like it's kind of swung in another direction, where it's like, oh, but they're so cute and innocent and they can't protect themselves, or, you know, something like that. Let's see, it's about 2 o'clock now. Do I want lunch? I kind of do. Can you guys tell me though, as I think about this, how much longer is this quest? I saw Arnold's VOD was 2 hours. I saw someone else do it in an hour and a half, but I feel like nothing's happening. And it's not bad. Like, it's not like I'm saying that in a bad way. I'm just like, how much longer could this possibly be? It's not like we can find out who did it, really. I don't think that we can. Like, I don't think there's any clues for us as the audience to know. Not exactly. So I'm just sort of like, how much more are they gonna make us do this when, like, there's no leads, there's nothing going on? I'm assuming, I guess what'll probably happen is that Navia will be like, we found out that there's these people underground, and then we go beat them up, and then we get to play as Neuvillette, I think, is probably gonna be, what they do. But I'll be right back, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just go bring my lunch with me, and then take a bathroom break, but... Alright, guys. Hello. 2/3 of the way in. Alright, that seems like a bad time to start eating, but, you know, I gotta do it, I guess. Okay, so let's just lunchtime for a minute. So here's my thing. Here's how I'm feeling about this quest right now. Obviously, you know, I've said this before. If there was no sentimental man, we wouldn't have Defying Gravity, you know? Like, not everything can be this massive lore drop of, like, biblical proportions. Also, hi, Omega? Oh my god. Because if everything is epic, nothing's epic. And this is ultimately to get to know the character better. Right. And Neuvillette's feelings about humanity and his place in this world and all of that stuff. And I like how they're connecting him to the Mezzaline. However, where my complaint is... Hold on, let me grab one of these, actually. What my complaint is, at this time, at least, not having finished yet, but being apparently 2/3 of the way through, is that I feel like that there is a bit of missing, like, there's a bit of missing information. And I know what you're saying, Robin, in terms of, like, yeah, like, they're racist. There's no logic to it, right? But as opposed to logic, what I'm talking about is specific points of origin in relation to the rhetoric, right? So, in real life, you have, oh, so-and-so group is taking our jobs. So-and-so group is violent. Obviously, things that are not true. But they have origin points from politicians, right? Propaganda, origin points. So, what I feel like they missed so far is bridging the, I think, is figuring out, like, the bridge between the old regime and this situation. Now, obviously, we might hear more about that, but, like, what is the old regime? I don't know. They never explained that. What are they talking about? Right? And so if they had established, like, there was this group of people, like, wealthy people who basically controlled Fontaine, and they were all murdered, probably. Most of them were probably murdered, or whatever. And then when Neuvillette came in, he kind of, you know, took out the rest of, like, the corrupt police officers that were working with them, and now they're mad. Right? Like, that's all, you know. But even that would not get us, I think, to where we need to go. You know? What I need is more so something like the Melazine. How do I explain this? Like, I wish that what they would explain is the idea that Fontaine had a very large sort of range of class, maybe, and that, for example, this is what they could have done. That only the rich people were part of the police, if that makes sense, right? That it was sort of something that was reserved for people that were wealthy. And so the idea that these outsiders, like the Melazine, are coming in and they're part of the police now, right? And like the old regime doesn't like that because all the corrupt police are gone, first of all, but also second of all, it was like this sign of status. And now there's a personal offense of like, how dare you let like these peasants, you know, and not even just peasants, this different species be the police, like the guard of our city. Like if they had done something, like, because I'm kind of struggling with the connection here. You know what I mean? In terms of why, I know that they probably made the Melazine the scapegoats, but I'm struggling with like the idea of like the remnants of the old regime being like, let's do a murder and pin it on her. I'm like, they could have done that to any police officer though. And obviously it's easier to do it to the one Melazine police officer, but there's kind of a missing piece of connective tissue in here, I feel, as of right now, you know? If they even did something like Atlas, where it was like, people that live here are the rich people, and people that live, like, more out to where, like, Navia lives are, like, the poor people, and, like, how dare the Melusine, like, be on the same, like, level of Fontaine as us? Like, even that is the connection. But I'm kind of struggling with the, like, yeah, it's a way to attack Neuvillette, but, like, where's the connective tissue with everyone in Fontaine feeling that way? Yeah, like, there are poor people living in the sewer, so maybe we could have done something with that. Like, oh, those Mezzaline, they're filthy, they're rodent-looking, like, they literally look like rats. You know, people think that they bring bad luck or, like, sickness or something, like, they belong wherever they belong in the sewers. They don't belong among us. Like, I feel like that what we're missing is, like, the origin point of the propaganda is what I'm struggling with, you know? Obviously, though, this is one of the things where it's difficult to make a real-life comparison, because obviously on Earth we are all human beings, we are not different species, right? So, yeah, we don't really know how people would react if, like, an entirely new species came to Earth. You know what I mean? People would probably be a little afraid, which is also why racism allegories kind of fall apart when we start to bring in fantasy characters, but that's a whole story, like, for another day. Also, hello, oh gosh, I can't read. I can't spell. Clanai? Clanai? Clanai is what I'm trying to say. So, you know, that's the other thing, right? Is that it's a bit more complicated here, because it could just be the Melusines are scary, right? It's scary for the people of Fontaine who are human to be confronted by having to live amongst these people who are very not human, and, like, they're scared. But, like, they could have also planted something like, oh, in the Calamity, the Conrians turned into hilly trolls, and so what if these Melusines are just monsters in disguise? Like, they could have kinda done something about, like, it's humans against the world right now because the Conrians were turned into something that's not human. And a lot of humans are afraid, maybe, or something. I don't know. And that's not to, you know, suggest that the characters should be justifying it, but rather that these things just typically stem from fear, right? Like, that's, you know, pretty much where it all stems from. Even whether people admit it or not, or whether it's a valid fear or not, it's... people are afraid. So I just wish that they kind of explained what they're fucking afraid of, because I don't understand how we just went from, like, oh, Neuvillette brought the Melusine here, and then suddenly the Melusine are monsters. Now, Vinegar, you make a good point that they say, oh, they were rumored to be born from the Calamity, but, like, who the fuck started that? Like, what do you mean they were rumored? How do you know that? How do people know that? Like, what do you mean? You know, for a rumor to start, there has to be somebody that started it. And so I'm like, what? You saw, like, the Melusine just crawl out of the Conrian hole? Like, I need some more information about, like, is that actually true, or did they just make that shit up, you know? Please look at the world quest. I know, but that's not, I don't want you guys to answer me. Exactly. I'm more thinking of, from the perspective of a random person, like Fontainian person that you pull off the street. Like, in terms of their fear surrounding the Calamity. I know that, like, There's probably, again, the world quest explains where they came from, but I want some information on how the entire populace of Fontaine turned racist. Like, that's what I'm saying. Continue the quest. Well, we're having lunch. That's why we're doing this. If we weren't eating, I would have just continued. Turned quote unquote. Well, maybe they were always like that. I don't know. But I feel like they should have given us, like, oh, they're ugly. They're grotesque. You know, just like a basic sort of something like that. Like that maybe had more to do with their appearance or something. Because the calamity thing, I'm like, well, that's like a whole other situation. Like, you know? And I want to stress, you guys, it's not necessarily even about changing anything. It's more so just adding something. It could have just been, they're disgusting, they look like rats, they're vermin, like, oh, I hear that they were born from the calamity, they're gonna cause a plague, right? Like, it could have just been, like, it's something like that, I would have been like, okay, I understand the origin point of this situation now. Like, I understand what people are afraid of, I guess. Have any hunch I'm coming for that lunch? Oh dear. Guys, I think I just swallowed a bone. Am I gonna die? I hope not. Well, think of Ruby, because telling a story of racism sounds so simple, but in order to tell a story about it, you need to see the hatred of the before the origin. Yeah, and, you know, with Ruby, I think the way to do it probably would have been like, we're afraid that somehow the Faunus are connected to the White Fang. You know, oh my god, fuck. The the Faunus are connected to the Grimm is what I was trying to say. Like, it would have been really easy to kind of have a fucked up little folktale of like, oh, the Faunus used to be Grimm that turned human. And that's why they have claws and fangs and all these other things. And that's like the origin point. And like, that's bullshit and it's not true, right? But people think that it's true. Also, hi, Digester, by the way. I know I read out your message, but this is not usually, like, we don't usually, I mean, obviously I eat on stream, but this is a bad time for a first-time chatter to be like, I'm gonna check this girl out and see how entertaining she is. What's a sandwich anyway? Oh, it's chicken, bacon, and butter. Nothing fancy. But yeah, that's the thing I think I'm kind of, again, not struggling with in terms of understanding. I understand. There's just something kind of like missing. Guess what time? Oh, fuck. Guess what time it is? I was looking at the chat. My water's like on the cusp of overflowing. Hold on. What time is it? I'm afraid. I don't know. Okay, I saved it. Other than lunchtime, I'm not sure. Unless it's time to play a game. I love games. 7 minutes after 4:20. Guys, is that a glitch for anybody else? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn my world off. How do I do that? Reject them. Get them out. Not you, Jester. You have no showcase characters? What does that mean? Explain. More likely ties from them coming from the Calamity. I wish that they did that a bit more. Like, oh, they came from the Calamity and so they're ugly. I think an appearance-based situation, like that, like some appearance-based dialogue, I think would have helped to sell me on this situation. Cal doesn't build play meta at all. Yeah, I don't. What you have to understand is that it was an apocalypse, I guess, but it's been 100 years since the apocalypse, you know? A 100 years is a long time. I also just feel like, guys, oh my god. The sheer lack of Farina in this whole situation is really weird. It doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe there's something I forgot about the timeline here, but is she not the Hydro Archon in 400 years ago? Like, if the Oratrice is working, isn't Focalor in there? So isn't Farina out and about right now? It's a little weird that no one has mentioned the Hydro Archon the entire fucking quest in the past is what I'm saying. Or in the present. I mean, obviously now Farina's, like, got exposed as a fraud, right? She's on Fraud Watch or whatever. But, like, you're telling me 400 years ago, no one was like, why did the Hydro Archon allow this in the first place? Why does she just let Neuvillette do whatever he wants? Like, you know, nobody's talking about Farina is kind of weird unless there's a reason that I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure there's not. Because Focalor recruited Neuvillette in the first place, didn't she? She was having a panic attack, not the whole time. Plus, we see her meet with people, even when she was having her panic attacks, though, Vet agree. Like, she meets with that old lady whose son is sick or something, remember? Like, she goes outside. You're telling me no one has an opinion? I just don't believe that. Focalor recruited him, but I don't remember what the citizens know about his situation. 400 years ago, Focalor was the Archon? Are you guys telling me that Focalor went inside the Oratrice and then at some point, 100 years later, made Farina? I thought that she made Farina at the same time as she became the Oratrice. Also, does that even make sense? Because Farina introduces herself and like, oh, I'm the successor of Egeria at that like big conference thing with all those people. And like, she's like, oh, the church picked me or something. I don't know. Maybe not the church, but. But yeah, there's no way that it was Focalor and then they transferred it to Farina, right? Very confusing, guys. Yeah, so my problem is really, like, oh, I got flinch from my wishes? Oh, good job. Very nice. Anyway, what we saw in the Archon quest was that Farina introduced herself to the public seemingly shortly after Egeria died and the revolution or whatever happened, because the people were talking about it. They were like, oh, the regime or something. Right? Oh, you guys are arguing. Misinformation. Should I put like some court case music on? The girls are fighting. The girls do not know if she, like... Either way, it's weird. Whether, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's weird either way. I think. Like, whether it was Farina pretending to be Focalor or the real Focalor was walking around or whatever. It's still weird. For them to not mention her. But now I am kind of confused. Because Farina's the one who introduces herself to the public. So are you guys saying that there was 100 years of a gap? And that Focalor, like, was just hiding for 100 years in the Oratrice and then eventually made Farina and then sent her out there? I don't know if that's right. I mean, it might be. And I just don't know about that yet, but that doesn't sound right. Guys, I'm being one-guyed by Swag Hermit. It's not very swag if you ask me. Yeah, because the idea that there was a gap in time doesn't make sense with what we saw in the backstory. Like, it kind of sounds like that Focalor became the Archon after Egeria died and, like, instantly started to, you know, sort of put her plan into motion. Like, maybe it took, you know, a couple years, but I can't see it taking 100 years before she introduced Farina to the world as the replacement for the Hydro Archon. You know what I mean? Unless I'm forgetting something, but I don't think so. Never mind! Oh, Hermit. Oh, no. I'm very sorry that we all had to see that. I'm mostly kidding, but I'm like, oh no, how embarrassing. He's never gonna come back. I'm just joking. It's okay to forget things, but like, that was like fucking with my mind a little. In my understanding of the timeline, which is already very fragile, but... Oh, did I take lunchtime away? Okay. Lunchtime is over. YouTube chat, can you guys give me some proof of life? Just in case, to reiterate again, I'm not trying to call out the lurkers. I can't even see how many people are watching on YouTube right now. So there might be like 100 people here and there might be no one here. I have no clue. I'm not saying it because I'm seeing the number and I'm making an assumption. YouTube had an issue where the only text that was coming through was text that was in any language that wasn't English. So again, YouTube chat, just to make sure, if you guys are saying something and you're like, why is Cal ignoring me, sad face? I'm not. I don't see anything since about a while ago from you guys. I don't see anything except from 3 o'clock. I've been talking to the Twitch chat, I think, for over an hour at this point. So if you guys are trying to talk and I've ignored you, I'm sorry. If no one's trying to talk, that's okay. Is it working? Yes. Okay, good. But yeah, so that, YouTube says that they resolved it. I kind of don't believe them though, because I've watched other streams since then and the issue has persisted. So if you are struggling and you think I'm ignoring you, please, write your message with some Japanese at the end or something. I don't know. I cannot help otherwise. YouTube's totally messed up by the power outage. The algorithm was messed up by the power outage they had. I have no idea about that. But yeah, people were like adding like random Japanese to the end of all their sentences. But yeah, Kat, it is working. You seem to come through. But you've also talked here before, so what I'm worried about
by the
is
joint forces of the Guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom.
what I'm mildly
This
concerned
is the one.
about is people that haven't chatted before and that YouTube might think is like a bot or something, and so the messages are getting eaten. So that's more for those people instead of the regulars. If the regulars want to lurk, it's okay. I was watching a streamer on Wednesday and it was wild. Yeah, I was watching all the HoloLive people because they're doing, oh guys, is anybody watching District V? It's so good, it's so fucking funny. Please go watch Gavis Battle. He's so funny. It's been so entertaining. My mom's like, when is this over though? Because I want to watch normal TV again, and I'm like, sorry, it's gonna be until Wednesday.
The list of
Because
involved
the TV,
suspects
like,
should
you know,
be...
we have our little TV time
Found it.
that we that we do together, but
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught.
okay,
They have been sent to the fortress of Meropide following trial.
sure.
Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders but who did not participate in the case will not stand trial. Among them, surveillance of Essin has ceased on account of his good behavior. All other personnel remain on our watch list.
Okay, so maybe he's
So
being
many
bad.
names. Is the one who sent that threatening letter to Kiara on the list?
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essin, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case.
Okay,
And he
interesting.
moves around without much restriction.
Because their power was out, the algorithm detected 0 views to those videos uploaded, which makes the algorithm think, oh, that sucks.
Monsieur Neuvillette, someone claiming to be from the Spina Durasula just checked in with us.
Oh, good.
He
okay.
said, and
He?
I quote,
Uh-oh.
"We have located the suspect. They're chatting
What
at
if
the
this
cafe."
is a trap, though? I don't know any he.
How did Navia find them so quickly? We've only just figured out the suspect's name.
I too am perplexed.
Unless we have to move
The
this
cafe
quest
isn't
along,
too far
and so
from
it's
here.
just like, go
We
ahead.
should head over and take a look.
That's weird because Silver and Maloose are dead. So that kind of sounds like a trap, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's not. I mean, obviously Navia has other people working for her, but I'm like, a man? I don't think so. Not in this house. I don't know. It sounds a little sus. Going by the past. And then wait a minute. Well, hold on a second. When did Maloose and Silver die? Because if this happened, did they die at the end of Act 4? Guys, I don't remember anything. I'm I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. My mind is cooked, you know? Because I'm like, well, wait a minute. Are Maloose and Silver technically still alive during this quest? Or it's like they didn't mention them at all because they would have been dead. But for some players, they would have still been alive. I don't remember what happened and when it happened. I could promise to be better, but I don't think that was, you know. Yeah, I remember the Flood Pedigree. I know all that, but I'm saying this quest released at the end of Act 4. And we were talking about, like, quest conflicts earlier, and I don't remember when the Poisson thing happened. If it was at the beginning of Act 5, that would mean that Maloose and Silver would technically be alive during this quest if the player did it before. Anyway, Navi is there, so I guess the he was real, which is weird, because I'm like, who? But, sure. Oh, it's the middle of the day. Okay, well, sure. I thought it was nighttime. She's not saying anything. Okay.
Check out all these people. Hey there, are you Navia's friends too?
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Marechaussee Phantom. They're usually hidden in the Fleuve Cendre, but I sent for someone to invite them over.
Yeah, that was weird. She didn't talk. I was like, is that the real her, or is that a fake?
Now, I heard there's great coffee here. And so I asked them if they'd like to come and have some.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to be guests of the
Neo?
Spina di Rosula.
Yeah, yes! Threatened to be
wanted
here!
to have a meetup like this for ages.
With a gun behind our back!
Something feels...
Oh, well, nothing gets past you, Paimon. Yeah.
Oh, well. Let's get back to business. Is there anyone called Essa here?
That is not how Neuvillette said it.
You're Essa?
Oh.
Yes.
He seems
Monsieur Neuvillette.
good to be sending
Did you
threats. I
write
think
that
somebody
threatening
made
letter
him
to
send
Chiara?
it. He seems just like a little nerd. I think somebody told him to be bad. Oh no.
I did, but I was just following
guys, I
orders.
remember the flood. I just don't remember
Orders
what
from
chapter
whom?
it was. That's all. Oh, see?
Domenico.
Oh, that's
He was
not
my
good.
boss.
Domenico.
I couldn't disobey his orders.
Bernardico or whoever that
Domenico.
guy was in the past.
Where is he now?
Is this like generational revenge?
The fortress of Meropide.
Oh.
Well, I'm afraid even the Spina would have trouble looking into that place.
All right, guys.
Looks like you'll have
Back
to make the
to
trip
jail.
yourselves.
Let's go.
This was as much as I could do.
You've done more than
ready.
enough. I'm extremely grateful for your help.
Leave the formalities for later.
I looked at
You
that
should find
emoji and I
Domenico
was like,
first.
why did they put a
If he
banana?
really is the one setting up the conspiracy,
My eyesight, man.
it'd be best
It's
if he's exposed as soon as possible.
I'm editing this Calxiyn Kills Too Much video, and I look so, like, I don't know, kind of angry, I guess, is the best way to... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, no. Robin, I'm assuming that we just continue. Girl, change your glasses. I know, I'm so poor. It's very sad. But yeah, and so I was like squinting at my notes and I looked kind of angry or like not like, I don't know, fully confident in what I was saying, but it wasn't that, I just couldn't see. And I was so annoyed because it makes the video look weird. Like I think I look weird and I feel like everyone's gonna know and everyone's gonna notice and they're gonna be like, why does Cal seem so weird in this video? But like I dead ass I couldn't see. And I recorded it in July, so like there's nothing I can do about it now, you know? And it just be, oopsie. I didn't mean to do that. It just be like that sometimes, I guess. I also canceled the navigation. We gotta fix that. Was that other quest the one that you accidentally started? About the Muzzolines? The Melusines, sorry. Oh no. I lost it. Oh, it was something else, okay. Is it this one? Oh no. Guys, I lost it. I lost the quest. Oh no. I can't see anything. This says Act 1 though. Is there only one act? That doesn't seem right. Oh no, that's right, isn't it? Oh, goodness. It's the one with the dragon? Oh, okay, so it is this one then. In a new light. Oh, okay. Act 1 confused me. I was like, oh no, that looks like the start of a new thing.
It's Monsieur Neuvillette.
Let's look around and see if he's here. He's not. Thank you, David. I'm sorry, guys. Today's so scuffed. Like I said, there's a lot of things wrong
Welcome to
with
the
me.
Fortress of Meropide,
My
dear
hair's falling
esteemed
out.
guests.
Apparently, I can't read anymore. My brain's not working. But, you know, something had to be the sacrificial lamb in terms of me getting back into streaming, I guess. So hopefully my brain, if you come for Twisted Wonderland, maybe I'll be better.
And a greeting from none other than the Duke himself. Guess we've made a name for ourselves at this place.
This isn't anything new. I figured you had important matters to discuss when the two of you, not to mention the Chief Justice, showed up. Let's assume we've gone through the pleasantries and cut right to the chase.
Yeah, I definitely need new glasses before I move for my job, because it's kind of like it is kind of getting bad. So it's not good.
I do remember a thing or two about Domenico. He once attempted to round up the other inmates and instigate a protest.
Eco, like, had that, like, at the end of his name, so I'm like, what was his name? Bernard Eco? Like,
He
the
once
other guy?
attempted to, I said, meaning that it was over before it even started. And now he's threatening Melazines, is he? To be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator.
Nurse? Sejwin.
The fact that the three of you bothered to personally investigate raises a flag. Is there something else going on behind the scenes here?
He's got the same concerns we do.
I am concerned about this incident because something similar has occurred in the past. I wish to meet Domenico in person and have my questions answered.
Unless he's the same guy.
That's an easy one.
Which,
Let me think.
I mean, I don't
think
know about
he's
that, but...
Did I hear someone say Melazine?
Oh, there's Sejwin. Okay, okay. We're cooking, we're cooking.
Sejwin!
Interesting.
Yeah, and we're investigating. The person who threatened her seems to be imprisoned here. Really? Is Kiara gonna be okay?
Okay, well, hold on now. This kind of begs some questions about Sejwin that we don't
There's
have
no
time
need to worry.
for that today.
Clarande is protecting her as we speak.
I'm like...
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still...
I'm
Is there
concerned.
anything you can do about this?
Like, I know we've talked about this before, but, like, I just remembered
Head nurse.
that I was,
Do you require
like,
me
what
to
the fuck is
personally
going on
deal
her
with the
then?
criminal?
You know?
Writhsley.
Okay, I get it. I'll bring Domenico to you.
Also, what
That's
the
your only
fuck did
demand,
Writhsley
correct?
do that this is his punishment? Unless he served his time and just decided to stay here. You know what I mean? But I'm like, well, hold on a second. We just found out that Writhsley got arrested and sentenced to this place. So, like, what? Oh, is it like that thing, Robin, in, like, biology where two things can evolve on the same track and they look alike but they have no relation to each other? Like, is it kind of like that?
Think of it as more of a humble request. I'm here on my own accord, not to formally transfer a criminal for
Like,
trial.
it's not like her dad's
I urge
human,
you to
right?
set aside any
No?
concerns.
But isn't that what that is? Like, she was just born looking more human. And so, like, not like human.
Thanks
like,
for
you
the
know,
trouble.
she's not actually, she has
Consider
no
me in your
human
debt.
DNA.
Whoa! If Paimon were the Duke, Paimon would take this chance
No,
to ask for something
okay, I guess
really
we'll have
important.
to get, we'll get there when we get
Well,
there, I guess.
were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Neuvillette would reject that.
Oh! Right! Yeah, so what do you mean, were you still a criminal?
But
Like,
enough
can you
jokes.
explain this, sir?
I'll look for Domenico and bring
What
him
did
to
you do if this was your punishment? Unless, again, he decided to stay here after his
Make
punishment
yourselves
was
at
up,
home.
but
Our dear head nurse has
Either
mentioned
way,
you quite
like,
a few times, so I'm sure she
her
has a lot to
quest
say.
will explain it all. See, you guys promised me this, though, and then we go around for 2 hours
come
doing
with
a
me to
little
the infirmary.
bullshit. So, I understand.
Watch your step.
I'm not that salty.
There's some pretty dark
I'm a
areas,
little hostile
so make
today.
sure you
I don't know
trip
what.
over anything.
Play his quest, play her quest, and then it's like, okay, well, we spend 2 hours fucking around only to get, like, something juicy at the very end. I'm like, this could have been a fucking email, but okay. I do like Genshin. I hope you guys understand this. I do like this game. It's just, you know, I'm just like, all the answers are never where we want them to be. There, you'll find them by just fucking around for 2 hours. How would that work? I don't know. I don't want to know, Mr. Leaf. I don't want to think about this anymore. I don't know where we're going. It's been so long since I've been here. Please let me use a waypoint. Can I see? Where do I go looking around? Oh, I'm so lost. I hate it here. Where's the outline? Okay, it's this one. I don't even remember the answer that Neuvillette gave us other than, like, we just wished for children and they happened. Like, that I don't remember. Like, that's the answers that I remember him saying. And I was like, there's no fucking way that every single person in Fontaine that has a child, like, that they all, like, that they all came to the fountain. Like, they would all really have to believe. I know it's a cultural thing, so most of them probably did it, but that's a little sus. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. That doesn't make any sense. That was it, right? That's basically what he said, is that Oceanids got pregnant because they went to the fountain. But there's no way that people went to the fountain, all of them. You know, like, there's just, I don't know if I
just had a new member join us last month.
I don't know if I believe this. It's a magical world. It's not that I don't believe that they can't get magically pregnant, Vettigre. It's that I can't believe that the society of the Fontainians, that, like, everyone would be doing that. And it also begs the question, okay? I just have to point this out. Like, that means, like, elderly couples could go to the fountain and wish for children and get children at their elderly age. Like, this just causes kind of a couple problems. Like, in my head, I think. Like, you know. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I can foresee at least a fewish. And, like, okay, so here's my thing. Riddle me this. What if 2 women went to the statue and wished for a baby, and then they got a baby, okay? I think that the fountain would do that. I believe that the fountain is not discriminatory. However, logistically, it doesn't make sense for people to believe this. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't, a little bit. It kind of doesn't make sense if people... because they would know. They know. They would know, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? It's fine for a magical world where where real life sexual education doesn't apply. That was a weird way to say that, I'm sorry. But like, humans on Teyvat reproduce in the same way humans on Earth do. So you can have 2 people that are not fucking go to the fountain and wish for a baby and then they get a baby. And like, that creates questions for those people. You know, like, if those people, like, it's okay for it to be a fantasy world, Robin, but, like, some things can't, like, you know, you can be a fantasy world, but my problem is that when you pretend like these things wouldn't happen, it would have been like, oh yeah, like, have a fairy tale reference to, like, Thumbelina or something, of this old couple, they wished for a baby and miraculously they were blessed with a baby. Like, have rumors going around about, like, miracle babies, at least. But, like, you can't be like, oh, but it's a fantasy world, we don't need to think about it. No, the fun part of the fantasy world is thinking of the world building in response to the magic and how that's justified in universe. They wouldn't wish for a baby unless they were trying to have a baby. That's not necessarily true, Vettigre. That's not necessarily true. A lot of people don't know, like, how to get pregnant, right? So, like, you know, especially that's more of a trope in, like, stuff like Bridgerton, for example. Like, the ladies don't know anything because they're never told anything. So, you know. But yeah, I like the answer. I like that it's the fountain. What I want is, like, rumors of, like, fairy tale proportions of, like, oh, the old couple wished for a child and then one came out of the shoe or whatever, you know, the beanstalk, I don't know. There's one with a girl, which I think is Thumbelina, but there's also one with a boy, and I think he comes out of a turnip or something.
Oh, and would anyone like anything to drink?
Listen, Robin, I need something to do. I can't do anything. What am I supposed to be doing here? As a streamer, as someone who's trying to be an entertaining person.
Which means you have to drink up even before that.
Like, yeah, sure, drink water, that's fine, but I'm like, there's nothing, this is not entertaining.
Typical Sejuin.
If I'm bored, I'm sure you guys are bored too. I gotta do something.
Why aren't you two saying anything?
The criminals? I don't know what you're talking about.
You noticed them too. The badges they wore on their chests looked quite familiar.
I didn't look at anybody. I don't know. I didn't see those people.
Paimon didn't even realize they were wearing them.
I did not walk,
But if both of you say so, let's go ask them about it.
Were they the peace badges, maybe? Like, maybe it's... the man and then his best friend, and they pass the badges down to the kids, you know?
That's
like
not a bad idea.
Guy.
I will stay here and wait for news from
I'm
you.
confused. I didn't see those people. I was. Think about the principles of law and justice. Oh, now you're walking around. Okay. I think you need some action in this stream. Like, my brain is atrophying. And listen, I'm not that type of person that's like, ooh, we need combat because my little ADHD, you know, TikTok, brain rot brain can't handle like something more story driven. It's just like, you know what the problem is? We don't give a fuck about any of these people. This is not connected to anything. You know what I mean? As of right now, obviously if they're part of the Fatui or something, I'll eat my words, I guess. But like, this is the problem, right? Especially when you're trying to do something that's framed like an investigation. In an actual detective setting, you are presented, even a TV show, a game, whatever, right? You are presented with suspects and then you investigate. And the people that were promised or like planted at the beginning of the story, one of those people did it. I don't care about any of these people. Who gives a shit, right? I think that that's really the problem when Genshin tries to do this stuff. It's like, okay, I'm gonna talk to these random people. Mutual aid network, okay.
Oh, this?
Like,
are you interested in joining
maybe.
the mutual aid network?
Oh, they were talking about you. That? Go ahead, I guess.
We have a very long history.
But I'm like,
going back as far as
isn't,
400
like,
years ago.
This gang situation does not matter. Like, it's not gonna matter.
We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we have much of a reputation.
Well, that's nice.
But everyone
I
treats
guess.
each other like family.
Okay,
Helping
so I'm
each other is
guessing
our
the
purpose.
man started that.
At the same
like,
time,
the guy
we
that
seek
got
to maintain
arrested.
just dealings as much as possible.
Well, that's nice, but
Sounds
why
like a
would
pretty
there be
neat
somebody
organization.
threatening in here? Like, we'll see.
All we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious crimes, and we're not especially powerful either.
Uh-oh.
We're at
Wait
a natural
minute.
disadvantage here in the fortress.
This may not be nice
but
after
people
all.
won't give us a hard time if we stick together.
Okay, sir. I don't know about that. This was your home? Home
You
sweet
two
J?
look
I
kinda
don't
familiar.
remember anything. I don't remember these
It's the
people
symbol
while
of
I
the
was
mutual
here.
aid network designed by our first president.
Okay, no, I think
From
that
what I've
is
heard,
connected
it's based
to the
on
man.
something called a Medal
Yeah,
of Peace.
yeah, the original
I've never
man.
seen one of those medals for myself, though.
Yeah, exactly.
The first president of our network was an amazing person. Powerful as he was, he never used his strength against anyone.
Okay.
He encouraged the weaker criminals to stick together and look out for each other.
That's kind of nice,
All of us
I
have
guess.
a lot of respect for him.
I'm assuming that's, what did they call him? Vatrin? I don't remember anymore. It was too long ago. We were talking about reproduction and I forgot.
Interested in joining the mutual aid network? If you'd like to learn more, here's our flyer.
Thanks. Help each other. Do all you can to further justice. Do not detest just judgment. It kind of sounds like, though, like, yeah, it says face up to the crimes they committed, but it kind of sounds like you're encouraging people to do the justice, even if it's against, well, I mean, I think we should do justice even if it's against the law, but you guys understand what I'm saying. Like, it kind of sounds like maybe that guy, I don't think he had a change of heart is what I'm getting at. I don't think he was like, oh yeah, murdering those people was wrong. I think he's basically saying, no, I was right, and now we should help each other in here too.
Our slogan may have evolved over
Like,
the centuries,
I don't think he didn't
but
do
our goal
anything
has
wrong.
remained
Vatrin
unchanged.
did nothing wrong.
Here,
in my
this book
mind.
is for you. You're welcome to come and sign up anytime.
Maybe I'll do
We've
that.
gathered enough information. Let's head back and talk to Neuvillette.
But yeah, and I know why they didn't do this, but I'm like, I would have really loved if we took Neuvillette to go see a pet, and I know she would hate his ass. I know there's like logistical reasons why we're not doing that. It's just like, that's the problem with Genshin Story Quest is that there's always random NPCs that don't fucking matter and they're not gonna matter after this situation because they're not connected to anything. If there was a through line and they were all connected, like that there was a criminal gang in Fontaine and we're slowly dismantling them one by one, that's not the Spinajaruza or whatever, like I'd be okay with that, but it's like, none of this is gonna matter. Like, this matters in relation to Neuvillette, but people matter? Do they? I don't know.
Did you manage to gather any intel?
People matter, I don't know.
The people who award the badges belong to an organization called the Mutual Aid Network.
You want to drag the Hydro Dragon through the desert? Yeah, I do. That would be more interesting than what we're doing right now.
Have you seen any of those?
I know what David's saying, though, right? We need to see people in their normal lives and stuff, and I do want to see that. And it's not that I don't, but I do wish that there was a bit more cohesion, or like some attempt to like make other factions beyond the Fatui, I guess. You know? Because I know what you're saying, David, and I agree with you. And I think I would agree with you, like, if, you know, this was a more drawn out argument in terms of, like, you know, when other streamers stream Genshin and they're like, oh, well, these people don't matter, I'm just gonna skip all the dialogue. I'm not like, these people don't matter, so why should we care? I'm like, these people don't matter because the writers didn't put enough effort in, and that does a disservice to the game, I think. So it's not like, I don't care about these people, we should just replace them with interesting people. I think it's more like, I want to care more about these people, but the game hasn't given me the necessary tools for me to really care about what we're doing in this situation. It doesn't feel like there's a lot at stake right now. Like, yes, the girl has gotten a threatening letter, but I wish there was just a bit more. And I think that that's kind of the problem, is that they want the story quest to be isolated, because then they don't want this whole, like, oh, but to do this quest, you gotta do that quest, and like, blah, blah, blah. But like, it can cause a bit of a feeling that like nothing actually is changing in Fontaine, or like that these things don't matter. Whereas if there was a gang of like, I don't know if you guys have watched, oh goodness, what is it? Ruby Evermorrow, but they introduced this like human supremacist group, basically, called the Natural Order. And I thought that that was a really interesting idea. And, oh goodness. My hair is in my eyeballs, guys. Hold on, sorry. And like, that's interesting. What if in Fontaine there was a group like that called the Natural Order, that they're like, Oceanids are more superior to human beings or something, right after Act 5. And the Melazine should get the fuck out, and like there was this whole thing, and they were all connected, and maybe in Navia's story quest she's trying to like take down the boss, and then here it's like one of the members of that same group. Like there's a way to make them connected without you having to play every single one, you know? But I think that that's kind of my problem here, is that we either have one or two things, right? It's always either like the Fatui was here and they're spreading discourse, right? We just assign every NPC that is evil is assigned Fatui or Abyss Order or something, which makes the world feel really small and like nothing else is going on. Or it's like literal random unorganized people. And it's a little too random. Sometimes, you know? Okay, I think I got it out. It's about the concept of justice. I know, but like, I don't know if this was the way to do it, is all I'm saying.
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. They were awarded to Carol in Vautrin. Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire. The only one that remained should belong to Vautrin.
And then also, we kind of already got into the concept of justice in the Archon quest, so I kind of wish it was a bit, like, yes, they've done a good job at connecting the Mezzaline to Neuvillette, but I feel like there's like kind of something missing from this whole thing right now.
So the network was inspired by
the guy.
Monsieur Neuvillette, His Grace has requested your presence in his office. He's found Domenico.
All right. Let us talk to him first and get to the bottom of this situation.
I guess. But yeah, I kind of just wish that there was, like, other groups that are not the Fatui who are doing things. And we got that in Sumeru, kind of, well, like, with the Academia, like, that was fun. And it kind of, like, it felt like that was important because the Academia were in a very powerful position, and so the stakes were high. But I don't feel the high stakes radiating from random NPC sending a threatening letter quite yet. You know? As opposed to him starting, like, this, you know, sort of weird movement or something, and people are, you know, starting to get rowdy or something like that, you know? This isn't, by the way, this isn't the only quest that I think has this problem either. like, obviously, I can't necessarily think of all of them off the top of my head, but I have done quite a few. There are some quests that are better than others. In this regard, where I think like the random people were like necessary and like it was okay for them to just be NPCs and like that's all they are. But then there were some that it was like fucking weird, right? Like the one with Kazuha and Beto where they were all fighting for the vision and it was all just random people. And like that was kind of weird. And I stand by that. David, I'm pretty sure we probably had this exact conversation all the way back then. Where I'm like, yeah, a couple random people's okay, but what are the implications in the greater wide world of this? Like, yeah, people are individuals and they be doing stuff individually, but I also feel like there's not enough group activity, if that makes sense.
Allow me to
there's
introduce
not enough
this
factions that,
fine
that
gentleman,
feel in a realistic
Domenico.
way that are operating. Like, it's just, like, the Fatui should not have a monopoly on crime. Because we see that, like, Navia has a crime.
Why don't you explain
going
everything
on.
to him?
They do not have a complete monopoly. This guy kind of
Neuvillette?
looks like Bernardo or whatever his name
What do you want? What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Okay,
Calm
sir,
down.
please.
I merely want to ask you a few questions. Was it your idea to send that letter to a Melusine? Hassan has already confessed, so there really isn't any need to keep hiding.
It's probably the son of that guy. Maybe
idiot.
or like the descendant of that guy.
I can't believe I trusted him.
Let me ask this another way. It was your idea to send that letter, correct?
Yes.
Who is pulling your strings?
Oh, so you think there's someone above
What?
this guy?
You're not trying to frame me for something I haven't done, are you?
The interest is back.
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. The Chief Justice of Fontaine has been personally investigating your
His
case.
accent changed there for
I
a
assume
minute.
your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meripede has something to do with this as well.
I admit I acted on impulse.
Okay.
I'll tell you the truth. But before that, you must ensure my safety.
I can do that.
Okay.
You see, we're all reasonable people here.
I only intended to do some small business at first. Someone contacted me about delivering some goods and promised me a generous sum of more in return. After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Marechaussee Phantom. They accused me of smuggling prohibited items, and I was put on trial. But I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully absolved from guilt, right? Well, I suspect that someone got me locked up here so they could get their hands on my goods.
Oh, I see. Well, sort of. Kinda.
And then you decided to take revenge on the Melusines?
Oh, what? Hold on. Now I don't understand. So, he delivered goods, and he didn't know what was in them. Or maybe he kinda did. And then he got locked up here. This through line, this is not making any sense.
Take revenge on the Melusines? Over that?
Yeah, Paimon, I'm like, what is going on?
My initial target was Neuvillette. Everyone in the Fortress of
okay, so
Meripede
it's
was
supposed
declared
to be-
guilty by him after all.
Okay.
So they must more or less hold a grudge against
So
him,
it's
right?
supposed to be that the past
If I could
is
get them to strike
mimicking
back.
the future and like, oh, they're using the Melusine to get to him. Okay.
For some reason, no one wanted to team up with me. That mutual
No
aid
one
network
wanted
in
to.
particular.
Yeah, I wonder why.
What did those nobodies even gain from trying to challenge me? Seriously. In the end, I had to redirect my focus onto Melusines to salvage things.
Okay. Yeah, see. So, I get, like, I understand that, it's the past and the future and it's all happening again and it's this random guy and he's, you know, scapegoating. But they said who's pulling his strings, which is kind of weird.
I recall that Chiara was the one who confiscated my goods for inspection. So I asked one of the more approachable guards to send a letter.
Like, you know what I
that
mean?
I meant to contact
like,
my
there's
family.
not a bigger thing going on. It's just
But the
him
letter was
then.
in fact addressed to Essa.
Okay.
I requested that he write a threat letter to Chiara and force her to resign from the Marechaussee Phantom.
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts? Have you been in contact with any suspicious people recently?
No.
Unless they're talking about, like, the
Is
regime
it true that
or whatever
all members
again, but
involved in the smuggling scandal have been caught?
Yes.
it seems like it's just
That's
this
all I
guy.
Sigewinne, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal with him later.
Okay. Like, Neuvillette thinks that there's a whole conspiracy, but I don't know, man.
So,
It does kind of
Monsieur
seem like
Neuvillette,
this guy.
You were concerned that there might be a shadowy faction looking to capitalize
yeah,
on the
that's
delicate
exactly what he
situation
was
with the
thinking.
Melusines
And I get it,
to
because
stir up
it
greater
happened
chaos?
before,
Yes. I experienced a similar incident in the past, so I had to be prepared for any possibility.
And how long ago was this incident?
More than 400 years.
You might be overthinking this.
Damn.
Time can change a lot of things.
I like this, though. Like, this
Everything's
is kind
different
of
now.
interesting.
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melusines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society. But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melusines,
Aw.
people wouldn't just
See,
sit
I
back
do
and do
kind
nothing.
of like that. I do
I
like
trust that they would make different choices from before.
Like, there are no shadowy factions. There's individual
People
assholes.
standing up for Melusines on
But
our way back to the Palais Mermonia.
I still feel like what I said
Monsieur
before
Neuvillette,
applies.
The Melusines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. How the public treats them is also reflective of their attitude towards you.
Nice.
When people
think
refused
that's
to
a lot
place
of
their
burden
trust in
to
Melusines,
put on
it
his
was because they
shoulders,
were
though.
still on the fence about you, their unfamiliar Chief Justice.
No.
For almost 500 years, you've conducted every
Okay.
trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment each time, regardless of whatever nonsense went on. People no longer have any reservations about you and even consider you a symbol of the law.
But
Right now,
Okay.
your every decision will impact all of Fontaine.
remind
other
me
words,
about something.
You've gradually
Because
transformed
I like
the
this,
whole
but I'm
nation.
also like, that seems a little bit simplistic, and I'm not sure if I like that.
No one wanted to join forces with Domenico.
Tragedies like that won't ever happen again. I don't really believe that, though, is the thing. And so now I'm kind of like,
I am
okay.
undeserving of such high compliments. From my perspective, I have simply been fulfilling my duties. It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. I'm simply fulfilling the promises I've made and searching for answers through my judgments.
Okay, let's
It is
let them
unnecessary
talk
to hold
first.
me in such high regard. The complexity of human emotions and willpower far exceed those of mine. As a matter of fact,
I like this music.
I believe that you are the
I think
ones
it's
who deserve
Neuvillette's,
my respect.
theme music.
There's no need to be so modest. The current state of affairs says it all. You're no longer that outsider you were before.
Oh, well,
Even
this
if you
is
wished to
nice.
investigate something on your own, many would take the initiative to lend you a hand.
I must say that you've made a fair point. Thank you for clearing my doubts. Now that the case has been settled,
Yeah,
I should get going.
okay, let's go.
Huh? You're leaving?
And so
got
soon, too?
work to do.
Why not stay
I
for a cup
think.
of tea?
Maybe.
Thank you for the offer, but I know how this place works all too well. While some are here to redeem themselves, there will inevitably be those who harbor resentment towards me. The less time I spend here, the better. My presence could very well result in an unwanted disturbance.
In that case, I'll have to insist. I still have 2 more things to say.
Okay.
Please, go ahead.
I do like Risley's
The first is about the
wisdom,
guard who helped Domenico send that letter.
Ah, I know of what you speak. The guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Mermonia staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business. Therefore, I leave that matter in your hands.
Well, that makes things a lot easier.
though. You're not
Hey
gonna.
now, don't let your imagination run wild. Those from up there have a tendency to sympathize with others.
He didn't
However,
know.
down here,
Like,
such
that
thoughts
guy
will put
didn't
you at
know.
high risk.
You know.
I'll
like
have a
the
chat
guard.
with the guard and remind him to take precautions in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
I see no issues with that.
Great! That's one thing out of the way. What's the other thing you wanted to say?
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity. Now, I've heard that you investigated the mutual aid network. Is that right?
Yep. Neuvillette thought their badges looked familiar.
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the Fortress of Meripede. They were not great in number, but every member always made sure to stand up for what was
so
right.
maybe they're not sus,
I've looked into
I
their
guess.
founder, Vautrin,
Vautrin,
who once
yeah,
stood
exactly.
trial and was sentenced to imprisonment in the fortress. According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. He had never once engaged in physical or verbal aggression.
Okay.
In other words, how he presented himself in prison was very different from his behavior in court.
Okay.
What?
Oh, is it gonna be like, no, he never hated
During
you?
his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated. He appeared to be
Okay.
full of resentment, and I believe he had every right to feel that way.
Perhaps he had been putting on an act.
Really, though?
An act?
Neuvillette and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin must have known that the Chief Justice
Yeah,
would
but
make
that
an impartial judgment.
didn't help
Thus,
anything.
the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present that you were upholding justice.
Did it, though? Because people thought that it was didn't they, weren't they all yelling about how unfair it was? So I kind of understand what he's saying, but I don't know. Like, maybe this is just me being nitpicky about the wording, but is it clear to those present that he was upholding justice, or was it clear to those present that he was upholding the law? Because wasn't the whole thing in that scene that the audience thought that it wasn't justice, that it was an injustice that he had been found guilty? So I understand what Risley's theory is of, like, I'm gonna make Neuvillette look good so I'm gonna seem more indignant, you know what I mean? But, like, that doesn't quite... They didn't think he was upholding justice. They thought that he shouldn't be held
And to
accountable.
those who had been sitting on the fence, Vautrin's act was a very meaningful one.
Let's hear him out. But I'm like, Worsley, I don't know if you should
That's
be
all
cooking
from me.
right now. Please
Does anyone
stop
else have anything
cooking.
to say?
Never cook
Now's your
again.
chance.
I
I
don't
agree
have
with you,
anything to
David.
say,
Like, I think that is
apart
true.
from expressing
but
my gratitude, that
that
is.
the idea of justice in the law, I think, is
Well
what
then,
I'm a little bit
let
like,
us head
okay,
back.
though,
No
he
need to
didn't
see us
uphold
off.
justice, he upheld the law. You know.
Please, take care.
The warden is a bad cook. Never cook again, Risley. Like, this is a weird example, but in Ruby After the Fall, Fox's uncle is murdered by someone, and then the tribe murders the murderer, right? And so, I thought about this a lot, but like in a place like Vale, that's probably not legal. That's probably against the law. But in Vacuo, that's the idea of what justice is. So I kind of have a bit of a nitpick about Risley's wording there because they didn't think he upheld justice. Yes, he stayed impartial and he upheld the law and judged the law to the letter. But if, like Vettigre said, if this is a conversation about what's justice and what isn't, right? Like, is what Neuvillette did actually just or not? You know? So that's a bit of a suspicious, like, you know, I wish that they just said that you upheld the law. And then in this cutscene that I'm assuming is gonna happen next, Neuvillette could have been like, yes, I was impartial and I upheld the law, but did I do justice? Was it a good thing that I did? Or was it the right thing that I did? But I don't think he's gonna ask that. So I think that now, and I'm sorry to be so negative, guys, I really didn't think that I was gonna have this many problems with this quest, but like, there's something interesting in here, but then they decided, oh, this guy just forgave you, and he threw himself under the bus for the sake of your reputation, and it's all fine, and now Neuvillette doesn't really have to consider whether or not in upholding the law to the letter, if he's ever... Because that guy, he was saying, that other guy said he didn't know what he was smuggling, right? And that he's in jail anyway, but like, in our world, we have guilty mind and like guilty action, right? So like if that guy didn't know that he was smuggling anything illegal, if he genuinely did not know, he shouldn't be guilty, but he's still in jail. So maybe the question is more like what exactly in the law of Fontaine is required to prove someone guilty or innocent, right? Maybe it doesn't matter if you didn't know what was in the package. Maybe you're still guilty anyway just because you did it, and like your guilty mind doesn't matter. But I'm kind of like, they kind of made that super simplistic at the end, and then they were like, we ended racism, and I'm like, I don't know if you ended racism though. I get it's been 400 years, and 400 years is, again, a long time, but I'm like, I don't like that Risley was like, no, that wouldn't happen today. Of course not. There's no racism anymore, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, maybe things are better, but I'm like, Risley, that wouldn't happen. There's no racism anymore. I don't know. I'm a little bit about that, you know? May have been the difference between smuggling cigarettes and smuggling weapons. The guy may have thought it was cigarettes. They need to explain these things, Vetagri. You're very generous to this game. I appreciate everyone using their imagination, but I don't want to use my imagination for facts. You know, subtext maybe, but— Oh, now you're walking with us, Neuvillette! Good for you!
I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin.
Okay, at least this is— I like what they're doing with Neuvillette's character. It's literally like everything else that I'm like, what is happening?
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I
put a pin in that, Robin, because I'll come back to that.
to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
Oh, gosh. Oh, dear.
Paimon agrees with everything Risley said.
Okay, let's take out that pin now just before we get started. Robin, here's my thing, too. Not everyone who is in Fontaine is from Fontaine either. So even if we did solve Fontainian racism, which I don't think we have because I feel like I remember other lines of dialogue of the Melusine, you know, talking about certain things. Like, even if that's possible, there are people from other nations that come here, right? And so there's, like, I feel like that there's also that to consider. Especially if it's like, oh, but they're bad luck and they're from the Calamity and all of that, whatever. Like, there's probably at least racist other people, like from Snezhnaya, let's just pretend, right?
As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials makes an impact on Fontaine. What do you think, Traveler?
I mean, yeah, that's obviously that's true.
Any comments?
What I really think is—
Oh! Hello, we're talking!
Every trial you've ever
shit.
judged has left its impression on you.
Okay.
And that's what makes you who you are today.
Oh man, the foreshadowing to us judging Teyvat at the end of the game, guys. Oh dear. Neuvillette still thinks of himself as an outsider due to his identity. Perhaps the lines between him and humans have long since blurred. I don't know if a Pep would agree with that. See, and this kind of makes me worried about the colonization stuff. Like, I'm just kind of worried. Not that I expected Genshin to be, like, super qualified to address these issues, but if it's like, no, there's no animosity between the dragons and the humans anymore, we're all the same, bestie. Like, I'm scared. I have fear in my heart.
That is indeed a reasonable assumption.
Saying. You know, I don't know about all this.
As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself.
Yeah, that's fair. That she didn't say the dragons per se. But, like, you know, still, maybe for him. But for all of humanity, I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess.
But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my person.
It's not necessarily Neuvillette I'm worried about. It's more like the humanity part. But obviously, I mean, we'll have to save, like, certain things about, you know, how the humans feel about the dragons and stuff for another day, because we don't really know that yet. But I'm more worried about Natlin and those sorts of things, I guess.
These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself.
Which is, I like this idea. Like, I think
I will
that
try
this
to
is
contemplate
good.
this further.
Right?
Thank you both.
Like the idea of growth versus everything remaining stagnant, I think. Oh, hello, cutscene.
Huh?
Wait a minute, we didn't get to play as Neuvillette.
Oh, no. Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella. Come on,
wait a minute.
Before it rains harder.
Oh, was he gonna imagine the Melazine? Oh. No! So this was after the
it's
trial
raining again?
that day!
I've had enough of this weather.
No!
There go my travel plans.
That's fucked.
Did you read the news this morning?
Oh.
Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
Oh, I really like
When
this
is this
rain,
rain
though.
going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Oh no! Oh, I can't do this, guys. No, that little kid. Ugh, and the motif, I love this.
They're planning to reanimate the monster.
What?
We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The what? The what? What do you mean? What? What does that mean?
The Fortress of Mirapede.
What?
It's a good place for me.
Okay, that's fine. They're planning to reanimate the monster? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? What? Okay.
He owes me so many answers.
Okay.
Neuvillette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
It means they're planning to reanimate the monster!
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melazines? Show yourself!
Something about a world quest. That's crazy
You
that
will
they
see
put
much
that
in the
there.
human world,
Oh,
from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
I do love this. I think this is awesome.
The rainy season's almost over. The skies are supposed to clear in a few days.
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
The harp too, as the sun comes out, very nice. They never miss when it comes to the score, guys. Ah, look at that, and how everything changed. That was awesome. That was really cool. I really liked that. Oh, and look, we're walking with him in the sun, in the light.
Is the matter resolved?
All right, let's
Yes,
listen.
we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he'd keep a
Oh,
close eye
hi,
on him, so
everybody.
the
Hi,
Melazine
Arnold.
ship
How
is
was your
safe now.
stream? We're basically
that's
ending.
wonderful.
Hi,
Sorry
guys.
for
Oh, you
dragging
guys
you
missed
all
the
into
best
this.
part. You
There's
guys
no
missed
need to
the good
apologize.
part. Oh, no. You'll have to
Yeah, you
rewind.
didn't
You'll have to
drag
go
us in.
subscribe at
We got
Calxiyn
involved of
VODs
our
and go
own
watch
accord.
the VOD because you missed the good part.
By the way, where's
The only good part, one might
At the
say.
Palais Mermonia, more than 50 people offered to protect her.
That's nice.
Some even
That
hid within
is
the bushes
nice.
to
Oh
look out
no,
for
we have
danger.
no choice. Oh
I
no,
was worried
whatever
that the
will you
excessive
do, you'll have
protection
to
would
go
make her
look at the
feel
Calxiyn
uneasy.
VOD channel and watch
So I
all of
asked
my
her to
VODs
stay
in order
inside
to
the Palais.
understand what's going on
It's
here.
very safe in there.
Oh no. But yeah, I hope you guys had a good stream. We're finishing Neuvillette Story. Yeah, the good part, I say. Yeah, listen, Arnold, I have some beef with this quest. I don't want to complain in front of your viewers too much, but I have a little beef with some of the things that happened.
Monsieur Neuvillette, would you be interested in
That
an
was
exclusive
epic.
interview?
Like, here's what I think happened. Here's my conspiracy theory about what I think happened. I think they wrote the ending to this quest, and that they were like, now how do we get here? And they just didn't know how to get there, and they had the ending, and they were like, what a cool, thematic, emotional ending. And I'm like, yeah, like, let's go, you know? Like, it felt the strongest ending ever, but the promise and the planting and the progress to the ending, I'm a little bit like, okay, guys, I don't know, man. I feel like they wrote the ending and worked backwards. Do you know what I mean? There's just some things here that I'm just like, I don't know why they did things this exact way. It's hard to explain. Like I said, you'll have to go watch the Yes, Arnold, it does suck, but Rivesley is here like, oh, don't you realize, Neuvillette, that you've ended racism? That's not my only thing, though. There were a couple other things before Rivesley said that. Like, don't you realize after 400 years we've ended racism? It's more about how they integrated this random NPC culprit into this situation. Basically, that's you're low-key right, thank you. I am usually right, but people don't want to hear it. And David made a good point earlier, right? That especially big Genshin streamers have this refrain of like, oh, these random NPCs don't matter, and so like we don't care, and we just want to skip through the dialogue, right? Or whatever. And I'm not one of those people. My take is I want to care about these random things that are happening, but they didn't really make me care about this situation, you know? I kind of talked about like, what if there was another faction in Fontaine, and there was this kind of like weird supremacist group of like people that found out they were Oceanids and were like, oh, well, we're clearly the superior human beings now, and we're gonna rise up against the Mezzalines, but then the rest of Teyvat, right? Kind of like the Natural Order from Ruby Evermara, which you guys, that's a very niche reference. You guys probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But I'm like, they could have made this guy part of something bigger, and I understand that the point is that he was an individual guy, and I get that, but he's also just a guy. He's not like a descendant of like the original like friend that was in this scene, even though they both had the same chunk of the same name, right? I think it was Domenico, and the other guy was like Bernardo or something. Like, they didn't have them be connected to that man, like that guy that they showed prominence in the cutscene for some reason. They didn't have him be connected to like even, oh, the Fatui wants to stir up problems in Fontaine. Like, he was just a guy. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to feel about that, because I understand the thematic significance of, oh, it was just an individual person and there was no greater conspiracy, but that also made everything so fucking boring, because there's no way for us to guess at the beginning of the quest of who the culprit is and who's sending the letter, because it's just some guy. It's some guy that we don't know, and I don't care about this random fucking man that we don't know. Like, it would have been almost more interesting if it was like the dressmaker or something that they introduced at the beginning, and then she threatened the Melusine so people would feel bad, and then they'd come buy her clothes because she has that Melusine girl being the model, like some sort of personal interest, right? But that's a problem when Genshin tries to do mystery, is to do a mystery, you need to introduce the culprits at the beginning of the story, right? Like, this is not a whodunit. This is finding a random man that we don't care about who did like the bads. It's not like, oh, here is a list basically of all the people that could possibly do the bads, and you gotta figure out who's the baddest. Like, I don't know. And I have this problem like almost every time we do a story quest, where there's just random people and they don't mean anything, and it makes the world feel so small because then they don't have, like, there's no factions outside of the Fatui. You know what I mean? It's just like the Fatui does bad stuff and then there's random people. Like, you're telling me that there's no other criminal faction that exists in the world. I don't know, man. I don't know if I believe that. And I don't know if I believe that what Rivesley said about that, oh, we solved racism. I don't know. And then they didn't mention Farina in the entire fucking past memory section. Arnold, are you done? Do you want a voice call about this right now? Like, I've legitimately kind of like slowly kind of crashing out all stream because I love the theme. I love what they're doing. I love that they're connecting Neuvillette to this feeling of being an outsider, and he's the last of his kind, and there's no one he can really relate to or like be around and stuff. But like, the Neuvillette, the good part of this situation is buried in some very confusing and poorly thought out world building, and it's driving me. Farina was not mentioned a single fucking time in the past. You're telling me that no one had any thoughts right? About like, oh, well, the Hydro Archon says that the Mezzaline are okay, so maybe we should, like, you know, or whatever, right? Obviously, she didn't say anything. Nobody mentions her saying anything because nobody talks about her, but you could have had conflict of like, oh, Farina said the Mezzaline are cool, so we should, like, listen to Farina because everybody loves Farina. Farina wasn't even at the trial, and she goes to every trial because she thinks that they're entertaining or whatever. She wasn't even there. Neuvillette's walking with us in a bunch of cutscenes, but then they don't actually put his model there, so you're just hearing him hallucinate in your ears. There were a couple things that I had a couple problems with, and it makes me want to crash out. He only walked with you at the end, but then the other 2 times where he's supposed to be walking with you and people are supposed to be seeing him, he's just not there, and people are just talking about him as if he's there. He's not there!
I will consider it.
He's not there. Really? I can't take it anymore.
Of course. My schedule is full for the following
this is a very
weeks, but
unfortunate thing
I
that
shall
you
be
guys have
available
raided
next month.
into.
Come up with
because
questions
usually
during the intervening days,
you know, I really like
and I
the
will
story.
answer them to the
Oopsie!
liberty.
Shit. I really like the story. I really like the game. But then sometimes God is testing me. Sometimes they're fucking testing my fucking patience, you know? That's all. I dropped my controller and I spilt water all over my socks. That's probably not good. I don't really have a napkin though. We're just gonna use this. But yeah, it's not, I don't care about random NPCs because we need to care about random people because these are the people that we're fighting for, you know what I mean? So I do think we do need to care. But I know this is weird. I'll wash this later, or at least I'll tell you guys I'm gonna wash it so you don't think it's weird, but this is all I have. This blanket's the only thing between me and getting electrocuted, so. My new relaxing comfort streamer? Oh god. I love Neuvillette, but the racism allegory was silly. They stopped being racist because the Malizines were cute and nice.
Head back to the Palais and issue a communique to publicize our investigation results.
I really thought that what they were going
for
for,
the concerns of
because
all.
there was someone, I don't know if you were here, Kip, when this happened, but there was someone who was like, who's out there? I'll fight them. I'll hide in the bushes. And I thought what they were gonna go for was that now people have started to infantilize or fetishize the Malizines, right? Because I think there was even something of like, oh, like, yeah, it'll be so cute to have a Melazine do X, Y, Z. Like, I thought that they were gonna go for something with that yes, the direct racism has gotten better, but there is still an othering that is happening, right? And that othering needs to be addressed. But that guy was just a really enthusiastic guy. I was like, oh, that guy's clearly gonna be some sort of weird Melazine fetishist because he's way too excited about all of this. And then they didn't do that. And like, this isn't just about what I want them to do, but like, I'm kind of like, I've been a little baffled this stream. It's like, oh, that guy was just given.
Am I dreaming?
This guy was just really given some like enthusiastic vocal direction. It didn't mean anything.
Hold you back.
You know, but I thought it meant
most of this
something. Like, I didn't
opportunity
think it
and
meant
ask
something.
away.
So yes. But yeah, sorry for the vibes, guys. I'm sure you guys just had a great time with like Varka and like the story quest with Cinema. And everything, and then here's me, and I'm crashing out over a quest from a million years ago.
So you might as well give all of them a shot.
I hope someday I will not crash out anymore. I hope it's gonna be over sometime, you know? Like, I hope when we get to Natlin, or sorry, when we get to Nodcry, I should probably say, that this isn't gonna be a problem. But yeah, thank you, Avarchi, Cyrene, ADHD Bard, and Amazing all for the follows as well. Thank you. But yeah, I think we're gonna wrap this up. Oh, and then we're gonna look at Neuvillette's lore, so I might need to take a bathroom break, because we're not done. I'm like, guys, do I need to read this lore on stream now? I'm a little jaded. Earlier I was joking that, like, you know, this was fun and all, but I wish we took Neuvillette through the desert to see a pep. And people were like, what do you, like, Cal, you want to drag the Hydro Archon through the desert? He's busy. And I'm like, yeah, I kinda do. And also, are we not gonna get to play as Neuvillette during this? I thought we got to play as them during their story quest. There was no combat, which that's fine. I'm not, you know, a super combat-oriented person, but I'm very surprised. I'm kind of shocked a little bit. And here's the other thing. They're infantilized by the fandom, but then they're also very childlike. That girl was like, I got a threat letter, but I thought that they wanted to play hide and seek with me. And I'm like, oh, so... But you are... You're not a child, but then sometimes, I don't know. And I'm worried. I'm worried about you, bestie. Oh, she's sleeping. Girl, do you want him dead? Yeah, I know that a pep would probably hate his ass. I did realize that after I said it, because she's like, she'd be mega mad. She'd be like super mega mad, but...
Monsieur Neuvillette? Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep.
It's quite all right.
Yeah, hopefully one day
I'm here
I'll
to tell you
stop
that we have caught
crashing
the
out
sender
a
of
little.
that threatening letter. You're safe now.
But yeah, like,
Thank you,
technical
monsieur.
limitations I can deal with. This stuff just feels like the growing pains of the game. And I hope by not cry this won't happen anymore.
So nice
and
to
I will
me,
not
so I've
cry
always felt
anymore,
really
is
safe.
what I'm saying, you know.
Do you remember Domenico?
I may need some,
He was the sender of that letter.
I may
Let
need
me
some more
think.
hot water.
I can't remember.
This is cold.
My memory
This is
isn't
doing
that
nothing.
good, so I easily forget things.
Oh dear. Okay, well.
By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now.
I'm all Mickey'd up. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I was wearing this because it's nautical, and I always try to coordinate my outfit to what we're doing in the game. But yeah, I forgot about the mug. That's
in my
funny.
dream, she looked really happy.
Oh, so this is nice.
She
Like, this
held
is
my hand
interesting.
and said, Kiara,
Like that they're all connected.
our
That
dreams
kind of
have
reminds me
finally
of the
come
Aranara. Like, I'll fuck with that. That's
I can't remember
cool.
what our dreams were anymore. And I don't
Oh, I
know
like
why.
that. Our dreams.
But I
That's
felt
cute.
really
I like
happy
that.
too.
That's nice.
I can sense your joy. It is indeed a delightful moment.
You saw Carol in her dreams, Cal. Where are your tears?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
I mean...
Are you happy too?
That agree. I can't just cry on command
I
for you
almost
guys.
forgot. Am I allowed to go out now? I promised to model for Alov.
Like, that's nice, but it's not too unusual.
Of course.
We've
Off you
heard
go.
people in our head. We've seen people in our dreams, you know?
See you next time,
I like that,
Monsieur
though. It reminds me of
Traveler
the
and Big Sis
Aranara.
Paimon.
But it's not very emotional as an offhand mention. It would have been more emotional if we saw it happen like we did with the Neuvillette cutscene, you know what I mean? But I like that.
See
Like,
you
I do
next
like
time.
it. When you guys say, where are your tears, is it because Arnold was crying? You guys have to understand that my barrier for crying is a little bit higher than Arnold's, and that's not to, you know, be, like, shady or anything. That's not to say there's anything wrong with Arnold crying. It's just, like, you know, if we saw the dream sequence, that'd be a little different, but it's because I was crying. You guys are so easily affected. No, but I'm glad. Like, I'm glad the story moves you. That's what art should do, you know, and stuff. Like, that's good. I'm glad, but I'm just, you know, this person that we barely got to know and we barely spent time with was dreaming about another person who, yes, died tragically, but we also barely got to spend time with. And we didn't do a lot to differentiate their personalities, which is a little unfortunate.
I once thought that time was of no consequence to me.
Oh, I like this,
Distance
though.
yourself from others and stay focused on your work. A few years or a few hundred, it's all the same. But after all this, I've realized that perhaps this way of thinking is fundamentally flawed.
That is true.
The passing of time has its own consequences. The answer that I've been searching for amongst all those lives, perhaps it's life itself.
I do like that. I do like that. Okay. Let's talk for a minute. Let's talk for a minute, and then we're gonna read Neuvillette's lore somehow. Okay, let's sit down. I need to sit. Oh, that's nice. We're sitting right in the middle. Okay. So I won't rehash it too much, because I think I got out pretty much all of the thoughts that I had before, and then also for the people that were listening to the stream before Arnold rated me, right? So I won't talk about this too much. I'm honestly a little disappointed. Just because it can be very frustrating. How do I explain this? It's almost easier when nothing is good, you know? Like when nothing's good at all and everything's bad, and it's very easy to be like, yeah, that sucked, right? The problem is that I think the characterization of Neuvillette and the themes that were explored here are super interesting. I don't think that the story that surrounds Neuvillette went to the places it needed to go in order to make those interesting points. You know, the payoff kind of happened, but I think the payoff happened without a regard for what actually happened during this story. Does that make sense? You know? It's very difficult for me to think of an example on the fly, but the ending of Wish, for example, has this scene where Asha is like crying and she sings a cappella, and then all the townspeople sing with her, and with the power of the magic in their hearts, they kill Magnifico or whatever they do to him, right? And it's supposed to be a big climactic triumphant moment, and then it's not though, because we don't care. We don't care about Asha winning against Magnifico. Like, we don't care about Asha personally, or really, like, that Magnifico is evil enough to be defeated. Like, there's a lot of problems with Wish that started the minute the movie started. And so you have this grand ending that is clearly supposed to be providing the audience with closure and emotional catharsis in this, like, yeah, fuck yeah, type moment. But, like, the rest of the story didn't really earn that moment, right? This is not that bad. Like, it's not even, like, comparable to the level of Wish and the lyrics and just all the other problems with that fucking movie. But that's the first thing that comes into my head just because it's in my brain because of Calxiyn Cares Too Much. If you guys don't know, I have a musical theater channel where we talk about storytelling and all that stuff. And so what frustrates me about this is I see the vision, I understand the potential, but, like, this is kind of weird. It's kind of weird how they did all this. And, like, I love the themes. I think that me and Kip, we have the same brain right now in the Twitch chat. Like, and I don't mind the concept of fantasy racism, you know what I mean? I think that there was a way that they could have done it, but, like, it's kind of weird. It's weird how they, like, Rivesley of all people was like, yeah, have you ever thought that maybe he didn't resent you and he was actually playing it up because he wanted people to respect you and see he would always be impartial? But, and I talked about this earlier, a nitpick I have about the line is that, Neuvillette says something about, like, or maybe it was Rivesley. Rivesley said something about, like, oh, he did that and threw himself under the bus to show the people that you were impartial and that justice would be upheld. But then the people during that fucking scene were saying that this wasn't justice and it was an injustice that he was held accountable for his actions. So I was like, okay, clearly what they're gonna do here is that Neuvillette upheld the law but didn't do justice. But then they were like, no, see, Neuvillette, they respect you because you were impartial and you upheld the law, which I guess is apparently justice now because that's what Rivesley said. And I think that, like, they had to wrap it up because this is a story quest that's like 20 minutes, you know, or 20 minutes, sorry, 2 hours, and then they spent 2 hours fucking around, so they only had 20 minutes left to wrap this shit up, and they did it in the most simplistic way possible, where I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know if this was the way to do it, right? And I'm like, why? Here's my question. This is my big fucking question that I don't understand. Like, I just really don't understand. Farina was there! Farina was there 400 years ago! So instead of fucking Rivesley, who, like, with, like, peace and love to Rivesley, but, like, there's no reason. There's no fucking reason. There's no reason. With peace and love to everyone who likes Rivesley, I like him. I think he's kind of interesting, even though I haven't done his story yet. Why is it not Farina who is there to say, hey, I remember that trial, and I have a different opinion compared to you? Maybe what he actually meant was this. Like, why is it not the person that was actually there? Why is Rivesley, who only has a second fucking hand account of what happened here, being like, I don't know. Like, maybe this is what he meant. I'm like, what do you mean? Why is it you? You don't know anything. Oh my god. Why? Why is it you? And, like, why? I don't know. Why couldn't they have had, and, like, okay, those people, the mutual aid people gave us a book. Or something. Why wasn't the answer in the book, bro? Like, why did they just have it so the forward of the book was that man? Venture, whatever his name was, I've already forgotten. That guy talking about his true intentions. And then, like, just have Rivesley be like, oh, it's in this book. You know, look at this book, right? Like, oh, I have this book from the mutual aid people. Like, have Risley find out the information at least from the first-hand source, which was the man who wrote the mutual aid book guide thingy. Instead of Risley just being like, yeah, I wasn't there, but here's my opinion. That's such like a writer master hand sort of thing of like, Risley, you don't know this. There's no fucking way. You don't know. You just don't know. He needed a fresh perspective. Like, I guess, but like you still can plant that Risley has a fresh perspective because of a thing. Like, because of something. Because, like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why do you know? Why do you know these things? You don't fucking know. You have no idea about this man. You don't know him. Like, he could have, that guy could have wrote a note or something and had it be like, give this to Neuvillette after I'm dead or something like that. And like, they only just discovered such a thing. And then Risley, like, gives it to, like, it could have been in the prison, maybe the mutual aid group could have had it, and then we could have heard it from him. But there's no reason why we should be hearing just this from just Risley's own opinion. He needs a secondhand account. He needs a source. You know, I need him to cite his sources, right? Like, I need him to be like, oh, yeah, here's what I think, and what I think is formulated by the mantra from the mutual aid group at least, or like the foreword of the book where the guy explained his perspective or something, and like Neuvillette maybe didn't know. I find this whole thing a little frustrating. I'm a little frustrated, chat, just a little bit. I don't know if you've noticed after I spilled water all over myself. And that's the thing, because I want to get into it so bad, and I want to have those same, like, emotional reactions that Arnold has, right? But then, I feel like I'm kind of inundated by a little bit of bullshit, and, like, my tolerance for bullshit is, I'm okay with not seeing Neuvillette walking around in scenes, I guess. Like, I'm kind of not, but fine. If it's a technical limitation, that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, if he can't be walking around and we're hearing the voices in our head, like, sure. Like, I can live with that. This whole world-building situation, I don't know if I can live with. Like, I don't know if I can live with this. And I kind of like the idea that it was some random man and there wasn't a big shadowy conspiracy. But I'm like, but what if there was a big shadowy conspiracy? And then the point was like, okay, but now this time things are different because you have all these people behind you. Instead of it being like, oh, but there's never gonna be any shadowy conspiracies anymore because we solved racism. You know, I kind of think the idea of like a weird supremacist, like, bad guy group like that is a kind of interesting thing to put specifically in Fontaine. As opposed to, like, it's just a guy, I guess. And I'm like, but I don't know. I don't know if we could have solved racism, Risley. I really don't know. Maybe instead of, like, pointing it as we solved racism, it should have been more like, but now there's more people who are willing to stand up for what they believe in compared to back then. I don't know. But I think the biggest problem is that Farina wasn't here. That's really weird. It's so weird that the connection of the difference wasn't really explored with the Traveler, who is not from this world, and you'd think would understand that a lot, right? Like, I think there's a lack of Traveler connection here. And then, like, just that other, like, world-building stuff of, like, okay, well, why do I care about this random man who's in this, in prison, who sent out this threat letter, who's holding a grudge? And I get it was, oh, he's trying to get to Neuvillette, and so he's targeting the Melazine, but, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think there's lack of connective tissue in here. There's lack of connected tissue. The potential is there, for sure. But here's what we're gonna do. It's 4 o'clock. I'm gonna run an ad. I'm gonna try to find peace in my heart. And I'm gonna come back. We're gonna read the Neuvillette lore, and then, oh no, it's almost 6 o'clock! Oh no! District V! I won't be able to watch District V! Oh no. Okay, so let's hurry it up here. Instead of complaining about the things I'm complaining about, let me run it out. And let me go pee, and then we'll read Neuvillette's voice, friendship, something, and then I want to watch my little show. Okay, guys, the question is, how do we want to do this, okay? Do we want to just pull up the wiki and read? Or do we want to, like, get a YouTube video or something, you know? Think about that as I warm up my water. Can you log into Arnold's account? I don't think so. Can I? Is that allowed? Does he want me to? Is that what he said to do? It says he's still playing. So... Because I can just go on the wiki. It's not that big of a deal. Like, you know, it's okay. Right? I think the wiki also has the dialogue, like, so you guys will be able to hear. I don't just have to read it, you know, monotone or something, like. The wiki has the audio, so I think it's okay, probably, if we just do it that way. So we can, not that I, you know, want to be done with you guys or anything. It's not like that, but Robin wants me to log into your account, but I don't know if I wanna. Like, that's a lot of work for this current situation. Unless you want to screen share your Neuvillette dialogue. Hi, Jesse. How's it going? Okay, let me turn Genshin off because... Like, turn the audio off. Neuvillette. Oh, I'm dying. Guys, I'm dying. Cal's mods are trying to get her to break into your account. That's funny. It's a lot less work than navigating the wiki, is it? I don't think so.
Greetings. I am the Chief Justice, or Iudex, of Fontaine.
See, it's all here.
But you may simply...
Hi. Let's turn Genshin back on, but just put it down really low. Just so we're not, like, in silence over here. I'm not gonna put it up on the screen just cause, like, this wiki has ads and I'm not getting paid for all that, and I don't want to show ads on my stream. The wiki can sometimes spoil things. I'm just looking at the voiceovers, guys, don't worry. So what are we doing about the weeping dragon, I'm assuming? And probably some other stuff? I'm not gonna go through all of them. You know, like the greetings, I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine. Like, first of all, I know that. But like, you know, this is a bit time sensitive. This has become a time sensitive situation now, so I want to focus on like what you guys wanted me to see either in relation to this quest or just in general. What is this? Okay, gross. Just do voiceovers and do character story 1 to 6. Okay, I'm not sure about that, but I will look.
So you have heard of that local legend as well?
Okay, this is about the Hydro Dragon.
Who told you about that? Or more pertinently, who was responsible for spreading it in the first place? Well, never mind. I don't think that the Hydro Dragon would weep per se. I think he just finds himself a little stirred when he gets a taste of the tears that have been shed on this land, on account of all of the emotions they contain.
That is interesting that he's like talking to himself about himself in the third person. Let's listen to this one about the trials.
This is a topic that has been discussed ad nauseum. I don't mean to condescend to humanity, but it is quite clear to me that society's concepts of justice, fairness, equality, and rule of law are not equivalent, and never can be. Now, of course, water always seeks its own level, and it was in this spirit that the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, hoped to achieve universal equality by connecting all things with love.
I like that.
Her successor chose instead to seek equality by means of the law.
Uh-oh.
Ultimately, due to various external factors, this unfortunately manifested itself in the distorted form of trials for the sake of trials. Nevertheless, there are reasons for everything, I suppose. I should refrain from criticizing her.
That's interesting. I'm like, oh, Focalor, it's always you, isn't it? That is interesting, though. Like, maybe this idea that, like, things got more... Well, I guess the reason why Focalor did that, though, was to execute the plan, though. Because it wouldn't, like, you know what I mean? She kind of turned... The whole idea is that she turns the law against itself. So, I guess that's kind of why it had to happen, you know?
Since you hail from beyond the stars, I invite you to be my witness as I judge this upended world. This realm dismantled was of the formidable father himself.
What?
But what now reigns here is a cluster of filthy feathers. Though we live in a world of disarray, I shall undertake to restore all that has been broken.
What the fuck does that mean? This realm dismantled was of the formidable father himself, but now what reigns here is a cluster of filthy feathers. What the fuck? What is he talking about? Like, okay, this realm dismantled. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, no. Okay, hold on. Let me get my stick. Okay, so what I thought he was trying to say was this realm was dismantled by the primordial one. That's not what he's saying. He's saying this realm, which has been dismantled, was of, Neebling, I'm assuming. But now what reigns here is a cluster of filthy, feathers, which that's about the heavenly principles, I think. Oh, yes. This isn't Mickey branded. So basically he's saying that this world was Nebeling's world, like the dragon's world, and now it's, you know, I like the feathers thing. Like, that's kind of fun. You know, like, almost like, I know dragons don't have feathers, okay? They have scales, but just walk with me here. Maybe they do. Maybe they're like dinosaurs or something, you know? Like, that the feathers were plucked from the dragons and given to the heavenly principles. And, what has feathers? I mean, angels and birds, right? So I think that's kind of the thing, right? Like, they kind of plucked, they plucked the dragons like a chicken, and now they have the feathers, but they're not really dragons, you know. Dragons might have feathers. I don't know. I haven't seen that many. They could have feathers. But yeah, so I guess that kind of gives us some context to what, you know, Neuvillette might think about the dragons, which is kind of what I wish he would have talked about a bit more.
The time that I have spent living among the citizens of Fontaine and traveling with you has transformed my views.
Yeah, the angels have feathers.
Even though before this I had pardoned the sins of humanity long ago, I can promise you that my future judgments will not cause any harm to the common
I couldn't
folk.
remember.
That being said, my grievances with the usurpers
Oh,
have
okay,
yet to
so
be
he's
settled.
just saying it.
They owe a debt of blood that shall not be forgotten.
It was forgotten in the world quest, bestie. Or sorry, in the story quest. That's interesting, but like, okay, well, hold on. Like, how are you gonna settle that, though? Shouldn't you be, like, now trying to figure that out? Does Neuvillette need another? I feel like Neuvillette needs another story quest. Because I'm like, wow, he wants not necessarily revenge, but he wants to hold them accountable for what they did. Wow, that's interesting. I guess we're not going to hear about that anymore. Like, you know what I mean? It'd kind of be fun if he was like, Traveler, now that, like, all this shit's done and the apocalypse is over and whatever, I want to, you know, hold the heavenly principles accountable. And, like, they were palling around to go do that during this story quest, but
I was once advised to wear a counterfeit vision so that I might more easily intervene during moments of crisis. To be quite frank, I was not enamored by this suggestion,
I think this was
nor
called
the
part
implication
one.
that one must only exercise
hope
the power that is rightfully
it
theirs
better
under
be.
false
That's all I'm
pretenses.
saying.
With that said, however, I have developed a newfound appreciation for the value of
like,
human
Neuvillette,
yearning and determination,
you got
having
shit to
spent
do,
considerable
sir.
time around vision-bearing humans.
Neuvillette's talking about the Archons? Are they? I thought they were talking still about the primordial one. But I mean, the 7 have been given things that also don't belong to them. So it kind of doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't really matter who he's talking about either. But I'm like, yeah, Neuvillette, it sounds like that you should have been coming to Natlin with us. We should have picked you up. The usurpers are the Archons? Oh, that's interesting. I feel like, though, the word usurper has been mentioned in the context of someone else. Or something else, though. Oh, they're all of them. Oh, okay. So it's the 7 and the Heavenly like, we're just everybody. All of them. Okay. I like that, that's good. Yeah, that's true. The Archons are basically extensions of the Heavenly Principles anyway. So, Vishaps,
The
let's
bishop's
go!
ancestry can be traced directly back
Sun
to the
and
Fontamer Sea, which is why they are so adept at evolution. I am reminded of an old custom that the dragons once observed.
Yeah, isn't
We would
there
take a
the
sip of our
usurper?
perished young brethren's
I
blood.
forget?
Whenever the tides are disrupted by the motion of the moon and stars, the water within the bodies of us hydro-organisms surges up towards our heads, reminding us that our deceased kin will soon be revived.
Oh, yay, oh dear. I don't know if I understand that at all. Okay. I need to hear
The
that
bishop's
again.
ancestry can be traced directly back to the Fontamer Sea, which is why they are so
don't know what
adept
that
at evolution. I am reminded of an old custom that the dragons once
I like
observed.
this. This is kind of interesting.
We would take a sip of our perished young brethren's blood. Whenever the tides are disrupted by the motion of the moon and stars, the water within the bodies of
I
us
like that.
hydro-organisms surges up towards our heads, reminding us that our deceased kin will soon be revived.
Interesting. Oh my god, he's talking about the
Nothing
Archons.
will stop me from rendering judgment on each of the 7.
Yeah, I guess, except for your
It's
day
the Archon
job,
who won
sir.
the authority of Geo. Deus Ori must be called to trial.
Oh no! This is why
One
they
does
have
not wish to
beef!
see us on opposite sides of a conflict, they need not worry, for I intend to stay in Fontaine for the foreseeable future, which could well mean another 400 years. As another point of consolation, even when the trial eventually takes place, It is still not a given that the judgment will lead to a physical confrontation.
Wait a minute! But, so, hold on. So he wants to judge them, but he's like, but not now. It could be another 400 years. I'm like, sir, well, why would you wait that long? What is your character motivation for not going out there and doing it now? I get that, like, a bunch of stuff just happened, so he's kind of busy, you know, but, like, I don't know how I feel about this. That feels very convenient just so the game doesn't have to explain, you know, and make him go outside.
I shall fulfill
you know what
my
I'm
vow
saying?
to
I'm
judge
a little
all
bit...
of the 7 in turn, even if the sky should fall and the ground give way. As the recipient of the authority of Animo, the god of breeze and hope must also stand trial. He spends most of his time being a
He's Fontaine's power source now that the Oratress is gone? Oh, okay. I guess
well,
that's
even
fair.
so,
That's
I must
fair.
meet him for myself and proceed from there.
But, like, this Neuvillette is nothing like this Neuvillette is nothing like Story Quest Neuvillette. Like, this Neuvillette has, I don't know, a kind of hissing, sort of, like, resentful quality. Like, I don't know. Like, this Neuvillette sounds like a completely different character.
As a survivor of the dragon race who has regained my full dragonhood, I must fulfill my others and obligations.
Energy? He contains
even
multitudes,
if it means
I guess.
returning all the water in the oceans back to the heavens.
Like, you guys aren't wrong, but
In
I'm
taking
like,
the
what
authority of Electro, the Narukami placed herself on the list of the usurpers.
Okay, yeah, so they're the...
She will...
Oh.
You say she has isolated herself in the plane of Euthymia, and now rarely appears in public.
Oh, man.
Then I shall pay her a visit in
Damn,
another
we're just
few
giving
centuries.
a bunch of excuses for him to not, like, you know what I mean? Oh, well, he's, like, Venti's drunk, this lady's, like, in isolation. I guess it can wait, you know?
Though the day will come when I put her on trial,
man.
I must commend the god of verdure on her sense of responsibility. Few things are without flaws in this world, but the devotion and benevolence she displays are a testament to her commitment to continued progress. I felt enormous regret when I learned of the mistreatment she has endured over the past 500
that's
years.
not, I like that. Oh, okay. Sejween, Farina. Let's listen to the Farina one.
Now the curtain has finally fallen on her performance. The character she portrayed was an imaginary one, yet in playing that role, she fulfilled her duties. Though she is meek and full of doubt by nature, she was able to use madness to stiffen her resolve.
That's crazy.
And see her duty through to its conclusion.
That's not wrong. I'm just like, I can't believe he used the word madness like he
is
literally said.
Truly immense.
Delulu.
If she were to ever make a return to the stage, I should personally attend the performance and give her my heartfelt applause. Yes, I must do so when the opportunity arises.
Okay, we can't read that about the Pyro Archon. Neuvillette. A lady who used charm and manipulation to dominate the affairs of a grand mansion. Okay. Neuvillette's troubles. I mean, this is still interesting, but like I can read this by myself. This isn't that big of a deal. Fruit. He likes to taste his water. He doesn't want to go outside because the game tells him not to, or else he'll go fight everybody.
Now that I have reclaimed one of the 7 authorities from the hands of the usurpers,
let's
I have regained my true form. I am now a fully fledged dragon, powerful enough to judge the rest of the gods.
Let's go.
My final destiny is to judge the usurper king in the heavens above.
Enough, but he's like,
but until that time comes, I will lend my power to you.
But like, what do you guys think about that? Like, why do you think it's not right now? Do you know what I mean? Like, other than, like, the game developers said no. I understand what you guys were saying earlier about, like, oh, well, he's the only power source in Fontaine or whatever. But, like, do you guys think that there's gonna be an actual reason? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but, like, do you guys think there's gonna be a legitimate reason for this that isn't just kind of bullshit? Because that feels a little bullshitty to me. My bullshit alarm is kind of going off. Like, I could see it be, like, He's waiting until the Tsaritsa does the thing because a lot of the Gnosis have been stolen anyway. But the throne and the Gnosis are separate concepts, so that kind of doesn't matter. Who takes over after he judges them all? Well, humanity, I guess. Because it's endgame? That's true. But do you think that, I guess here, I'll reframe my question. I cannot talk anymore. Do you guys think that Neuvillette is actually going to be involved in the end of the story? Or do you think that it's like, just bullshit? Does that make sense? Because if they're saving him until endgame, if he's like, it's go time traveler, let's fucking go, that's okay with me. Like, I'd be okay with that. What I'm afraid of is that they're saying, oh, well, Neuvillette doesn't want to do anything right now, and then he never does because we go first anyway. Like, we do the thing or whatever when we get to Snezhnaya. That's kind of what I'm worried about, basically. Like, do you guys think that they're legitimately gonna bring this man back for, like, the thing? Or do you think that this is just like an excuse? That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that they're just gonna be like, well, never mind, bestie. Like, that's none of our business, you know? You guys wanted me to read, what, story 1 through 6? I didn't see that in these files. It's the same thing that bothers you about the Traveler. They're not in a rush, but the Traveler has a reason now for not being in a rush because her brother said to, like, look around. You know what I mean? Like, to go around the world or whatever. Like, that I can kind of deal with, the profile tab. Thank you. Like, that I can... That's okay now. I understand. Like, I understand that of, oh, we have to, actually explore Teyvat so we can't just run to the end of the thing, right? But for Neuvillette, I'm not entirely convinced as to why he doesn't just go fuck up all the other Archons right now. I do kind of wish that maybe he had a line what, like, you guys are saying of, like, I want to go judge them, but the problem is humanity in the right shape to function without them. But then that causes a problem because Liyue's already given up in their, like, I mean, they don't need Zhongli anymore. Venti, I kind of question. Venti doesn't really do anything. Like, obviously, Nahida does, and A does. I don't know what the Pyro Archon's doing. I'm sure she's doing a lot. And the Tsaritsa's obviously in power. But, like, if Zhongli went to go hold, if Neuvillette went to go hold Zhongli accountable, Zhongli would just be like, yeah, bro, I already gave it up anyway, so don't worry about it. Like, so that's kind of what I'm like, okay, You know what I mean? Oh, these are not voiced. Oh, okay. I will read these more properly later. I do have to go. So I'm just gonna, like, kind of skim over and see, like, if there's something in particular that you guys wanted me to see in here. But if not, then... Nothing more than wearing a wig. The job of the man in the judge's seat is nothing more than wearing a wig. Does Zhongli... Sorry, oh my god. Neuvillette. He's Neuvillette. I keep getting confused. It gets dank? Okay. Yeah, does Neuvillette wear a wig? I don't think we saw him in a wig. Fontaine, Mezzaline, Eagle, Rights, that's good. Okay, we want the ones after Masquerade of the Guilty, basically, I think. Is the idea. Okay, this is a little long. I'll read it. We'll do 4, 5, 6, I guess. Neuvillette has always favored rainy days over sunny ones, as the moisture-laden air helps him relax. However, it has been a long time since he last delighted in standing under the rain. It seems like from the time he chose to walk side along Fontaine, he began to play the role of a strictly law-abiding normal person. Of course, normal people would not walk through the rain without an umbrella, allowing the rain to drench their hair. It is worth mentioning that the role of Chief Justice is as much his true self as the Hydro Dragon is his yeah, he contains multitudes, I see. I like that this, though, the role of the normal human is one he must play. Like, that has a nice parallel to Farina. I enjoy that. It was in their solitude and guilt that humans invented a god to judge them, and in their greed and guilt that Whoa, hold on, what the fuck? That they created a god to save them, and with that god no longer present, it falls to Neuvillette to fulfill such expectations. I mean, is it though? Is that true? Like, I get what they're saying, that they wanted to believe in Furina so bad that, like, you know what I mean? They deluded themselves into thinking it was true, but I'm like, okay. I'm like, did they though? Question mark? But fine, let's say that they did. He pardoned humanity and has regained his original form. Now he can finally walk in the rain and enjoy it. Indeed, he did do exactly this, and standing in the rain, he gazed into the distance, reminiscing about that day long ago when he had received that letter. Yes, a letter had found his way to him by some unknown means. The name of the recipient has been left blank with text only addressing him bluntly as you. Okay. Interesting. A special you, a unique you. Neuvillette was not opposed to such a manner, but neither did he approve it. He felt, vaguely, that the powers that be of the present world had no real right to judge him so. Okay. Sorry guys, my throat really hurts. He knew that this letter had been written by the Archon Focalor, who was inviting him to come see Fontaine, claiming, "I shall leave you a seat with the best view in the greatest theater." Later, he would indeed come to receive that seat in the middle of the front row of the Opera Epiclese on the island. All right, he would watch all manner of performances there, and the view was indeed just as excellent as Focalor had claimed. What happened later was not made public knowledge. In all likelihood, the people had no way of understanding what it meant that the throne was shattered, or that the power of water was fully restored to its original creator. As to their being pardoned, or why they had to be forgiven in the first place, that was an even broader or more complex tale. It's interesting. Does created refer to Focalor or Egeria? I mean, I think everybody, kind of, and no one in particular, but also everyone. Does that make sense? Like, I think the primary thing is about Furina. That Furina was never a god, but they wanted to believe that she was, and so they believed, and she was, you know? But I think in general, probably all of them, like, that's something I really hope that they do. Sorry, I probably should have finished reading that first, but something I'm curious about, I have a theory about Natlan that the Arcanage is passed down through combat, and you have to kill the current Archon to get their seat, if that makes sense. So I kind of wonder if the thing with Mavwika is gonna be, like, she is basically just a person. Like, she's just a person who wanna fight, you know? And I kind of feel like they're gonna do this whole, like, she takes the burden upon herself type thing, with her. And she feels like it's all her responsibility because she has, like, she got it in the fight. Like, she killed the last Archon for this. But in reality, like, you know, she doesn't, not that she doesn't know what she was doing, but it was a lot harder than maybe she expected. And she wants to prove it and, like, you know, go it alone. And then obviously, like, the lesson she learns is that she needs other people to help her and, like, it's okay. But yeah, I kind of think it's about everybody. Like, the gods wanted Zhongli to be a certain way and do certain things, and so I think that, like, I think that's kind of the whole thing. I think that's kind of the whole point of all of the Archons, but then also Furina, is that the gods are, like, humans want the gods to have the answer, so they don't need to think about the answer, because if the god says it, then, you know, it's almost like having some, like, something to decide and make the decisions for you. You know? And so I think that, like, that line can apply a bit more broadly to all of the Archons in general, and, like, why humanity even wants, like, the Archons or doesn't want them anymore, and, like, all that stuff. You know, this is a weird comparison, but it's kind of like people using ChatGPT, right? And, like, they're talking to ChatGPT as, like, an actual friend and asking it for advice. I think that part of it is sometimes that people have no one in their actual lives to talk to, and I think that that's valid, but I don't think it's just that. I think it's just, like, you know, what people expect the priest to do, but technology, you know? Like, You want the answers from something that seems like an authority. And for most people, that used to be God, right? Like, or you confide in the priest and then the priest tells you what to do, you know? But now it's like, oh, well, the technology will do it, and the technology has the objective answer because people don't really want to trust themselves in the first place anymore. You sound like Nietzsche? Like the philosopher? Or is that a Genshin character? We can never be too careful. Or was it a happy ending? It was then that Neuvillette understood the seat mentioned in the letter was not merely a chair in the opera house. Focalors, or Farina, he should say, had given up her seat in the audience, come on stage alone, and become the heroine of a drama. There were only ever a number of fixed seats, and for one to sit down was another to depart. The letter had been an invitation issued several centuries in advance. How do you feel becoming a member of the human audience? Are you enjoying this human drama? That's crazy, Focalors. You're crazy. You're still crazy, bestie. I'll never forget you. People were mad in my other VOD that I did not cry over her death, and I'm like, yeah, because she has to take some accountability for her actions. She did all this shit. She's very detached, like from humanity, you know? One as great as he should have no need for a constellation to shine over him. After all, fate is merely the manner in which the present ruler of this world plays with living beings. Well, that's fucked. We kind of thought that that was the case, but like that's kind of fucking crazy. Now he has obtained one part of the seven authority over the mortal realm and reforged the throne and the title of fully fledged, oh my god, fledged dragon. Sorry guys. He is one strong enough to equal and rival the human realm. And logic would dictate he does not need to subscribe to the system known as fate. Okay, I understand that. I don't know what it means by he can rival the human realm, though. Like, is Neuvillette really that powerful that he could, like, terraform the world? I mean, maybe. The primordial one did it with, supposedly, the powers of the dragons, right? So I guess maybe he could. I mean, the sea does, you know, carve out the land and all that stuff. He can see in the skies of destiny how many stars contend with one another, creating a complicated, fragile world. He did not initially care about such, for the puppet strings glossed as divine rules would one day be burned away by the fires of judgment. But he too was taken in by certain pleasing rhetoric. In that case, why don't you just watch over the Fontanians? They were born of the primordial sea after all. That makes them a part of this planet's native life, and a form of life that requires your care. He would never admit that he himself had been quite fascinated with the joy of sorrows in humanity. If it was not so, he would argue that the humans find their gaze stolen by the ripples of falling raindrops in puddles. Could it not be... He would explain that King Neuvillette had been wrong! Uh-oh. And that the black void could only be opposed to light... Could only be opposed if all light... Okay. So they're basically saying that the abyss can only be conquered, like, if everyone is in unity. King Neuvillette. Yeah, you go, Phoenix. I love hearing about Neuvillette. So that means, that kind of sounds like that Neuvillette was like, fuck the humans, let's kill them, and maybe the abyss will go away. Not exactly like that, obviously. I'm exaggerating, right? But it sounds like basically what they're saying is that the idea here is not to eradicate the humans, it's to everybody should band together against the abyss. Thus, in the end, he did come into his own fate. The skies had left a special... Oh, no! Wait a second. Did he become part of the world then? Because he has his own constellation? The sky had left a special place for him, one reserved for the overseers who could defy the world himself. Oh, that of his own Oh, well, hold on. Wait a minute. Huh? Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, see, we have that shit. And Farina has that shit, which I don't necessarily understand how that's possible now. But anyway. Where's our other archons? I don't know where they all are. That's okay, though. Scaramouche! Oh, shit. Columbina? Okay, we don't have time to unpack that right now. Do I not have Raiden Shogun? I guess I don't. Don't I have Zhongli? I didn't see him. Do I not? Maybe I don't. Gaslighting? Question mark? Okay, anyway. Ugh! Interesting. Why does Farina still have hers, though? What's going on in there? His own reflection, let's go! Nice. Interesting. I love that. Raiden, Zhongli, Venti, yes. I don't have them, apparently, so I couldn't check, which I thought I had Zhongli for some reason. I just gaslit myself, I guess. But yeah, the Traveler Scaramouche, though, that's kind of interesting. Well, you know what? I guess the thing with Farina is that I understand what they're doing with Farina, I think, because she is, like Scaramouche, kinda. So I think I get it. He was born a form of a human, but why then is his constellation the image of a giant Leviathan? Well, I'll give you a couple guesses. Can he transform into the Leviathan? Would it really do to tell them that he didn't have a constellation or that his own constellation was just Neuvillette? Well, that's fun. I like that. That's interesting. We've had a lot of theories about constellations. I've had theories about, what am I trying to say? I've had theories about, like, that Jean's constellation is just one of the 4 winds of Mondstadt's old rocks, and they just reshuffled them and made Jean's constellation, you know what I mean? Like, there's a limited number of meteorites in the sky, and they just kind of get reshuffled around and stuff. Like, we've talked about that before. We talked about that, I think, in the limited event. It's too complicated for me to get into it all here, but I like the idea that that's kind of how it works. And so that they have their own constellation of themselves kind of implies, like, their fate is theirs to choose, right? The Overseers and then also the Traveler, whereas everybody else's fate is not there to choose because, they are not, you know, they have somebody else's fate, basically, kinda. Oh, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. Nobody knows. Hydro Dragon has mastery over the sea. That was the source of life. Yeah, I said that. Let's go. I don't know how I feel about the fluid thing. Hydro Dragon could be regarded as this planet's original god of life. Oh, okay. So he could, like, terraform the world, bestie. Neuvillette knows all this, of course, just like he knows that all rivers meet again in the great ocean. These birthing waters might not be of any special importance to humans, but for Neuvillette, he can differentiate every drop, every minute memory. He still remembers the foreign usurper. What the fuck? Appointing their own god of... Oh, wait a minute. So the primordial one appointing... Oh no, I don't remember what she called. Is she just Shade of Creation? Is that true? Like, did I just make that up? Issaroth is God of Time. Shade of Time, sorry. Is it creation, destruction, or is it life and death? I don't know. I don't remember. He still remembers how the usurper had made her. No! To suppress the original vital force of this planet. And of course, how he knows how she came to commit the original... Wait, okay, hold on, wait a second. That's about Egeria. Life, death, times... So, the usurper made Egeria. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I don't understand this. Okay. The foreign usurper, who's the primordial one, I'm assuming, appointed their own god of life to order the living. But that's not about Egeria. That's about somebody else. Then it's almost like that wasn't enough, so now we made Egeria, or we gave Egeria. The Shade of Life made Egeria? Is that what you guys are trying to tell me right now? Wait. What the fuck? Wait a second. Oh man. Yeah, because that's about Egeria, but that other thing's not about Egeria. I think that's about the Shade. Whoa, what the fuck? Wait, but why? But why, though? Like, but why? Why couldn't the Shade just suppress the original life force of the planet? You know? Why did they have to make Egeria? Egeria, sorry. Guys, I'm tired. The primordial one made the Shade of Life. The Shade of Life made Egeria. And then Egeria did the sin. But, like, why? But why, though? Shouldn't the Shade be doing that, though? But I guess there's a difference between being the god of life, as in the life that already exists, like humans, and life as in the life source. So I guess that makes sense to me. I guess that makes sense. So the heavenly principles made the Shade, and the Shade's like, okay, but my business is with living human beings. Your business is about the primordial seawater. You handle that, bestie. Okay, I can believe that. I understand now. I was like, the Shades haven't lost their power, right? There's no way, but maybe. Having considered this, Neuvillette decided that whoever had penned the rhyme, as well as the Fontanians who came to believe it, must not know that the Hydro Dragon all that well, considering they thought the Hydro Dragon could cry. I mean, he cries all the time, but okay. What did they take said dragon for? Some sort of bleeding heart who grieved for humans in the heavens alike? I mean, I guess not, but he does do a lot of crying. But yeah, that makes sense. You know why I was confused at first? Because I thought the implication there was that the Shades have no power anymore. But I don't think that that's what they were trying to do. I have a feeling, this is my current theory, guys, just to recap especially for Arnold's new viewers who got rated in here earlier. I feel like what happened is that originally it was Primordial One Shades Angels, and then the Angels would have handled this shit, right? Like whatever the Shades didn't want to be doing, you know, go kill people or whatever, go get people's souls, go make people stop doing bad things or, you know, all of that stuff, right? So I have a feeling that after the Angels got, you know, punished, that they were like, uh-oh, what do? We had all these angels that were like doing stuff and now they're punished. And maybe that's always the theory I've had about how the Archon War actually happened in the first place, was that the angels got punished. And I know that we've talked about like the timeline of that and that may be a little fuckity-wuckity. As of what we know right now, as in me, not you guys, that kind of feels like it makes sense to me. Especially with how they talk about the angels falling in love with humans or something, and then all that stuff happened. So I feel like that, like, it was kind of a matter of converging incidents, you know? And obviously, then you had the Goddess of Flowers and all of that stuff, like, all that shit was going on over there, too. So I kind of feel like it was like, the angels got punished, and then Nebbling was like, aren't you guys tired of being nice? Don't you guys want to go, like, ape shit or whatever? And then Nebbling, tried to fight them and then lost. And it was all just kind of a connected sort of situation, you know? So originally, what the Archons were doing, it might have been the jobs of the angels, and then the angels got punished, and then the war happened, and then everything was bad, and... Oh, well, we may be getting that answer. Hold on. Neuvillette does not need a vision to manipulate the elements. However, there were some things he learned. Oh, great. Severely wounded in the Great War of Vengeance, the Usurper had their function... Oh, okay. That's a weird thing to say. Had their functions? What do you mean their functions? Okay, put a pin in that for a second. Had their functions ruined and could no longer use their absolute authority to suppress the original order of this world. To continue to subdue and control the resentments and loathing of the world, the Usurper and the one who came after... The one who came after... The second who came? Oh no, the one who came after. Or is that the third guy who came and that they crushed him up? That doesn't sound like they created the Gnosis together, bestie. It sounded like they murdered him and made him into Gnosis. But okay. Maybe he sacrificed himself. I don't know. Maybe he was a willing participant, but whatever. So it came to be that the order was made to be upheld. Okay, well, this is a theory we've had for a long time, right? Like that, this idea that they existed to replace the Order of the Dragons. I actually said that a long time ago, so I'm happy about that. The humans possess the seven remembrances. And all of the fragments of the primordial were driven to devour each other? Oh no, what the fuck does that mean? From this day on, whenever a person's wishes reach the heavens, the 7 overseers of the material realm were duty-bound to give them a gift. Okay, so that's the Archons. Though they might know nothing of who or what that wish had stepped on to the threshold of the sacred, the 7 Archons had to impart a shattered shard of their mastery to that person. Okay. And when one so gifted completed their duty, the gift the gods would receive in return would be more abundant still. Okay. Neuvillette obeys no edict from the heavens, but he does acknowledge human will. So he too set aside parts of himself as like unto the dragon treasure hoarders of old, awaiting valiant humans to come claim them. That's really interesting. This is some stuff, we've said some of this before. Like, you know, this is some stuff that we have, theorized about, so it's nice to get some confirmation about some things. This definitely makes up for everything that happened in the story quest. Let's unpack this shit. Can we just, like, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and bring it into my software because I feel like that I would like to have this on screen because people that are watching the VOD and, like, clicking around, they might be confused. Oh no! I've got to sleep and have fun, guys. No problem. The VOD will be on Calxiyn VODs in case you do want to go check it out because I think we're going to have a dank discussion right here. But I am going to go shortly, so it'll be like very at the end of the VOD. Do you guys have my link in here? If I go Calxiyn VODs, will it pop up so people can do it? LOL. Fail. It's probably link or something. Like, it's probably not that either. Anyway, somebody get the link for the chat. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this again. Let's look at this. Okay. Severely wounded in the Great War of Vengeance. Okay. The primordial one was severely wounded when Nebeling fought back. The usurper had their functions ruined. That's a loaded thing to say. Like, that's super fucking loaded. I really don't know what to make of that right now. Like, I have ideas. I definitely have fucking ideas, but I'm like, but that's fucking insane. They're not gonna say that this man is a computer. Like, they're not gonna say that this man is like a virus that, like, infected Teyvat. Like, they're not gonna there's no way. Like, that doesn't, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense to me. In my mind. Unless, I mean, here's what I struggle with, well, actually, hold on, let me cook. We've been sort of assuming that the primordial one has been a human being the entire time, and that they are kind of, or not human, but like a species of human-looking person like the Traveler. But what if the primordial one is like that thing in WALL-E? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Or was it a different movie? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Was it WALL-E or the like that thing with all the arms? It's in WALL-E, isn't it? There's like an evil robot in WALL-E, or did I just make that up? Maybe I did. I don't know. I can't remember. But isn't there an evil robot? So, okay, here, let me cook. This robot was sent out by the dying planet that the twins are from to find an inhabitable place to live. The ship's computer. Yeah. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. So what if the primordial one was not like a human being at all, but was basically, and it could be an android like Penny. That's not exactly what I'm imagining in my mind right now, but like, I don't think they're human anymore, actually. Like, I kind of think that there's some sort of like entity that was sent out here to find inhabitable planet. Find planet, right? And they found planet, but then the dragons were in the way. So it was like, exterminate dragons, right? Very like, just black and white, EXE, well, I have to do that because it's my job. Then they made the shades using the dragon's power. Now, the reason why I was like, no, this is stupid, like when I started, you know, saying this out loud, was because I'm like, I don't understand the idea that like, okay, well, how can the robot have control of the dragon's magical fucking powers? Like, that's what I don't, whatever, but maybe that's it. Maybe that's the thing, is that the usurper had to make the shades because the usurper's not human. And so the usurper was a computer that got the dragon's power, used that power to create actual life, right? Made the shades. The shades might not even be fully human. The shades might be like computer programs that just happen to have bodies. I don't know. And then, like, from there, it's kind of a weird thing of like, okay, well, are the people on Teyvat actually people, like fleshy people, or are they part of the computer program? But I'm inclined to think that the primordial one is not human. It's a big computer, AI, Wall-E thing, sort of thing. And it was like, find inhabitable life. And it did, but then it had to get rid of the dragons. Right? Then the drow, what are we gonna do? Then it made the shades. Oh, what are we gonna do again? Right? And it just like, all of the things that have happened out of what are we gonna do? And making this world inhabitable for the civilization that the traveler came from, I think. I don't know. The only thing that I would wonder is if that was the case, why didn't the usurper, like, send out, like, oh, hey, by the way, we're good now, right? Because the Great War of Vengeance happened later after Nebeling rose up, but he did beat all the dragons into submission and made humanity. So my question is, like, why the fuck would he make humanity, like, why would he make people? Why would he make people unless he didn't make people? Like, unless he didn't make people, and the whole thing about Teyvat being the Arc Vetigary that we've been talking about the last couple streams is like the primordial one didn't make people, he brought people here from the other world and put them there. But didn't he kill everybody? Didn't he wipe out the first humanity, though? That's kind of what I'm struggling with in this situation, because I'm like, okay, but if he did all that, why wouldn't he call down the civilization that, like, sent him out there? And it could be two things, like, either he was like, I'm God and I lust for power, so fuck you people, or it could have been, like, maybe he did bring the people here. Maybe the angels are those people, which I think that would be a little too crazy. I kind of like the idea that the angels were just made by the shades to go do their jobs or whatever, but oh boy. But yeah, I kind of wonder if maybe that's the thing, guys. And maybe he needed to make new people because there weren't enough of the old people to, like, reproduce and stuff, you know? So maybe like, there were some people, like, from the original planet that had gotten destroyed, but, like, you can't rebuild civilization with, like, 3 people, right? So then, oh, it's all coming together. What if, guys, let me cook again. This is the last time I'm gonna cook, though. I want to watch District V. and I promised I wanted to be done by now. I really did. I think Vox is streaming. I don't think Bettel's streaming last night, but... I don't think Bettel's streaming tonight, but I want to watch my show. Okay. Guys, wait a second, hold on. What if... Oh, now I remember. Arlecchino has had some very suspicious fucking dialogue, okay? I have no clue what's going on with that, but there's something going on there. She's like, don't look into my eyes, or you might not like what you see. And I'm like, that's weird. Like, does she have some weird Code Geass mind power? And her stuff looks very glitchy and red and very similar to the Shade situation. Like, this could be entirely different from, like, the Angels and all of that stuff. But, like, what if that's the thing? What if, like, whatever's going on with Arlecchino is, like, Arlecchino was from the group of the original people. And that they had special weird powers, I guess. Weird fuckity powers. I know she has the story quest. And so, she's from the people from the Ark. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I feel like that there has to be a group that was related to the Ark. Of course, that could also be, like, the Greek, right? Like, the ancient civilization that, like, we keep hearing about and it's buried everywhere or whatever. But, like, I kind of feel like that they're around there somewhere, but I don't think that they're the Angels. I don't think that they're the Angels because I feel like that the Angels were made... I feel like the Angels were made by the Shades to, like, just do their job. I don't think that, like... Then again, I mean, you could say that the Traveler and the Sibling are kind of angelic, you know? Like they kind of seem vaguely angelic, so, like, you could make that argument, but... I think, at this point, that's, like, the theory, I think. Like, that's, like, the finalized theory, I think. Is that this thing was an AI from those worlds that the Traveler, like, saw were all fallen or whatever, because you guys love to mention that thing about the Traveler's lore that their planet was destroyed or whatever the fuck. So I think that, like, this thing was sent out to go find an inhabitable planet, killed all the dragons, brought some people here. Oh, no. You know what would be so fucked up? No, they can't do this. There's no fucking way. There's no way. There's no way. Do you guys know what I'm gonna say? Oh, no. Guys, what if we're fucking wrong? What if we're wrong? What if we're wrong about the timeline when the siblings got here? What if the siblings got here more than 500 years ago? Like, what if the siblings were the people that the usurper sent the signal out for, and our brother has been, like, fucking around since the beginning of time or something? And then when things got bad in Conria, he was just like, you know what, I think it's time to go. I don't quite understand how that's possible with the current lore that we have been given right now, but that's the first thought I had in my head, because it's like, well, why would the siblings be here? Out of all the planets that there are to be in the world, why would they be here? And I get that it's a story, so they have to be here, because that's the whole point. There'd be no story if they weren't here, but what if that's why they were here in the fucking first place? And our brother, I don't know why, though, that he would lie about, like, you know what I mean? Because this is assuming that our brother, like, kind of did something to us to make us, like, misremember when we got here for some reason. But, like, what if he did? And, like, you know, you have that whole thing about our sibling palling around with the Aranara. And, like, we've talked about the idea that they're, like, chariots or whatever, and they're bringing the sun and all of that stuff, like the, you know, like the siblings, I'm saying, like that they're made of light, and we kind of talked about lots and lots of streams ago. I was like, guys, but what if they're like gods somehow, and like, you know, they have all the elements because they're like gods or whatever. But I'm like, so what if our brother came here like the before, you know? I don't know. That's where I'm like, I don't know. But I kind of wonder if, like, for some reason, our brother, like, lied to us. And we've been here a lot longer than 500 years ago. And that's why the Heavenly Principles stopped us from leaving, because, like, the primordial one found this world for us, so why would it let us leave? You know? You shall ascend to the throne and rule this world. Yeah! That's why I'm like, wait, so what if, oh no, it's all our fault. I think it's our fault, guys. I think it is. I think that that's the thing. I think that we're the humans, and we were supposed to report back and be like, hey, is this place inhabitable, bestie? Or not. Like, maybe there's more of us out there somewhere. I don't know. But I think that, like, the primordial one called us, and that's why we're here in the first place. I don't understand, though, why the Traveler doesn't remember that, and their memories, like, basically start around Conria. I don't know. Like, I don't know why that would be happening, really, other than something else happened in the past, and our brother, for some reason, like, wants something that we don't. Like, maybe one of us is like, man, I feel really bad for all those dragons and we shouldn't have killed them. And then the other one is like, actually, I want to be God. And this is the throne that we were promised. So, like, you know, fuck you. Like, maybe there was some sort of conflict about what exactly to do about this world. Or whether this world was ours to take in the first place. Like, maybe one of them felt conflicted and the other one didn't, and so that's... But I'm just like, how did our brother, like, give us memory losses? I don't understand. That's the part where I'm like, that's kind of crazy. But, like, I don't know, though. Is there evidence to suggest that the Traveler sibling may have been here before 500 years ago is kind of what we would have to look for in that instance. I do like the idea of, like, again, like, Arlecchino's... you know, from some sort of ancient civilization, that there were more people in the Ark, if that makes sense, like, that aren't the Traveler and the sibling, but that's the brain blast that I had just now, of like, oh, wait a fucking minute. No, obviously this is what happened. The AI called them to go investigate the planet. Like, we're the bad guys. We're the one that the AI was waiting for. Oh no. To talk about, though, the constellation thing really quickly, or sorry, the seven, the shards and all of that stuff, that's kind of like how I thought that the meteorites worked, but I guess everyone has a constellation, even if people don't get a vision. But I kind of like that, you know, they giveth and they taketh away, so it kind of sounds like there's like, sorry for this image, but there's like a giant putty of, elemental power, and we're just taking pieces from the putty and like handing them out, but then after they're used, they're put back in the ball of putty again to be redistributed. That's kind of how it sounds like it works. So like, it's a circle. It's not like, oh, we're giving away our magic and it's never replenishing again. The big old circle of life and all that stuff. So this was really interesting. Like, this is actually really interesting. I'm like, oh no. This is clearly what it is now. Like, I'm so convinced that this is what it is. I don't know about the siblings yet. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be them or it's gonna be someone that was before them. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not entirely sold on, like, oh, well, they were the ones that were called by the primordial one. Like, I'm not entirely sure on that, but I feel very certain that the primordial one is no longer a human being. Like, I don't think that they're human. Maybe they'll take a human appearance just for the sake of the game or whatever, but I kind of do feel like it's that Wall-E computer thing of like, oh, we're supposed to be finding life, and that it doesn't have any malice in what it does. It's just operating on its functions, and its function was to make a place that was inhabitable for the human beings that had lost their own planets at the expense of whatever was here. And that, you know, I feel like that would make a lot of sense with some of the behavior of the primordial one, especially with how exactly they've upheld, like, the system of the dragon and stuff like that. Because, you know, it can't really, like, rewrite, like, it doesn't seem like it has the capacity to actually change the system itself. It's only adjusting its own behaviors It's like adjusting its own behaviors to like fit into the already existent system, you know what I mean? Because like if it was a human being, could it not just do away with the original order of the world entirely? But like a computer wouldn't think to do that. A computer would just think like, oh, okay, so we'll fulfill this equation with our own, you know, our own numbers, our own data. Like I'll just fill in the blanks. Like it wouldn't think about making something new, so like that kind of makes a lot of sense. But yeah, the only thing I'm struggling with the AI thing is the previous humanities that were destroyed. I don't quite get that. I don't quite understand that part because it sounds like that there were multiple humanities that were wiped out and then the primordial one just started over again. Unless the primordial one was doing like a test case, right? And made some humans as a test to make sure that it was inhabitable for Aether and Lumine and that civilization of people. And that, I guess, would make sense, but that would put them a bit further back in the timeline before Conria, but not by too much, and so maybe that's the answer there, like that the usurper was making some fake humans as a test run to make sure everything was okay, and that's, oh my god, guys, that makes so much sense. Like, that's why he was doing things in cycles. Like, he was trying to he was running the equations, bro. Because I was like, why would he do that? That doesn't make sense. Like, why is he killing humanity, right, at the end of all these cycles or whatever, right? And so I'm like, well, hold on a second. Well, now it makes sense. He's doing, he's testing for, like, all possible options to make sure that nothing bad is gonna happen to the real humans who he wanted to live here. So he didn't really give a fuck, I don't think. I think they were just test subjects. Like, what's it called when you're, like, testing out for all probabilities or whatever? Like, I think that he was basically doing that, and that's why they kept living in these cycles over and over again. He was running, like, the algorithm of, like, okay, well, if we change this or tweak that, like, are humans still gonna be able to survive and whatever, and that's why they were caught in the loop. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. This is a lot to take in. I don't know where Arnold went. I'm assuming he's tired, which, like, fair enough. He did stream a long time, but, like, I feel like it would have been helpful to have Arnold to talk about this, to talk through this a little bit. So that's too bad, but yeah, I think, like, a simulation, yeah, kinda. Like, multiple simulations, you know, they do that sometimes, like, oh, like, simulate, like, hostage situations and then different ways to, like, to resolve the issue and see, like, what's more likely, less likely, all that stuff, like, you know, in our real world, I'm saying. So I feel like it was basically, though, that may be the explanation for why he was killing all those people. Oh, dear. And maybe he's still waiting, you know, for the people to get here. And that would explain why all of these humans kind of have to be bound to fate and stuff, because he doesn't want things to go awry. He wants this world to stay as it always has been, to be inhabitable for those people. This is gonna get really sad, I think. I feel like that this is gonna get really sad about this, like, abandoned computer that did all this in pursuit of, you know, finding an inhabitable place for his masters or people or, you know, whatever, and then I don't know. Like, I don't know if it was just, like, he's abandoned, or he killed them because he thought he knew better, or, like, what the actual end result is gonna be, but I feel like it's either those people never came, or the only remnants of those people were the Traveler and the sibling, and now the Traveler and the sibling are like, what the fuck, this isn't what we wanted, like, we didn't want this, like, we did not ask, we literally did not ask. Okay. Anyway, I think it's time to go. Damn, that was an actual revelation. Like, you guys just saw, like, actual revelations happening from my mind. But I do want to go. For some reason, I thought we'd only be streaming for 3 hours. I should have known better, I guess. But this was a good stream, though. We got everything done that I wanted to get done, so that's great. Like, that's really good. Next week, Arlecchino, maybe, and Farina, I don't know, I'll check my schedule, or next time I stream Genshin, I should say, because I might be doubling up, but not this weekend. So Sunday it'll be Twisted Wonderland, and tomorrow I'm not sure what I'm doing yet. I'm going out with my mom in the morning for her birthday, her fake birthday, because her birthday is not actually tomorrow. It only comes around every 4 years. But we're gonna go out in the morning, so I'm like, okay, if I'm already dressed, I might stream again, but I don't know exactly what I'm gonna stream. It won't be Genshin, though, it'll be something else, but I want to watch my GTA roleplay, and they've already started. It's already been an hour, so that's an extra hour, but this was worth it. I can't say whether or not the rest of the Neuvillette quest was worth me missing an hour, but... But anyway, I hope you guys had fun! Thank you, Arnold, again for the raid, if you're still here. I would, like, pay it forward, but the last time I did that, somebody thought I was botting because there weren't a lot of people, like, from my chat into the raid chat, and I had to explain that I got raided by Arnold, and so there were silent people compounding on the viewer count, and I don't want to do that again, so I will just keep it here. Your mom has a leap year birthday? Yeah, she does. We're gonna go out tomorrow. But yeah, thank you guys for dealing with me while I've been sick, and again, my brain's not working and my hair is falling out and all these bad things are happening to me, but I feel a lot better. I'm glad I streamed today. I still had fun, even though I kind of sound like shit, so hopefully I'll feel better by tomorrow, or yeah, I still don't really know why I feel like I've gotten more congested as the stream has gone on, but I've also been yelling, but